Listen up, anime-only warriors. If that insane season finale left you craving more of our glorious king, you're in the right place. We're picking up exactly where the anime ended and diving straight into full manhwa chaos. Drop a like, subscribe, and brace yourself. This is the next level of solo leveling madness. Let's go. The chapter kicks off deep inside a dungeon, where a man was practically shaking in his boots, staring up at a shadowy figure looming over him like death itself had decided to take a stroll. Panicked, he stammered, asking what the thing was, but the so-called creepy grandpa didn't even bother to look at him. With a dry mutter, he said, "He's not the one. They're hiding cleverly, aren't they?" The shards of brilliant light glimmered faintly, making the tense air feel almost suffocating. Suddenly, creepy grandpa sensed another presence. With a casual swivel, he spotted Yogamont, the monarch of Transfiguration, just standing there as if the place were his backyard. Yogamont wasn't there for a friendly chat either. He came with news, something about East Island. Creepy grandpa's lip curled into a scoff. East Island, that was the territory of the Shadow Monarch. He asked Yogamont if he really intended to deal with that disaster of a place. Yogamont explained that the rulers had decided to push their legions southward from the island, and he intended to claim it for himself. Creepy grandpa raised an eyebrow, equal parts amused and skeptical. Then, curiosity piqued, he asked about the Shadow Monarch. Yogamont smirked, cryptically stating that if the planner fulfills the contract, it'll be fine. Before dropping a bombshell, the greatest fragment of brilliant light had been confirmed to reside there. That was all creepy grandpa needed. His eyes gleamed like a kid spotting candy. "You came all this way just to tell me that?" he said, voice dripping with intrigue. But before they could start scheming any further, creepy grandpa stiffened. Something was off. "We've been lured here," he muttered, suspicion coating every word. At that moment, another figure appeared, radiating hostility like a heat wave of rage. Creepy grandpa studied him carefully, then sneered. "That guy earlier couldn't possibly wield the fragments of light. So what's this trace doing here?" His eyes sparkled with a mixture of annoyance and amusement. "Ah, I see. You plan to get in our way." The newcomer's fury was practically combustible. "That small island to the east? You mean Korea, don't you?" he roared. Creepy grandpa, ever the arrogant show-off, tilted his head, smirked, and asked, "And what exactly are you going to do about it, Ilwan?" Yogamont, clearly tired of the theatrics, reminded Silad that wasting time on nobodies wasn't exactly productive. But creepy grandpa wasn't done. With a devilish grin, he turned back to Ilwan and taunted, "Try to stop us, if you can." That was all it took. Ilwan lunged with a primal roar. "I won't let you escape." His attack was lightning fast, but creepy grandpa was faster. An ice shield materialized effortlessly, blocking the assault, while he grinned like this was all a chess game, and he was 3 moves ahead. As the freezing air swirled around them, he readied his counterattack, and the dungeon erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, inside the Red Gate, Drippy Woo's shadow army was in full farming mode, mowing down monsters like they were low-level XP grunts. The dungeon boss, clearly overestimating himself, glared at Jin Woo with disdain, thinking Jin Woo was just another insect to squash. Jin Woo, of course, had other plans. He smirked, signaled his shadows, and suddenly the forest became a nightmare scene straight out of a horror film. Spewing shadow soldiers left and right, heads of minions in hand, his army made an entrance so menacing that the boss immediately realized he'd messed up. Desperate, the boss tried calling for backup, but it was too late. A corpse launched straight at his face like some disrespectful delivery service, courtesy of Jin Woo's shadows. Jin Woo, standing tall like an emperor surveying his peasants, delivered the coldest burn imaginable. "Calling me smallest now?" Panic set in, and the boss screamed at his henchmen to do something, anything, but the shadow army was already cutting through them like butter. Tank bulldozed through foes with reckless efficiency, clearing paths like the unpaid bodyguard Jin Woo always needed. Seeing his forces collapse, the boss finally lost it. He charged at Jin Woo, thinking main character energy was still on his side. 5 seconds later, reality hit hard. Baru and Igris tag-teamed the guy like they were auditioning for WWE, slicing off an arm here, a leg there. Before the boss could even process the chaos, Tusk intervened, manipulating inverse gravity to slam him into the ground as if he owed rent. Pinned and utterly defeated, the boss could only watch as Jin Woo strolled up, exuding an aura of death itself. "Now, you'll answer my questions. It'll hurt less if you do," Jin Woo said calmly. The monster barely had time to regret its life choices before being reduced to nothing. Standing over the lifeless body, Jin Woo let out a sigh, musing that the system still hadn't rewarded him. Interference or not, he shrugged. Answers would come in time. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out the key from the cursed random box, the key to Cartanon Temple. As he examined it, a countdown appeared, ticking away the moments until he could enter. Flashbacks of that dungeon. The nightmare that had kicked off everything flooded his mind. But this time was different. Gone was the weak, desperate Jin Woo. Standing there now was Drippy Woo, the master of aura farming, ready to claim what was his. And if the system thought it could just call him back without consequences, it was about to get a rude awakening. Jinwoo stared down at the key in his hand, the countdown ticking away like a bomb set to ruin someone's day. He wondered, not for the first time, if all of this had been orchestrated from the very beginning. Was the system just sitting there, twiddling its thumbs, waiting for him to return? Somewhere deep in the dungeon, in the shadows, a sinister presence observed him. It smirked, as if it had been waiting for this moment. The rematch inside Kartenon Temple already brewing. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Jin Ho, slouched in his office like some wannabe corporate overlord, handling business with all the authority of someone who just discovered spreadsheets. He scoffs at complaints from those he'd sued, calling them whiny crybabies. Once his justice was dealt with, he leaned back, convinced he'd obliterated every bit of slander against Jin Woo. But his moment of triumph was short-lived. Out of nowhere, Jin Woo materializes behind him, ghost-like and annoyingly quiet. "You sure are working hard, Jin Ho," Jin Woo says casually. His presence so stealthy it made Jin Ho wonder if the guy even made noise while breathing. Jin Woo asks if there's been any trouble. Jin Ho assures him that everything's running smoothly, but then his eyes can't help but wander to Jin Woo's outfit. Before he can even ask, Jin Woo casually tosses a bag full of magical cores onto the desk. "You said we needed money for the guild," he remarks. Jin Ho's face lights up. "Salaries won't be an issue anymore," he says with a grin, clearly picturing a payroll paradise. Jin Woo, still trying to process this, raises an eyebrow. Jin Ho quickly reminds him that they still need to hire another guild member, which, yes, means someone actually has to get paid. Nodding with mock seriousness, Jin Ho suddenly shifts to the real crisis. The guild needs a name. Jin Woo, expecting some earth-shattering dilemma, watches unimpressed as Jin Ho starts pitching the most ridiculous options imaginable. Sungyu Guild, Wooho Guild, Jinjin Guild. It's like a kindergarten naming contest on steroids. Jin Woo, clearly over it, deadpans. Solo play guild. No drama, no flair. After all, it's a solo play guild. Jin Ho stares at him, trying to figure out if this was meant to be a joke or if his brain just short-circuited. Before either of them can argue, a knock at the door breaks the tension. Jin Ho opens it and freezes. Standing there, all casual and composed, is none other than Cha herself. She asks if this is Jin Woo's guild office, and Jin Ho, still processing the shock, nods dumbly. When he asks why she's here, she hits them with a bombshell. She wants to join the guild. They sit down, and Jin Woo, still making sure he heard correctly, asks her to clarify. No hesitation. Cha repeats herself like it's the most normal thing in the world. Jin Woo stares at her, utterly lost, wondering what dimension he just stepped into. He probes further. Did the chairman instruct her to join? Or maybe Hunter Choi finally get tired of her antics and kick her out? Cha shakes her head to both questions, leaving Jin Woo in a state of pure, confused awe. Jin Woo leaned in, suddenly serious, and asked, "If that's not the case, then why exactly do you want to join my solo play guild?" Cha blinked, clearly thrown off, not just by the question, but by the absurdity of the guild's name. "You seriously named it that?" she asked, trying not to laugh. Jin Woo, as unbothered as ever, replied casually, "Yeah, what's wrong with it? The vice master and I agreed on it." Jin Ho predictably shot back immediately. "I never agreed to anything. You better reconsider those abominations I suggested." But Jin Woo wasn't paying attention. He was already analyzing Cha, her pulse, her breathing, her carefully controlled expressions. She tried to appear calm, but Jin Woo wasn't buying it. He questioned her contract, noting that it had only been 2 years since her awakening, which technically meant she was still bound to her hunter guild. Cha, without missing a beat, casually said she had enough money to pay the penalty. Jin Woo's confusion spiked. Why would someone be so desperate that they were willing to pay a fine just to join his fledgling guild? He reminded her that the guild wasn't exactly swimming in cash, so they couldn't offer her anything close to her actual worth. Cha just shrugged. "I don't need a down payment," she said, as if that solved everything. Jin Woo narrowed his eyes. "Then why join us? There's nothing here for you." Cha hesitated, mind racing, trying to explain without sounding insane. At first it had been simple curiosity. His mana, it didn't smell like the others. But during the Jeju Island raid, reality hit hard. She thought she was going to die. And then Drippy Woo saved her. The scene flashes back to the aftermath of the raid. Cha wakes groggily in a helicopter, asking the chairman where they were. "We've just landed at the Hunters Association. You'll be sent to the hospital soon," he replied. But she had only one concern. Jin Woo, was he the one who saved us? The chairman confirmed it. She blinked, processing the truth. It wasn't a dream. Surviving that time had been a miracle, but what about next time? What if a situation arose where she couldn't escape death? Back in the present, her thoughts tumbled out awkwardly, face slowly reddening. She wanted to stay by his side, till the very end, but couldn't figure out how to say it without sounding foolish. Jin Woo, watching her closely, was more confused than ever. Why was she acting so weird? Growing impatient, he finally asked, "Are you going to answer me, or are we going to play charades all day?" Snapping out of her thoughts, Cha blurted, I just want to live comfortably. Is there a problem with that? Jin Woo, considering she was only 22, realized that being an S-rank hunter must be exhausting. Her words didn't fully convince him, but he could tell there was more beneath the surface. Mr. Aura Farmer, aka Jin Woo, watched her closely. He understood why hunters had been beaten down during the Jeju Island raid. A change of pace made sense, but wanting in didn't mean she was getting a free pass. Jin Woo laid down the rules. If she wanted to join, she had to pass the entrance test. Cha raised an eyebrow. That wasn't in the recruiting notice. Jin Woo, shrugging innocently, said, "Maybe the vice master made a mistake. It's a new rule." She pressed him about the test, and Jin Woo smirked. "You have to beat one of my summons." Her eyes narrowed. "You think I'm that weak?" Drippy Woo, unfazed, added, "For you, I'll use my strongest summon." That wiped the smugness right off her face. Standing, she asked, "When's the test?" Jin Woo, never one to waste time, replied simply, "Right now." He suggested using the association's gymnasium, and silently thought it was the perfect chance to test shadow exchange with two people. Stepping close, his voice low, he wrapped his arms around her. "You don't have to leave. I'll use a shortcut," he said smoothly. Without even realizing it, he was effortlessly rizzing. Cha barely had time to process before he added, "We just have to stick together for a bit." And just like that, darkness enveloped them. Meanwhile, Jin Ho returned to the room, arms loaded with snacks, only to be greeted by a massive high orc staring him down. They locked eyes in pure confusion. The orc, totally unfazed, casually snatched a snack from Jin Ho's hands and devoured it in a single bite. Back in the gymnasium, Cha spun around, shocked. How had Jin Woo done that? Internally, Drippy Woo was celebrating a small victory. His experiment had proven that shadow exchange worked like a gateway, letting him transport others with him. Shifting focus, he told Cha, "Game time." Cha frowned, clearly annoyed. "I don't have a weapon," she said. Jin Woo's eyes glimmered with mischief. "Are you talking about the pickaxe?" he asked. She looked at him, cheeks tinged with embarrassment. "No, that's not my weapon," she muttered. Sighing in exasperation, Cha headed to the storage room. She scanned the collection. Nothing fancy, but good enough to get the job done. Selecting a sword, she returned to the gym, ready for the test. Jin Woo, ever observant, raised an eyebrow at the blade. "Are you sure about this? That's not your usual weapon," he noted. Cha didn't even hesitate. "Doesn't matter. Monsters never fight on our terms anyway," she replied. Jin Woo couldn't help but respect her pragmatism, but he knew an ordinary summon wouldn't be enough. She deserved a real challenge. Raising his hand, he summoned Igris. "Among my soldiers, he's the best swordsman," Jin Woo said. The room darkened as Igris stepped forward, and Cha sized him up. "What are the rules? How do I win or lose?" she asked. Jin Woo explained simply, "Destroy the summon to win, surrender to lose." Although he had promised to use his strongest summon, throwing Baru at her would have been overkill, bordering on cruelty. Once both were ready, Jin Woo signaled the start. Cha began gathering mana, and something clicked in his mind. "Weapons don't matter, huh?" That line echoed in his head. He stopped them. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out the Demon King's longsword, a weapon capable of turning most hunters to dust with a single swing. He tossed it to Igris, who activated its ability instantly, sending a massive wave of electricity hurtling toward Cha. She dodged effortlessly. Jin Woo's lips curved into a small grin. Fast. She was fast. That attack would have obliterated any ordinary hunter. The clash escalated rapidly, blades ringing through the gym like an overzealous action movie. Somewhere in the office, Chairman Go Gun-hee frowned. No one was supposed to be in the gym today. He called up the CCTV feed, only to see Mr. Aura Farmer and Cha going full-on demolition mode. A memory flashed through his mind. Cha's face when she realized Jin Woo had saved her. He chuckled at his own blindness, then ordered the cameras shut off and the logs altered. Let chaos reign. Back in the gym, Jin Woo's eyes widened. Cha had just beaten Igris and was standing there victorious. Dusting herself off, she looked at Jin Woo expectantly. "Is this really your strongest shadow?" she asked, knowing he was holding back. Jin Woo's expression darkened as shadows began swirling behind him. A chilling presence filled the room. Baru, the Demon Lord-level bug, emerged. He met her gaze and asked again, "Are you sure about this?" Fresh off her victory against Igris, Cha smirked. "You said strongest? Summon him." Jin Woo, ever the menace, warned, "You might get hurt." Cha didn't flinch. The air grew heavy, lights dimmed, and a dark aura curled around Jin Woo as Baru manifested fully. "Are you certain?" Jin Woo asked one last time. Most shadow soldiers were diet versions of their original selves, but Baru had been brewed in the depths of hell specifically to exterminate hunters. If Jin Woo went all out, Cha's chances weren't just slim. They were non-existent, but the Glorious King had his orders. Defeat Cha without killing her. Baru, being dramatically extra, put on his puppy face, then flexed his claws, ready to obliterate everything. He let out a screech that shattered lights and windows alike. Cha stood, processing how Jin Woo could even control this beast. Baru fully transformed, intimidation stats maxed out, but Jin Woo immediately nerfed him, like a dev working overtime. "Claws away," Jin Woo commanded. Life was going to get very hard if he scratched her during the test. Baru, scared straight, retracted his claws instantly. Seeing the opening, Cha lunged, but before she could even blink, Baru had teleported behind her. She swung her sword again, thinking she could outmaneuver him, but Baru caught it like it was a toy and casually tossed it aside. Then, with pure dramatic flair, he turned to Jinwoo. "Give me the word," Baru said, "and I'll humble her," without even touching her. And oh, he meant it. Cha kept swinging, relentless, but Baru barely moved. He dodged each strike as if Ultra Instinct had been permanently activated, effortless, infuriating, and terrifying all at once. Then, out of nowhere, he invaded her personal space and let out a banshee-like scream that sent her flying across the gym. Jinwoo, watching from the sidelines like a glorious king monitoring his experiment, realized the bug was spiraling out of control. He considered intervening, but Cha wasn't about to take that L. She scrambled to her feet, determination blazing, and Jinwoo could only wonder what exactly is going on in that head of hers. Baru, meanwhile, didn't question a thing. Predator mode activated, he lunged at her, spitting some pseudo-philosophical nonsense about prey and predators. Cha barely dodged, gathering every scrap of mana she had left, and launched an attack. It struck, but Baru's exoskeleton was built different. Her sword shattered like cheap plastic, exactly as she intended. It was bait. Using her skill, Sword of Light, she finally pierced through his armor. Victory should have followed, but instead it triggered Baru's old Queen-issued programming. Loyalty to Jinwoo? Ignored. The bug muttered, "This woman is my enemy," and suddenly things got very, very serious. His aura flared and he went in for the kill. Jinwoo ordered him to stop, but Baru wasn't listening. Cha closed her eyes, bracing for death. Then, an explosion. Opening her eyes, she saw Jinwoo standing there, having intercepted the attack like it was just another Tuesday. Baru, snapping out of it, immediately dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness. Jinwoo didn't even flinch. He was too busy staring at Cha. "Why are you trying this hard?" he thought. This wasn't life or death. It was a test for a nameless guild. Then, for reasons even Jinwoo couldn't fully explain, he asked the question, "Are you into me?" Chadex froze. Jinwoo, still skeptical, thought, "There's no way the Queen of S-Ranks is interested in someone like me." But before he could overthink it, she quietly, softly muttered, "I think that might be the case." Meanwhile, across the globe in America, Michael Connor and Mrs. Sellner met with David, director of the Federal Bureau of Hunters. David, looking like he'd just realized he'd forgotten his own birthday, asked why they failed to recruit Jinwoo. Michael, still reeling, explained that according to Mrs. Sellner's observations, Jinwoo, the glorious king, was one of the top dogs. David raised an eyebrow. "You mean national-level hunter status?" Mrs. Sellner sighed, beginning her explanation. "Normally, awakened hunters borrow power from a place called the other side," she said, "and I can sense that connection. Some shine like beacons, radiating power so intense I call them kings. But Jinwoo, he has no connection. When I looked into his eyes, the abyss stared back. He isn't connected to darkness. He is the darkness." David, gulping nervously, asked hesitantly, "So, is he evil?" Mrs. Sellner shook her head. "No, just different. Every other hunter borrows power. Jinwoo is power. He's not bound by external limitations. There's literally no cap to his growth." Michael, sweating bullets, muttered, "So, no cap? At all?" Mrs. Sellner nodded. David inhaled deeply, thanked her, and told Michael to follow him. It was time for Plan B. They descended to level 24, a basement straight out of a classified government horror movie. David briefed Michael on a new approach, asking if he remembered the first-ever S-rank gate. Michael nodded grimly. That disaster wiped out the entire West Coast. David recounted how America had recruited the strongest hunters in the world for that raid, promising unimaginable riches. Only 5 survived, rewarded with authority equal to a nation. Hence, the birth of national-level hunters. Then came Kamish, the inextinguishable flame, a dragon that turned top-rank hunters into charcoal. Hundreds perished, but one relic survived. As the elevator doors opened, Michael's eyes widened. There it was, a runestone carved from Kamish's corpse, preserved like a legendary artifact. David smirked. 8 years had passed, yet no mage-class national-level hunter had emerged. But Kamish was about to give this great nation one last gift. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Jinwoo stood in the shower, staring at his reflection, like he'd just unlocked a new DLC skin. And he couldn't believe it. A girl had actually confessed to him. Him, the guy who spent years getting treated like dungeon fodder, and not just any girl, someone like Cha, suddenly found himself analyzing his own glow-up. Height shot up, muscles chiseled, skin cleared up like he'd unlocked some K-beauty speedrun achievement. Maybe it was all those survival buffs from Will to Survive, he wondered. Lost in thought, inspiration struck. Jinwoo marched straight into Jinha's room, blasting "How would you rape me?" through the speakers. Without looking up, Jinha asked, "In what?" Jinwoo, dead serious, replied, "My attractiveness." That finally got her to look, and she burst out laughing. She teased him, asking where this sudden confidence came from, saying that in her eyes, he'd still look like a bum. Ouch. Jinwoo's ego took a solid hit. Not missing a beat, he dropped a bombshell. He was planning to start his own guild. Eyebrows raised, Jinha asked if he was going to be the big boss now, already texting her friend about about this breaking news. Jin Woo, stone-faced, asked her opinion on the name Solo Play Guild. Jinha's look was pure disappointment. "What were you thinking, dumbass?" she asked. Jin Woo, for once, considered her point. He asked for suggestions, and she offered Agent Guild, explaining that A meant I and Jin meant to move forward. Jin Woo mulled it over, secretly liking the sound. Meanwhile, across town, Cha was spiraling. She flopped on her bed like a panicked fish, replaying the day's events. She just confessed, basically, to Jin Woo. What if he thought she was insane? But then she reasoned, he did save my life. Naturally, I'd be interested. Yeah, she was doomed. In the middle of her spiral, a memory clicked. While unconscious, she'd seen a hand reaching out, a voice urging her to tell Jin Woo something. She remembered, it was Byung Yu. He was telling me to warn Jin Woo about the power inside him. The next day at the Knights Guild HQ, Park Jing-soo and Yong Yun-tai discussed a gate that had appeared in their territory. The problem? Getting a raid permit wasn't going to be easy. It was basically an S-rank gate. Jing-soo groaned, knowing that if they messed this up, a top-tier guild would swoop in and steal the glory. Just as he was about to rage over the idea of feeding another guild, a woman casually suggested forming an alliance. Jing-soo dismissed it at first, doubting that any guild would team up with them when it was obvious they couldn't handle the gate alone. Then it hit him. Jin Woo. Yong Yarim smirked, knowing teaming up with him could be a PR goldmine, but calling him like a desperate ex wasn't an option. They'd show up in person. Meanwhile, Jin Woo and Jinha finalized the guild name. Jin Woo suggested Jin, and Jinha nodded enthusiastically, internally relieved that it was infinitely better than Solo Play Guild. With the name settled, Jin Woo said they needed one more member. Jinha immediately piped up. "What about Cha?" Jin Woo shook his head. "Not the one." Jinha's jaw dropped. Cha, an S-rank, a dungeon raid legend, insanely beautiful, and he rejected her? Out loud, she asked, "Who exactly are you looking for?" Jin Woo shrugged. "Someone with a hunter's license, not too invested in guild politics, and most importantly, someone I can trust." Jinha blinked, realizing she actually knew a few people who fit that description. Before they could continue, a knock came at the door. Jin Woo braced himself, silently praying it wasn't Cha again. He opened it. Not Cha, Park Jing-soo, Yong Yarim, and Yong Yun-tai stood there. Park Jing-soo introduced himself as Guildmaster of the Knights Guild. Jin Woo and Jinha exchanged glances. Why the hell did they come all the way here? After introductions, Park Jing-soo got down to business, showing Jin Woo a video of a massive gate recently appearing in Korea, radiating an absurd amount of magical energy. Jin Woo, ever the straight shooter, asked, "S-rank gate?" Park Jing-soo shook his head. "No, it's not an S-rank. But it's dangerously close," he said, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. "This is the largest A-rank gate Busan has ever seen." Jin Woo, ever the opportunist, briefly entertained a thought. Maybe I should swing by Mommy Juhi's place like old times. She could treat me to sashimi. Meanwhile, Park Jing-soo continued, explaining that the Hunters Association wouldn't grant their guild a raid permit without an S-rank hunter. That's where Jin Woo came in. He wanted Jin Woo on the raid to secure the gate. Behind him, Yong Yarim was busy fangirling, debating whether to ask for an autograph or a selfie. Park Jing-soo laid out the terms. An S-rank hunter normally receives 10% of the loot, but he was willing to offer 20% to Jin Woo. Jin Woo didn't even flinch. 50-50, he countered, adding that the deal had to include his guild, not just him personally. He casually dropped the bomb. He'd just founded the Ajin Guild. Realizing he wasn't dealing with a pushover, Park Jing-soo tried negotiating. How about 40-60 instead? Jin Woo shot him down instantly, reminding him that he wasn't the one in need here. Sweating bullets, Park Jing-soo finally relented, but only on one condition. Jin Woo handles the boss fight. Deal settled, Park Jing-soo stressed that the raid had to start by tomorrow and asked Jin Woo to join them immediately. Jin Woo, naturally, had other plans. "I've got something to take care of. I'll see you in Busan tomorrow," he replied. Park Jing-soo, realizing he had zero leverage, could only nod. Meanwhile, Jin Woo got a call from his mom. Confused, he asked if she'd gotten a new phone or misdialed, but she simply told him to come home for dinner. Jin Woo, world-ending monsters? No problem. Mom's dinner invitation? Never say no. Fast forward. The next day, the Knights Guild was stationed near the Busan Gate, surrounded by a massive crowd. Hunters hustled with last-minute preparations, while Park Jing-soo, clad in full armor, glared at his phone. "We should have brought Drippy Woo yesterday," he muttered, checking the time repeatedly. 5 minutes to departure. Meanwhile, Jin Woo leisurely prepared at home, glancing outside to check if Gina had brought an umbrella. Cut to Gina's school. A group of students wandered the hallways, grumbling about their art teacher dumping all the work on them. They stumbled into a dusty, abandoned classroom, where one student noticed something in the corner, a gate. True to horror movie logic, he walked right up to it. "Is anyone else scared?" he asked nervously. The gate was sealed, closed for at least a week. Only hunters could pass through. One student muttered about how neglected the place had been, but no one noticed the cracks forming along the seal. Then, without warning, a hand shot out from the gate, grabbing the nearest student by the head. He thrashed violently, but it was too late. His friends watched in horror as the creature crushed his skull like a soda can. Monsters began crawling out of the gate, buzzing with bloodlust, but these two were just scouts. One sniffed the air, locking onto the humans inside the building. "This place is built like a damn fortress," he muttered to his companion. Then, turning to the other scout, he said, "Call the others. I'll start the early feast." With that, he stepped out, eyes already fixed on the unlucky students. Before they could react, doom had arrived. Jinwoo arrived at the scene, casually taking in the colossal gate. His eyes scanned over the assembled squad. A mix of miners, collectors, 13 A ranks, and 20 B ranks. A part of him raised an eyebrow at the number of A ranks, but in classic Jinwoo fashion, he just shrugged. Expected, they're one of the top 5 guilds after all. No sooner had he taken a breath than hunters swarmed him, bombarding him with questions like he was some kind of celebrity. "Are you leading the raid? Do we follow you? Are you real?" Jinwoo blinked, utterly confused. He hadn't signed up for a press conference. Enter young Yurim, stepping in like a teacher breaking up an overexcited classroom. "I'm A-rank healer Yurim from the Knights Guild," she said politely, giving him a nod, while the other hunters continued staring like he was a rare Pokemon. Then Park Yong-soo announced that he'd be leading the raid. The guild members whispered among themselves, side-eyeing each other, wondering why Jinwoo, the S-rank powerhouse, wasn't taking charge. Yong-soo shut them down, assigning Jinwoo to the back as a safety net. Every A rank in the room felt personally insulted. One scoffed, "We don't need a babysitter. We're plenty strong." Yong-soo, realizing he might have just poked the pride bear, tried to smooth things over. Jinwoo just shrugged, silently noting how confident these hunters were. With that settled, the group moved into the dungeon, cut to the Hunter Association's emergency call center. A phone operator picked up a trembling distress call. A girl's shaky voice reported the situation, barely holding it together. "Where are you?" the operator asked urgently. Hiding in a bathroom, the girl whispered that she and her friend were trapped, but her friend had been killed. The operator tried to calm her, promising hunters were on the way. "Describe the monsters," the operator pressed. The girl hesitated. "They're green. I saw them on TV before." Her words made the operator's blood run cold. Green skin, orcs. Things had just gone from bad to straight up hell. The operator ordered the girl to run, but it was too late. A guttural scream ripped through the line as an orc grabbed her. The line went dead, leaving the operator frozen in horror. Back at the school, chaos reigned. Surviving students scrambled for exits while orcs methodically hunted down the trapped ones. One grumbled about half of the prey escaping, but there were still plenty to terrorize. The orcs, feeling cocky, blocked all exits to make the massacre extra painful. Students attempted a last-ditch barricade, stacking tables and chairs like it would stop literal monsters. An orc kicked down the door as if collecting overdue rent, stepping in drenched in blood, ready to make it rain. One desperate student made a run for the window, thinking he could anime protagonist his way out. 2 glowing red eyes locked onto him. Before he could react, an axe smacked his skull. Game over in a single brutal second. More orcs poured in, surrounding the remaining students like wolves in a pen. One sniffed the air, locking onto Song Yi. "Target her first," he said. Gina and Han Song Yi were cornered. Gina called desperately for her brother. Han Song Yi braced herself, thinking, "Even if I'm E-rank, I'm still awakened." She was stepping up to fight. The orc eyed Han Song Yi, mildly disappointed. His partner shook his head. No, something stronger was nearby. Their gaze fell on Gina. The smell's coming from her. She must die. The orc swung his axe, but impact never came. Gina opened her eyes to see a massive high orc blocking the blow. Like it was nothing. Her brain short-circuited before realization hit. Her brother had arrived, stationing soldiers to protect her. With a single punch, the high orc sent the attacker flying through the ceiling. Every living being in the room, monsters included, gawked in shock. 3 more snarling orcs turned their attention to Gina. The real fight was about to begin. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Park Yong-soo barely had time to yell, "It's an ogre," before the squad confronted a towering 2-headed monstrosity. Upper body maxed, lower body apparently skipped leg day. The beast swung its weapon like swatting flies, but Yong-soo threw up a barrier just in time. The ogre slammed into it with full force. The shield held. Yuntai, riding a sudden surge of main character energy, sprinted up the monster's axe like a parkour course, blinded one head, and shouted, "Go nuts, everyone!" Blades and spells flew, and the 2-headed ogre was quickly reduced to a well-done steak. Once the dust settled, Yong-soo called for a regroup, visibly stressed. Starting the raid with a 2-headed ogre? Not ideal. He turned to Jinwoo like a teacher quizzing a student. "Do you know their other name?" Unfazed, Jinwoo replied, "Gravekeepers." Yong-soo's face fell. That meant an undead army wasn't far behind. Before he could finish, the undead squad rolled up, but strangely they didn't attack. They just stood there like NPCs, whose programming glitched. Hunter stepped back, whispering in disbelief. Jinwoo sighed, disappointment heavy in his chest. A dungeon of this size should have been brimming with challenge, but so far it was a letdown. Something felt off, and it didn't take him long to realize exactly what it was. He turned to Yong-soo, expression calm. "Something urgent came up. I have to go." Yong-soo's face went pale. "Bro, you can't just leave us here. We might die without you." Jinwoo smirked, completely unbothered. "Relax. I'm leaving someone just as reliable." Before anyone could even ask what he meant, a familiar, terrifying presence materialized. Beirut, the Jeju Island raid MVP himself. The hunters froze, recognition dawning immediately. Jinwoo's tone was casual. No introductions necessary. He's in charge now. He'll protect you. Beirut, thrilled to stretch his claws, let out a deafening roar that echoed through the dungeon before launching into a massacre. Shadows rippled behind Jinwoo as he summoned more of his soldiers. Turning to the huntress, he said, "These guys will help you. 20 should be enough for this dungeon." Then, without hesitation, he began to leave. Panic erupted among the hunters. "Wait, you're really leaving after letting all these shadows loose?" Yongsu yelled. Jinwoo's eyes darkened, a death glare piercing through the group. "I can dismiss them if you want," he said, voice dripping with annoyance. Checking his shadow exchange cooldown, 1 hour and 42 minutes remaining. He sprinted toward the exit. Yongsu and the others could only stare in disbelief as he disappeared. As he ran, Jinwoo's instincts flared. Signals from his soldiers near Gina screamed danger. His gut twisted with unease. Suddenly a wall of undead blocked his path. That was the last straw. He roared, ordering them aside, and to his shock they obeyed. They knelt like subjects before their king. Jinwoo blinked, wondering if he had some hidden passive. Am I a high-class necromancer? A ruler passive? There was no time to theorize. Ignoring the kneeling zombies, he leaped over them and called, "Kaizel!" The wyvern appeared instantly. The dungeon seemed to buzz with recognition at Jinwoo's signature ride. He commanded full speed and, just to be extra, buffed Kaizel's stats by 50%. Faster flight, stronger endurance. Inside, shadow orcs were already mopping up the remaining monsters like highly trained janitors. The students witnessing this looked at the orcs as if they were NPCs that had glitched out of villain mode. Gina, powered purely by little sister energy, sprinted toward one of the orcs, calling for Jinwoo. The orc responded with the silent protagonist treatment. It simply pointed her toward the exit. Elsewhere, in a hallway, a different orc sat on a makeshift throne, monologuing dramatically about how the final restrictions had been lifted and that nothing could stop him now. He was mid-hype when a minion brought bad news. High orc warriors were aiding the humans outside. The chief's smug confidence faltered. Fuming, he grabbed his weapon, declaring he would lead the charge like a warlord rewriting history. Meanwhile, deeper in the dungeon, hunters were panicking as insect monsters swarmed. Park Jong-soo tried to maintain composure. Public perception mattered. Retreat was not an option. Suddenly, Baru teleported directly in front of him so quickly it was impossible to track. Without a word, Baru tossed the severed head of a Death Knight toward Jong-soo. Jong-soo's eyes widened. Shock, horror, disbelief. Baru hadn't just defeated the monster. He had annihilated it in the blink of an eye. Back at the school, Shadow High orcs tried to hold the line against the chief, who was built completely differently. He flexed, boasting that his tattoos were proof of victories over weaker opponents, his form of intimidation. Then he attacked, slicing through one high orc with ease. For a brief moment he smirked, thinking he was unstoppable. But the shadow soldiers regenerated instantly, undoing his perfect strike. The chief froze, confusion and rage crossing his face. His existential crisis had begun. For the first time, he realized he wasn't the apex predator he thought he was. The battle that was supposed to be his moment of glory was slipping from his grasp. No matter how much the orc chief cut down his enemies, they kept rising. The whispers in his head, the voices telling him to slaughter humans, grew louder and more insistent. Something was off. If these monsters were moving because of magic, then all he had to do was find the source and end it. His eyes landed on Gina, hiding behind the high orcs. There, the orc chief zeroed in, swarming the shadows with his minions just long enough to snatch her up, claws like steel trapping her in a nightmare. He could sense the magic power radiating from her, certain he'd found the source. But just as he raised his weapon to strike, something outside the window caught his attention, his expression twisted in pure disbelief. The real nightmare had arrived. The aura alone slammed into him like a debt collector, kicking down his door. He trembled, unable to speak beyond a stammered warning to his minions. Something terrifying was coming. The orcs barely had time to react before Jinwoo and Kaizel crashed through the building, the impact sending the chief flying like a ragdoll. The sheer presence of Jinwoo turned the air suffocating, heavier than any attack the orc had faced. Without a word, Jinwoo walked to Gina. Just a gentle pat on her head, but it radiated absolute calm and control. The classic anime protagonist, everything is fine now move. Drippy Woo's aura alone could have crushed them all. It was suffocating, a silent command that could not be ignored. The orc chief, once all talk and swagger, was now drenched in sweat, his mind racing through 1,000 ways he could die. Summoning whatever courage he had left, he tried to stand tall and speak, to reassert some dignity. Jinwoo's glare cut him off instantly. "Shut up, wait." Jinwoo turned to his little sister, who was trembling, still trying to process the nightmare. He pulled her into a tight hug, whispering apologies for being late, grounding her. Then he turned to the other students, checking if they were okay. Next, Jinwoo's eyes found Song Yi, her expression frozen in sheer terror. Seeing the red mark on Gina's face, his aura shifted from protective to murderous. Without hesitation, he summoned the real aura farmer, Igris, ordering him to shield Gina. Then to the rest of his soldiers, he commanded, Take the students to safety. One foolish orc dared to move. Jinwoo's voice cut through the room like a death sentence. The orc froze, overwhelmed by the raw power emanating from him. The shadow soldiers began escorting the students down the hallway Jinwoo had just cleared, using Kaizel as a makeshift lift. The chief stepped up, trying to salvage some bravado. So those immortal high orcs are your soldiers? Who are you, and why do you speak our language? Jinwoo didn't answer. His glare alone spoke volumes. The orc realized in that instant that this was a one-sided execution. Desperation took over. The chief ordered his minions to attack. One swung an axe, only for Jinwoo to catch the hand and crush it like a soda can, slamming the orc to the floor before stomping its head into paste. The other orcs tried to swarm him, but Jinwoo used Dominator's touch, suspending them midair. With a casual squeeze, they popped like overripe tomatoes, and then the massacre began. Jinwoo moved with lethal efficiency, deleting orc after orc from existence. Only one remained, trembling and terrified. Jinwoo approached, Dominator's touch ready, pinning it to the wall by its mouth. He surveyed the hallway littered with fallen monsters. Then he asked, voice low and dangerous, "Why are your kind so hell-bent on killing humans?" The orc whimpered, muttering about voices in its head, whispers compelling them to slaughter. Jinwoo's eyes glowed darker. Leaning closer, he asked, "Do those voices tell you to kill me too?" The orc couldn't answer. Instead, the last orc stammered, shaking violently, begging for mercy. Jinwoo's grip tightened around its throat. Jinwoo's voice, calm yet deadly, cut through the tension. "That's what I thought. I'm not even human to you, huh? Don't worry, I forgive you." He let that sink in before adding, with an ominous calm, "Just don't expect it to be painless." The dagger in his hand shimmered with deadly intent. Meanwhile, deeper in the dungeon, the healer girl was having a frustrating argument with one of Jinwoo's summoned shadow ants. The ant was gnawing on the corpse of a rare monster, a valuable target she had been trying to collect. She yanked at it like a parent snatching candy from a child. "That's expensive. Don't you know how much vampires sell for?" The ant didn't care. Annoyed by her interference, it scratched her shoulder. She stumbled to the ground, frustrated and helpless, just in time for Baru to descend with a commanding screech. The shadow ant immediately backed off, and Baru casually healed her injuries with precision that made her gape. How does a summoned creature have better healing magic than me? She wondered, stunned. Before she could recover, the party entered the boss room, where a floating, horrifying archlich awaited, surrounded by 10 death knights. The sheer presence of the undead sent chills down the hunters' spines. Park Jong-soo visibly paled, remembering the guild that had been wiped out by a monster of this caliber. As if on cue, more undead began pouring in from the back entrance. Quick on his feet, Jong-soo turned to the healer. "Seal the entrance," he barked. Without hesitation, she conjured a radiant holy shield, blocking the way. Yurim gripped the barrier tightly. "I can only hold this for 5 minutes," she warned. Before the hunters could strategize, Baru strutted in, exuding confidence, like he owned the place. The archlich's aura faltered instantly. Why are you here?" it demanded, panic lacing its voice. Baru, flexing like a third grader showing off his new toy, shrugged. "Simple. We were picked by Jinwoo. You? You weren't." The archlich flailed in denial, pleading for a meeting with Jinwoo, insisting there must be some misunderstanding. Baru laughed, unimpressed. "You talk way too much for someone about to go 6 feet under." He lunged forward, pinned the monster to the ground, and ripped the glowing essence from its chest. The lich barely managed to scream before Baru crushed it like an insect. In an instant, all the undead collapsed, vanishing into nothingness, leaving the hunters staring in stunned silence. Park Jong-soo could hardly comprehend what had happened. "I knew Baru was strong, but holy hell, that was insane." Yongtai, eyes wide, muttered, "With summons like these, Jinwoo wouldn't even need to enter the dungeon. He could just command them from outside." Jong-soo's thoughts mirrored his words. Even with only half of Jinwoo's army deployed, an entire major guild could be crushed without effort. The idea struck him. Securing Jinwoo's guild would be the fastest path to power. "Don't be ridiculous," Jong-soo said to Yongtai, giving him a wry look. "Even if Jinwoo is all-powerful, he still has to follow the rules. Sure, he could clear a dungeon alone, but the Hunters Association requires a minimum number of hunters to officially enter." Yongtai nodded slowly, the gears in his mind turning. An alliance, not subjugation. That was the only realistic way forward. With a new guild founded by the world's top hunter and the Knights Guild, one of the 5 major guilds joining forces, the name of such an alliance would carry weight that no one could ignore. Back at the school, the aftermath was chaos incarnate. The Hunter Association was on site, trying to manage the cleanup and rescue operations, but the scene looked like a war zone. Parents clashed with authorities, desperate to get inside and find their children, but hunters blocked them firmly. One of the overseeing hunters was speaking quietly with a colleague when he gestured, confirming that no students remained inside. Meanwhile, Drippy Woo sat in a sleek black car with Chairman Go Gun Hee. The old man's face was grim as he briefed him. Out of 213 students who managed to escape quickly, only 10 others were rescued. The rest were gone. He didn't pause there. Pulling out a phone, he showed Jinwoo a graph displaying the sharp rise of gates worldwide over the past 6 months. Every nation was experiencing sudden spikes in gate appearances, which meant more monsters and more hunters. My glorious king raised an eyebrow, waiting for the real reason behind the meeting. Go Gun-hee handed him a thick dossier, emphasizing the political and logistical pressure building around him. Requests to meet Drippy Woo had come from Japan, the US, China, Russia, France, the UK, Germany, and even Middle Eastern countries. Some had tried backdoor channels to reach him directly. The chairman stressed that while the association could protect Drippy Woo's personal information, they couldn't prevent foreign powers from making a move. He urged him to remain in Korea, warning that without Jinwoo, the country wouldn't be able to handle the chaos ahead. As they approached the hospital, Chairman Go added that Gina had been taken there. Drippy Woo was about to head inside when the chairman repeated his plea. Stay in Korea. We've already lost 3 of our 10 S-rank hunters, he said, emphasizing the dire stakes. We cannot afford to lose you too. He promised to provide anything Drippy Woo needed. Jinwoo didn't even blink. He dropped his own condition. If you want me to stay, let me raid high-ranked gates solo. The chairman nearly choked. One man, taking on an entire raid alone. He admitted it would be difficult to arrange, but not impossible. Meanwhile, Jinho was busy playing recruiter. On a call with his cousin Yoo Soo-yoon, he tried to convince her to join the newly formed Ajin Guild instead of becoming an ambassador for his father's guild. Skepticism radiated from her instantly. You're asking me to join a guild that doesn't even exist? Are you being scammed? The moment Jinho mentioned my glorious king was leading it, her aura shifted instantly. She appeared at the guild headquarters in record time. Jinho proudly introduced her. This is my cousin, Yoo Soo-yoon, a rank hunter. She lit up at the sight of Drippy Woo. Jinho sighed, muttering, You're the real celebrity here. Jinwoo side-eyed her, skeptical. Is she really a rank? He wondered. He warned her that joining could stir up drama. Soo-yoon didn't hesitate. Anything is better than dealing with Yoo Jin-sung. Jinho rolled his eyes. Who? My older brother. You know, the one with the trash personality. After a bit of conversation, Soo-yoon hit him with the real request. Can I take a selfie with you to flex online? Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association building, Senator Nam Jung-wook was throwing a full-blown tantrum over the chairman allowing Drippy Woo to raid alone. This is blatant favoritism, he bellowed. Chairman Go Gun-hee didn't even flinch. Yeah, it is, he said calmly. Now, sit down and let me explain. He laid out the reality. If you had to send 20 A-rank hunters or my glorious king into a dungeon, which would you pick? He reminded them that guilds worldwide were vying for Drippy Woo's favor. If Korea mishandled him, he could leave, just like Hunter Hwang Dong-soo did. When another S-rank gate appears, who do you think will save your lives? He asked pointedly. Meanwhile, Cha stared at her phone, gripping it so hard her knuckles whitened. Her eyes locked on a picture of Jinwoo with Yoo Soo-yoon, and she let out a frustrated scream, the kind that could shatter glass. Fast forward. Drippy Woo and Jinho finally arrived at the first raid gate. Jinho craned his neck, looking up like he'd just stumbled upon the gates of heaven itself, completely overwhelmed by the scale and intensity of what lay ahead. This gate was massive. Jinwoo barely had time to roll his eyes before a swarm of reporters descended, hounding him with questions. The nosiest ones even pried into his relationship with Yoo Soo-yoon. My glorious king side-eyed Chief Woo Jin-chul and muttered, I thought my personal info was private. Chief Woo hit him with the reality check. We can hide your details, but we can't stop people from tracking where gates pop up. Oh, and maybe be careful what you post online. Jinwoo remembered that selfie on Instagram and sighed. Before entering the gate, Jinho tried to bring up hiring a mining team, clearly thinking he wasn't built for physical labor. Drippy Woo smirked. My shadows got it covered. Chief Woo, checking the mana levels of Jinwoo's minions, nearly choked on his disbelief. Every single one was B rank or higher. He stammered, trying to process the sheer scale of this one-man raid force. Then he informed Drippy Woo that the chairman had sent him to observe the raid to ensure everything went smoothly. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you'll be okay in there? Fast forward 5 minutes. Chief Woo was sweating harder than a suspect on a polygraph as he watched Jinwoo's army bulldoze a ranked Naga like it was a level 1 mob. Elite hunters usually struggled against these creatures, but these monsters were nothing more than a feast for his shadows. His eyes then locked onto Igris. That one is especially dangerous, Chief Woo thought, watching the Red Knight cut through enemies like he was born for the kill. Then came the next layer of insanity, lightning magic, the kind only top-tier mages could wield, unleashed with every swing of Igris's sword. Chief Woo muttered under his breath, questioning his own existence. If I fought that thing, would I even survive? Meanwhile, Jinwoo dealt with a minor nuisance, an ant, likely the same one that had had attacked the healer girl, munching on a dead monster. Without hesitation, my glorious king kicked it straight into the ceiling. I told you not to eat those. Do you have any idea how much these corpses are worth? Turning to his lower-ranked shadows, he ordered them back to mining mana crystals. Chief Wu's jaw nearly hit the floor. This wasn't a one-man raid. This was something else entirely. Finally, the boss decided to make its grand entrance. Drippy Wu smirked and gave the command. Those of you still working can stay. The rest return. Chief Wu blinked. Why dismiss them? Your summons could solo the boss with their eyes closed. Jin Wu summoned his daggers with a smirk. If I rely on my shadows too much, I'll get rusty. Then, like an anime protagonist entering his final showdown, he blitzed across the boss's body, moving faster than the creature could even react. One clean slice split its face in two, and he flipped through the air as if showing off. Chief Wu was left slack-jawed, years of elite hunting experience melting away. He had never seen anything like this. After bagging the kill, my glorious king checked his stats, another level up and an upgrade to Shadow Exchange. Cooldown reduced by an hour. He realized that, with further leveling, he could teleport wherever he wanted, keeping his family safe. Chief Wu, still processing the disrespect, stared at the corpse. Naga scales were notoriously tough, yet Jin Wu had sliced through them with two daggers like they were paper. Astronomical disrespect. Then Jin Wu flexed harder, activating Shadow Extraction. The boss's corpse twitched and a shadow emerged. A notification popped up. Congrats, you just buffed your new soldier. It starts at level 13. Jinwu examined the recruit, same rank as Tusk, but smaller, unusual, since shadows normally stayed the same size or grew upon extraction. The mana radiating from this one was off the charts. Almost as strong as Tusk, he named it Jima. Jima rose, and Jinho, ever the fanboy, looked at Jinwu in awe. How is he so OP? He whispered, admiration written all over his face. But before he could process further, the cave trembled. Jinho immediately pointed at Jinwu. We should leave. Drippy Wu glanced at the boss's corpse, debating its disposal. Meanwhile, Tusk casually emerged from the gate, hoisting the dead Naga like a grocery bag. As they stepped out, reporters completely lost it, snapping pictures of the summoned beasts and the boss's corpse. The sheer flex of walking out with it like a trophy sent the crowd into a frenzy. Chief Wu, on the other hand, looked like he had survived an apocalypse. His hands were still trembling as he sank into the chairman's office chair, trying to collect his thoughts. What I saw, it wasn't a raid. It was a complete massacre, he stammered, his voice still shaking as he recounted every brutal detail. From the way the summoned shadows moved with surgical precision to how Jinwu himself never even broke a sweat while mowing through hordes of monsters. The chairman absorbed every word, his face a mask of calm. But inside, the gears were turning. Hunters across Korea, no, across the entire globe, were about to witness a seismic shift in power. A single S-rank hunter, accompanied by a handful of shadows, had just redefined the threshold of what was possible. The magnitude of it left him feeling both awestruck and alarmed. Meanwhile, in Japan, the sky seemed to shatter. A massive red gate tore open the heavens, emanating a malevolent aura so intense that it seemed to ripple across entire cities. The sudden appearance of the S-rank dungeon triggered panic nationwide. Every major guild received emergency summons, and the streets were filled with whispers of impending doom. Even veteran guild members of the Draw Sword Guild, known for their stoicism, looked tense as they made their way to the meeting room. As they entered, low murmurs swirled about President Matsumoto Shigeo's inability to handle the situation without Goto Ryuji. People found the president's floundering strangely amusing. The Hunters Association had long monopolized S-rank hunters, and now for once they were exposed to the same vulnerability as everyone else. Rumors quickly began circulating that the guild could lose its top ranking in Japan. Sugimoto overheard the chatter, his eyes narrowing into death rays that made even the most reckless whisperers rethink their life choices. The instant his glare landed on them, the whisperers froze mid-step, backing away like children caught in a lightning storm. Minoru exhaled heavily, muttering about how no one dared to speak like this when Goto Fraud had been alive. Kanai leaned over and noted that the Black Tiger Guild and Snow Cloud Guild were rumored to be merging, potentially creating a team with 4 S-rank hunters, capable of rivaling draw sword numbers. Sugimoto remained unimpressed, dismissing the notion with a flick of his hand. Weaklings with S-rank titles are still weak, he muttered. Across the government, the scene was chaos. Officials demanded answers for why the Hunters Association hadn't acted swiftly on the S-rank gate in Tokyo. Was there a plan, or were they just letting the country get annihilated? Matsumoto Shigeo had no choice but to admit that the existing S-rank hunters were insufficient to handle an S-rank gate without mobilizing national-level forces. Someone quickly suggested calling Thomas Andre the American national-level hunter, but the financial cost was astronomical. On top of that, the worldwide spike in gates meant every nation was hoarding mercenary hunters for themselves, leaving Japan completely short on options. The room went silent, tension thick enough to choke on, until Sugimoto casually mentioned one man who might help. for the right price. Meanwhile, Drippy Woo, chilling in his car, was already calculating stats like a true min-maxer. Level 101. He'd unlocked the key to the Kartanon Temple at level 100, and now all his job-specific skills had received a significant power boost. Naturally, his mind was racing ahead, already scheming for what level 102 might bring. Every calculation, every stat increase, was another step closer to making his family untouchable. As he stepped from his car, Mommy Cha appeared in the parking lot. The moment she spotted him, she spun on her heel and started walking away. Without missing a beat, Jin-Woo blinked out of existence and reappeared next to her, the teleportation signature instantly recognizable. "Where are you running?" he asked, his tone calm but pointed. "If you didn't want to deal with me, why even come to my office?" Flustered, Mommy Cha stammered an excuse about her car still being parked there. But Drippy Woo knew better. He remembered how last time he had yanked her across the city via shadow exchange, preventing her from taking it. She then got serious, lowering her voice and asking if he had time to talk. "What about?" he asked casually. She mentioned a message left by Min Byung-gu. Drippy Woo's eyes narrowed immediately. The mention of that name always drew attention. She explained that while she was unconscious on Jeju Island, drifting in darkness, a hand had reached out to pull her from the void. It had been Min Byung-gu. They spoke briefly. He remarked on his new position as Drippy Woo's subordinate, and then warned Mommy Cha about the true extent of Drippy Woo's powers. Overwhelming, frightening, and far beyond anything Jin-Woo could yet comprehend. He had tried to elaborate on the true nature of Drippy Woo's army, but vanished before finishing his warning. Later, Drippy Woo sat alone in a dungeon, deep in thought, the weight of every warning pressing down. The power he now wielded wasn't just immense, it was unprecedented. Understanding the source, the scope, and the consequences of his abilities wasn't just a matter of curiosity, it was necessary. Every new shadow, every stat increase, every ability unlocked was another step toward ensuring he and his family could survive the chaos that was rapidly approaching. And somewhere in the back of his mind, one chilling truth remained. This was only the beginning. This wasn't just about grinding levels anymore. Whatever Jin-Woo was standing on now went far beyond simple numbers and stat screens. Jin-Ho, sitting beside him, clearly didn't share that realization yet. He groaned like a bored kid stuck on a road trip, whining about why they even bothered showing up in person when the Shadow Army could bulldoze everything without breaking a sweat. Drippy Woo shook his head slowly, already used to this nonsense. "These idiots need supervision," he replied flatly, making it clear that unattended shadows plus clueless humans was a disaster waiting to happen. Jin-Ho shifted gears and asked about his sister. Rizzy-Woo explained that Gina was doing fine after the school dungeon break, but the doctors had insisted she take proper rest. Naturally, Jin-Woo didn't trust proper rest to chance, so he stationed his most trusted shadows to guard her around the clock. That last level up hadn't just been a stat boost either. One of the upgrades was shared senses, a terrifyingly convenient ability that allowed Jin-Woo to see, hear, and perceive the world directly through his shadows. Curious, he activated shadow vision. His perspective instantly switched to Baru's eyes, and what he saw made him sigh deeply. Baru was sprawled out like he paid rent, watching TV while Gina slept peacefully on the couch. My glorious king stared, unimpressed, wondering if this was really Baru's taste in entertainment. Of course it had to be some over-the-top historical drama. He squinted at the screen. Is this why that dramatic aunt started talking like she's from the Joseon era? Deciding that was enough of that, he checked on the others. His mother was out grocery shopping, perfectly safe. Baek Yoon-ho and Choi Jong-in were bickering like an old married couple, as usual. Then he switched to Mommy Cha and immediately regretted it. She was in the shower. Sung Pervy-woo instantly cut the connection like his life depended on it. Jin-Ho, completely unaware of the crime he had just narrowly avoided witnessing, asked if Jin-Woo had nodded off. Rizzy-Woo didn't answer. He was too busy mentally screaming and scheduling an apology in advance. Maybe lunch, a really expensive lunch. Trying to change the subject before his brain imploded, Jin-Ho asked if Jin-Woo had heard about the massive S-rank gate that popped up in Shinjuku. Less than 3 days until a dungeon break. The Japanese government was in full panic mode, calling in anyone with a pulse and a license. Jin-Ho asked if they had contacted him. Drippy Woo nodded. They had. But he had something far more important to deal with. Before Jin-Ho could ask what that meant, Jin-Woo's gaze drifted to the key in his hand. The truth behind his power was close. Uncomfortably close. With only 1 day left on the timer, answers were coming whether he liked it or not. Meanwhile, over in Japan, the circus had already begun. Yuri Orlov, Russia's strongest hunter, introduced himself to Sugimoto like he owned the building. From the moment he opened his mouth, arrogance poured out nonstop. He proudly declared himself the greatest support-type hunter in the world, then mocked the Draw Sword Guild's situation. He asked bluntly if Japan really only had 6 S-rank hunters to deal with this disaster. Sugimoto confirmed it. Most of their high-rank hunters were stretched thin handling A-rank gates nationwide. Even Draw Sword had been forced to send 3 and leave 1 behind. Yuri scoffed, calling it pathetic, before casually dropping his price. He would hold the gate back for $3.6 billion a year, $10 million a day. Sugimoto froze. Yuri just smirked and added that compared to Thomas Andre's absurd 36 trillion price tag, he was practically a bargain. Minoru leaned toward Kinzaki and whispered what the hell the drunk was saying. Kinzaki, who actually understood Russian, hesitated before admitting that, whatever it was, it definitely wasn't good. Yuri then twisted the knife further, asking if Japan was trying to save their country or just protect their wallets. He added a few extra insults for flavor. Minoru snapped, asking if he'd just been disrespected. Kinzaki confirmed that even without understanding every word, the message was painfully clear. Before anyone could react, a magical barrier slammed down around them. They couldn't move. Yuri grinned, telling them they wouldn't be taking a single step without his permission. Minoru struggled, stunned. How was an S-rank hunter like him getting locked down this easily? Yuri turned back to Sugimoto and promised to stop the S-rank gate. He'd even release them afterward, free of charge. Sugimoto had no choice. He agreed, but insisted on making one phone call first. Back in Korea, my glorious king was preparing to enter the double dungeon. His mother gently asked if she should worry. He smiled and told her it was just an appointment. The moment the key's timer expired, the location revealed itself. Jinwoo's mood instantly shifted. The gate was at Gina's school. He moved without hesitation. When he arrived, Hunter Association agents were already guarding the area. Jinwoo asked how long the gate had been there. He replied, 3 days. It was labeled C rank. The assault squad had entered 2 hours ago. That was all he needed to hear. His aura sharpened instantly. He ordered them to call the squad back immediately. If they stayed inside, they would die. Before anyone could argue, Jinwoo stepped forward and declared he would bring them back himself. Inside the gate, the assault squad had already pushed deep into the dungeon, completely unaware that they were walking straight into a nightmare. The assault squad had finally reached the boss room, yet the massive door refused to budge. Debate and muttering erupted among them as everyone tried to figure out the next move. Was it a trap, a puzzle, or some cursed mechanism waiting to kill them all? Suddenly, a calm, unnerving voice sliced through the commotion from behind. It's a trap. The hunters spun around instinctively, hands on weapons, ready to strike. Their target, a man standing there like he owned the dungeon, Jinwoo. Suspicion etched on one hunter's face. He finally demanded, "Who the hell are you? What are you doing here?" My glorious king answered with that signature, unbothered smirk, letting the words do the heavy lifting. "I'm a survivor of a double dungeon." The words hit like a hammer. Some of the hunters immediately connected the dots. "Wait, aren't you that new S-rank hunter from Korea?" Jinwoo didn't say a word, simply walked up to the sealed door. A system notification appeared above it. "The gate to the Kartanon Temple is currently locked. Please insert the key." He pulled out the temple key, noting the subtle difference from last time, and inserted it. The door creaked open like it was groaning under the weight of decades, revealing a chamber that left the hunters gaping in disbelief. They had thrown everything at it before, yet the dungeon hadn't even flinched. One hunter, puffing up with misplaced bravado, stepped forward and declared, "This dungeon is property of the Dragon Guild. You may be an S-rank, but you can't just—" Jinwoo interrupted casually, his voice slicing through the bravado like a blade. "I won't stop you. Anyone who wants to enter, feel free." The bravest of the bunch stepped in immediately, eager to prove himself. Almost immediately, the system pinged Jinwoo. "An individual without the temple key has entered. Access denied." Before the hunter could react, a stone statue materialized from the shadows, swinging a sword the size of a car door. Jinwoo moved with unthinkable speed, yanking the hunter back and saving him in the nick of time. His eyes swept across the room, icy and calculating. "Every monster in this dungeon is like that. You still want to go in?" He then turned to the remaining assault squad, issuing the next orders with calm authority. "Call the Hunter Association. Tell them a double dungeon has appeared." And then he paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "We handle this ourselves." Without another word, he stepped through the gate. The door slammed behind him with a deafening echo, sealing him inside. The moment he entered, the chamber lit up with a dim, eerie glow. Shadows stretched unnaturally across the room, and dozens of stone statues stood motionless, like guardians frozen in time. At the center, a single figure sat, surrounded by the silent, unmoving minions. Jinwoo's eyes scanned the room, taking everything in. He muttered under his breath, almost to himself, "This is where it all began, but it feels different now. Something's changed." Focusing on the statues, he noted subtle patterns in their arrangement, their postures, the faint glow of mana. "These aren't monsters or living beings. Puppets," he whispered, his tone grim. "And there's only one hand pulling the strings." Locking his gaze on the source, he demanded, voice sharp and commanding, "Won't you speak? Why remain silent?" The silence shattered as one winged statue's eyes gleamed with a cold, unnatural light. A grin spread across its stony face as it spoke, voice echoing like metal grinding on stone. "At last, you have arrived." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Drippy-Woo was occupied with his own side quest in Japan. At the same time, the walking magical battery Yuri Orlov, had just touched down at the airport. Reporters swarmed him like he was the hottest idol in the world, cameras flashing incessantly. Ignoring them, he faced the barrage of questions head-on. How will you block the S-rank gate? Can you really hold it solo? Cool and composed, Yuri explained his plan. He would carve a massive magic circle around the gate, pour in his mana, and trap whatever was inside. Alone, he couldn't maintain a barrier indefinitely, but with strategically placed mana crystals around Tokyo, the circle would siphon energy and evolve into an unbreakable seal. Staring into the cameras, he issued a bold, ego-fueled promise. I'm going to save your lives. Remember that. Back in Korea, Chairman Go Gun-hee exhaled deeply. Unsure if Yuri could pull it off, he knew exactly what failure would mean. Turning to Woo Jin-chul, he asked for a status update on My Glorious King. Wu reported that Drippy Woo was in Seoul, farming gates at an insane speed. The Ajin Guild had filed permits on multiple gates, some in territories managed by the White Tiger Hunters and Fiend Guilds, a recipe for diplomatic disaster. Despite the potential chaos, the chairman approved everything. Before leaving, Wu took a call. Another gate had appeared at a school previously devastated by orcs. Initially thought minor, it was hiding a double dungeon. More importantly, My Glorious King had already entered. Inside the death trap, Jin Woo now stood before the living statue. The statue shattered a massive stone slab with a single motion and said, voice booming, I see you finally made it this far. Jin Woo asked, almost rhetorically, if it was necessary to destroy the slab in such a dramatic fashion. The statue, grin unshaken, replied, the commandments once mattered, but now they are irrelevant. Jin Woo's eyes narrowed. The game had begun, and the rules were changing, whether this ancient puppet liked it or not. My Glorious King narrowed his eyes, staring straight at the statue and demanded, who are you? His voice echoed through the chamber. Were you the one who dragged me into this nightmare? The statue answered in the most infuriatingly cryptic way possible, its stone lips curling slightly. Yes, but you are asking the wrong question. It leaned forward just enough to feel condescending. Instead of asking who I am, you should be asking who you are. Before Drippy Woo could tell this rock cosplay enthusiast to stop talking like a fortune cookie, the statue cut him off. The final test begins now. If you are still standing when it ends, I will tell you everything. The air shifted instantly. The statues surrounding him began to move, their heavy footsteps echoing as they advanced with mechanical precision, like murder machines running preloaded software. Pure instinct kicked in. My Glorious King reached for his shadows. Snap. The being snapped its fingers and everything stopped. That won't do, it said coldly. This is a test. No cheating. Its voice dropped lower. Your little minions mean nothing to me. I am only interested in you. As if the universe wanted to rub salt in the wound, a system message appeared. No potions, no items, no quest rewards, no status recovery. Leaving is prohibited until the test concludes. Drippy Woo exhaled slowly. So that's how you want to play it. Right on cue, a stone statue lunged at him, swinging a weapon the size of a refrigerator. But Jin Woo was already moving. His mind raced. Inventory still works. No summons, no buffs, no safety net, just raw stats and hands rated E for everyone. He caught the blade mid-swing with one hand like it was a cheap prop, shattered it effortlessly, and for maximum disrespect, grabbed one half of the broken sword and launched it straight into the statue's face. The impact cracked stone, but the thing didn't fall. It reached up, trying to yank the shard out of its skull. Big mistake. Drippy Woo was already airborne. His foot slammed into the embedded blade, driving it deeper as the statue collapsed into rubble beneath him. That's when the rest of the statues collectively realized they weren't the boss fight. They were the tutorial enemies. They rushed him, hoping numbers would save them. It didn't. Jin Woo flowed between their attacks like living shadow. Every movement sharp, efficient, and brutal. He leapt, dagger flashing, and drove it clean through another statue's head, reducing it to debris. His gaze snapped toward an archer statue foolish enough to believe distance meant safety. An arrow screamed through the air. He sliced it in half mid-flight. Then, because why not, kicked one of the broken pieces straight back. It smashed through the archer's face, detonating stone everywhere. Every strike was deliberate, every kill surgical. From above, the floating entity observed silently before speaking again. To achieve this much with the body of a human, impressive. Jin Woo didn't slow down. What once looked like teleportation was now just controlled dominance. He could keep going. He would keep going. The entity smirked. Remarkable growth, but it is far too early for this to end. A deep rumble shook the chamber. The remaining statues froze, as if acknowledging something far more terrifying. Slowly, My Glorious King turned. A colossal stone behemoth rose into view, dwarfing everything he'd faced so far. The entity's voice echoed darkly. Now, it is time to worship the god. Scene shift. Chairman Go Gun-hee was sitting in his office, ready to enjoy a rare moment of peace, when Japan showed up with desperation in one hand and a suitcase of bribes in the other. Matsumoto Shigeo slid a contract across the table. The message was simple. Take all the Jeju Island essence stones. We're broke. We're terrified. Please send the Aura Farmer. Gunhee skimmed it once and shut it down immediately. Sung Jinwoo is not affiliated with the Hunter Association. You can't order him. Matsumoto nodded. I know. I only want you to arrange a meeting. Gunhee almost laughed. No nation throws this much money around just to talk. Then it clicked. Goto Ryuji was dead. Japan's defenses were now made of hopes and prayers. Matsumoto tried to keep up appearances, but Gunhee had no patience left. He dismissed the translators, switched to fluent Japanese, and leaned forward. Drop the act. You think I don't know the Blade Guild ghosted you? The words landed hard. After Goto died, they stopped taking your money and went independent. He tapped the paperwork. Your entire system is collapsing. Your grip on your hunters is weaker than a level 1 stepping into an S-rank dungeon. Then Gunhee made it personal. He placed a recording device on the table, the same type used by Goto's team. This has been feeding intel straight to you. His aura flared as he interrogated Matsumoto, whose expression now looked like someone just leaked his entire search history. Gunhee crushed the device in one hand. The table shattered beneath it. For a moment, it looked like he might test how durable Matsumoto's spine was. Instead, he leaned in and said quietly, if Tokyo gets wiped by that gate, your head will roll. And when the world asks who ruined Japan, the answer will be you. But Gunhee wasn't about to get petty for petty's sake. One man's blunder wasn't going to burn down an entire country. He silently thanked the Aura Farmer for keeping Asia from turning into a dumpster fire of mana and chaos. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Jinwoo wasn't taking a breather. Stone statues continued marching like they were auditioning for a demolition crew, each one swinging massive limbs and weapons that could crush a car. The big guy at the back, eyes glowing red, wasn't even subtle. It charged like the embodiment of a boss fight warning, beams slicing the air with enough force to vaporize a minor city. Jinwoo analyzed instantly. Dodge wasn't an option. Instead, he used Commander's Touch, lifting a couple of statues to build a makeshift meat shield. The beam tore through like paper. The floor under him cracked under the shockwave, barely giving him a moment to breathe. A direct hit? BBQ'd Wu, no question. Commander's authority received its final upgrade mid-chaos, but he barely had time to appreciate it. He glanced at the towering menace and decided first the god, then the rest. Drippy Wu dipped forward, feet slamming the stone floor so hard it fractured like credit scores during tax season. The statue paused, smug, thinking it had him cornered. But before it could finish charging, Jinwoo blinked and reappeared behind it with Monarch's domain layered on top. Gravity bent to his will like a piece of clay. He barely even touched his mana pool, but the results were catastrophic. Mountains could have been tossed as easily as pebbles. He unleashed mutilation, dagger first, aiming for its face. The Demon King daggers barely nicked the stone, and his frustration bubbled over. No finesse, no subtlety, pure raw muscle. He slammed his fist down at a vulnerable crack in the head, hammering like he was trying to split a coconut for the entire kingdom to see. The statue flinched as if it had just realized its insurance premium had doubled overnight. From above, the winged floating entity gawked. He went caveman on my precious stone buddy. And it works? Incredible. Jinwoo didn't stop. He turned the oversized statue into rubble, slammed it into the floor, and immediately jumped into the swarm of baby statues. Dominator's Touch flattened them like pancakes in one devastating sweep. Dust settled. He turned, eyes locking on the floating problem above. Who thought they could slow clap in his dungeon? After wiping out the stone army, he expected dialogue, or at least some kind of acknowledgement. But Bird Boy, the so-called architect, smiled smugly. Not done yet. Final test timer, 10 minutes. Fail, and your heart stops. The air grew thick. Jinwoo's aura flared. Who even are you? The emo pigeon descended, wings folding into grotesque fist-like shapes. I am the architect of the system. Satisfied? Outside, Wu Jinchul arrived like Fast and Furious. S-rank edition, 7 elite hunters in tow. But the second they stepped near the gate, the mana hit them like a tidal wave. Cold, ancient, and almost alive. Wu paused, looked at his men, and asked, "Y'all feel that? This isn't normal. This is god level." The Hunter Guild lineup was ready, with names that could make kingdoms quake. Mami Cha, Choi Jong, all primed for war. Inside the dungeon, Jin Wu, still covered in sweat and swag, wasn't getting a breather. The emo cherub himself, the architect, launched him backward like a ragdoll mod. His feathery wings warped and twisted, reshaping into arms and fists that fired off faster than common sense. Jin Wu braced himself because apparently today was punch day. The architect chased him down with a flurry of blows like Jinwoo owed the system 3 years of unpaid child support. Yet even while on the defensive, Jinwoo didn't crumble. That alone made the architect freeze mid-combo, eyes wide like, hold on, that wasn't in the code. Jinwoo returned the favor by blasting him back with a brutal counterpunch. One so disrespectful, it sent the architect recoiling like he'd just opened an IRS audit notice addressed to him. Instead of getting mad or scared, the architect giggled like a malfunctioning supervillain. Well, maybe humans aren't complete garbage, he purred. Jinwoo immediately clocked that this celestial goth genuinely underestimated him. You thought he'd crash at level 100? Buddy, this isn't a mobile game. Hungry for answers, Jinwoo demanded to know why he'd been chosen, why the system existed, and what brand of apocalypse was preparing to stroll through the world. The architect just smirked and dropped a line colder than outer space. Maybe you think killing me will cost you those answers. He slowly walked forward. Jinwoo took distance, activating Commander's touch, hoping for ranged control. But the architect read him like a grocery list and detonated an AoE blast that screamed, "No zoning allowed." Turns out this Mothman possessed the same hacks as the king, meaning ranged combat was basically disabled. The winged psycho encouraged him to go all out, promising that killing him wouldn't stop the truth. "You'll receive the answers either way," he boasted. Jinwoo demanded to know how he could design something like the system, and why Jinwoo was the chosen one. But then came the twist. "I didn't choose you," the architect confessed. "I was against it from the beginning. The system chose you itself." 6 minutes left on the death timer. No more warm-up punches. The architect floated upward, ascending like a divine raid boss, about to switch to Phase 2. Jinwoo's instincts exploded awake. His body moved before thought, Ultra Instinct-style dodges, weaving through blows like he'd trained for this moment his whole life. The architect, stunned, whispered internally, "How? I'm using full force, and he's not just blocking, he's countering." Then came the disrespect. Jinwoo sliced clean through the architect's arm without hesitation. The architect stuttered, shocked that despite inhabiting a constructed body, the pain still hit. And worse, the thing buried inside Jinwoo, the reason he had been selected, began stirring. The architect exploded in rage. "How dare a human injure me?" With a scream, he summoned every stone soldier in sight. Black Friday rushed toward aisle 5. 3 minutes left. Jinwoo surged forward, shadows bursting, weapons tearing through the air, authority warping space. This wasn't a test anymore. This was a battlefield. A stone fist the size of a delivery truck missed Jinwoo by a pixel. He slipped past reality and decapitated another arm like a Fruit Ninja combo streak. The architect hurled him into a wall, but Jinwoo barely flinched. That was because his old trauma lumbered into view. The same stone guardian that once put him in a coma had returned. Jinwoo greeted it with unfiltered revenge. One devastating blow obliterated it, crushing stone and ego alike. 2 minutes on the clock. Jinwoo turned toward the architect, channeling every last ounce of power into a final assault. The explosion that followed looked like Michael Bay gained access to divine special effects. When the dust cleared, the architect lay collapsed. Jinwoo stood firm, radiating final boss energy. The architect rasped that Jinwoo's answers lay within himself. Jinwoo internally grumbled, "Great, a cryptic fortune cookie quest." A system prompt appeared. Retrieve data? He hesitated, but clicked yes. Reality warped. His consciousness dissolved. Light twisted. Space folded. And suddenly, Jinwoo drifted in ghost form over a battlefield that looked like Elden Ring DLC. Below, countless races lined up. Goblins, giants, ice elves. An army united, staring upward. Floating above them was a massive cosmic gate radiating final chapter energy. Jinwoo knew immediately. If these creatures stepped through into the human world, humanity was done. Then silver warriors descended, celestial soldiers with radiant wings and blades sharper than tax fraud loopholes. They carved through the monster army like a divine slaughterhouse. Then everything froze. The Shadow Monarch finally descended. His presence warped gravity, his authority swallowing the field. He activated his domain. Shadows erupted. Corpses rose. The dead returned. An undead legion fueled by rage and smoke. The Silver Warriors were overwhelmed. One swing from the monarch felt like reality folding. The battlefield bent beneath his dominion. Shadow soldiers died, revived, an endless horror loop. Jinwoo watched the cloaked figure stride through carnage like boredom incarnate, slicing divine beings apart as if filing paperwork. Just when victory seemed imminent, plot armor whispered, "Not yet." Back in the double dungeon, Woo Jin Chul arrived with Korea's Avengers, Mommy Cha and Pretty Boy Choi. But the second they sensed the mana leaking from the chamber, everyone froze. Cha's instincts flared. This energy wasn't Jinwoo's. Inside, shattered stone statues lay scattered across the room like divine leftovers from a tantrum. Woo Jin Chul stared, remembering Jinwoo's warnings about the double dungeon, whispering, trembling. So, it was all real. A chilling voice seeped through the air. "I don't recall inviting humans into this place." The hunters snapped their attention upward, shocked that a monster could speak human language, and now understood this was no ordinary dungeon. The architect waltzed in like he was auditioning for the villain lead in a Broadway musical, and immediately snapped, "Quiet! How dare you wake the king from his nap?" The hunters froze mid-breath, blinking at each other, wondering which king this dude was talking about. Did he summon Dracula in the corner or something? Then their eyes landed on him. Rizzy Wu, not dead, not moving, just standing there like a buffering apocalypse, radiating that "don't even think about it" boss energy. And just like that, chaos erupted. The architect shot through the hunters like a blender plugged directly into a caffeine IV. Two unlucky souls didn't make it past the opening credits. He yelled something about humans being perfect offerings, and suddenly everyone remembered they'd skipped their will writing appointments. Meanwhile, Rizzy Wu was off in his own cinematic universe. His mind had gone full Netflix original, watching portals open like VIP entrances, and the Council of Villains marching in with monarch armies as if this were the halftime show of hell. Quaratia, the Plague Monarch, Baran, the Demon King, Raycon, the Beast Monarch, and a zoo's worth of nightmare CEOs assembled like they were trying out for a corporate horror anthology. The Beast Monarch even sent his oversized wolf snarling in glorious high definition, probably to remind everyone that CGI level pets still bite. The monarchs lined up like a board meeting gone very, very wrong, and Shadow Daddy was about to drop the mic. Back in the dungeon, it was absolute hell. Hunters were scrambling like ants in a heat wave, and Choi was screaming orders as if his life depended on it, because it did. The healer was busy patching up the wounded, while the architect monologued like he had plot armor stitched into his veins. "Survive," he said smugly, "and you'll witness the king's rebirth." Then the big guy stirred, shooting lasers like a sun lamp on steroids, trying to incinerate everyone in sight. Choi warned, "Watch out, that oversized boulder's moving, and it's not in a good mood." Discounted Inez tried to play hero with some firepower, making a diversion, while Jinchul punched a statue like it owed him money, but immediately realized that these stone jerks were harder than a final exam in calculus. Choi intervened with a fireball, yelling caution. Physical attacks barely scratched them, and magic? Ha, forget it. Mommy Cha was sweating too. She whispered to Choi that Haunt's skill wasn't doing squat. In short, nothing in their arsenal was working. Yep, they'd hit the ultimate try everything, fail everything checkpoint. Discounted Inez, realizing they were basically auditioning for the role of Snack in this horror show, thought maybe it was time to wake Jinwoo, their only hope of surviving this nightmare. But the stone statues had other ideas, stopping the fireball mid-flight. Then one flexed its aura and charged at Choi, all offended that someone dared attack the king while he was sleeping. The hunters told Mommy Cha to try holding the line while she woke their king, because clearly this was a multitasking day. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was still in the dream realm, watching Shadow Daddy go full action hero. Comparing himself to this guy? Forget it. He didn't even register on the same power scale. Shadow Daddy was moving like he had a cheat code plugged in, obliterating monsters and silver soldiers alike, and Jinwoo was trying to take notes, mentally screaming, "How the hell am I supposed to compete with this?" Then realization hit like a truck. The silver soldiers in play had betrayed Shadow Daddy. Oh boy. Humans, monsters, and betrayal. Today's forecast was guaranteed chaos. Shadow Daddy stormed up to Baran, the Demon King, and demanded an explanation. Baran, apparently auditioning for most obnoxious monster ever, smirked and spat random nonsense in monster language. Shadow Daddy's eyes screamed murder, repeating the question with lethal intent. Baran, blissfully unaware, kept talking nonsense, pissing Shadow Daddy off even more. Shadow Daddy grabbed Baran with Commander's touch, squeezing his skull like it was a stress ball during audit season. Pop. Just like opening a soda can, Baran's helmet and skull were yeeted from existence. Deleted. Gone. Rizuwu's POV was now fully in play. He saw Baran's demise from inside the action cam. No lag, no vision filter, just raw villain juice reality. Then it got even stranger. Rizuwu's chest was pounding, like dual processors running at max. Two heartbeats echoed. One was his own. The other pulsed with something ancient, alien, uncomfortably powerful. As he processed this power-up DLC-level fever dream, more silver soldiers poured in from the gate. The system hit him with a notification. Playback ended. Back in the dungeon, the architect, aka Birdbrain, grinned like a cat who found a laser pointer amusing for the second time today. He looked at Mommy Cha, muttered, "Interesting one," then flipped his manic switch. He demanded she push beyond her design. Mommy Cha, unbothered, activated her sword dance, prepared to shred or be shredded. Birdbrain lost it immediately. Clashing swords with Mommy Cha, she stepped back, impressed she hadn't lost a limb yet. He pointed his blade and taunted, "Is that all you've got?" Then he dropped a line so extra even Aizen would blink. "Everything is going according to plan." Choi wanted to rush over and protect her, but Birdbrain was busy bragging about his system, claiming it could predict and counter everything. Basically, Big Brother meets villain cosplay. Watching the hunters flail like penguins in a tornado, the architect scoffed, "Pathetic. You think your little toys and sad attempts can dismantle my masterpiece?" By now, he'd gotten bored enough to actually step in himself. He fired off a fireball, which landed about as impressively as a wet balloon in a hurricane, and yelled at Mommy Cha that if they wanted to leave in one piece, they had better wake up my glorious king pronto. Birdbrain's attention snapped toward her like a cat spotting a laser pointer, and Mommy Cha sprinted to wake her husband. The architect, not even noticing Choi standing there, immediately went after her. He slammed the floor with enough force to make tectonic plates nervous. Mommy Cha barely dodged, and even bruised and battered, she pulled it off. The architect blinked. Impressed? Slightly. That's when he noticed a shadow lurking beside her. Rules of the dungeon meant it couldn't fully emerge, but the existence alone piqued his curiosity. "What's your relationship with my glorious king?" he asked Mommy Cha, intrigued. Without missing a beat, she replied, "Friend, I came to save him." Fearless and utterly unflinching, her answer made the architect smirk. This one was ripe for a lifetime of trauma. "Today," he said, voice dripping with glee, "a great monarch shall descend upon this world. You will witness it, assuming everyone here dies first." By now, the giant stone statues had crushed most of the hunters, and the scene looked grim. He opened his beak for another dramatic speech, but finally the king had had enough. From the shadows, Jinwoo rose, hard, pulverizing. He punched Birdbrain with enough force to make next Tuesday worry about its structural integrity. The architect slammed into the ground, and Jinwoo demanded answers about what the hell had been done to his body. The other hunters gawked, mouths open like they'd stumbled onto a live-action tutorial in god-tier beatdowns. Even Mommy Cha's cheeks were faintly red. Embarrassment? Awe? Probably both. Jinwoo pinned Birdbrain, pressing a foot onto his smug little beak until it shattered like cheap porcelain. The architect gasped, horror spreading across his twisted features. You're not the king I expected." Jinwoo said nothing, letting the silence speak volumes. The architect, desperate for any shred of control, asked how Jinwoo had regained consciousness with a black heart embedded in him. Jinwoo, feeling the god-tier mana surging through every vein, realized the truth. This was the Black Heart's doing. A system panel confirmed it casually, as if announcing the weather. Mana, plus 100,000. Birdbrain's face contorted in panic. Jinwoo, recalling the system's recall data, realized the jigsaw puzzle was still missing pieces. He demanded answers. What was a player? What had Birdbrain's twisted plan actually been? But the architect was busy losing his mind, screaming about how Shadow Daddy had double-crossed him. Done with the theatrics, Jinwoo summoned his daggers, pinning Birdbrain further into the ground. The architect, attempting a last-ditch smug moment, sneered, "If you kill me, your statues won't stop." Jinwoo, dead-eyed and exasperated, replied simply, "Then I'll kill your statues too." Birdbrain sputtered, claiming he was essential to the system. But Jinwoo shut him down cold. One moron's death wouldn't collapse the system. Without hesitation, Jinwoo seized control of the system. Birdbrain, horrified, tried to use his admin access, but the system ignored him. Jinwoo now commanded it. Watching the architect's dignity evaporate, Jinwoo smirked. "Once I thought I needed the system as much as it needed me. Now, I'll devour it whole." He mocked Birdbrain one final time. "Your design? Flawed." Then, activating Mutilate, Jinwoo diced the architect into tiny pieces. Each slice a symphony of absolute dominance. Bleeding out, Birdbrain croaked one last prophecy about fiery pillars and Jinwoo's death. "Jinwoo?" He smiled. "Bring it on," he said, utterly unbothered. Outside, the association members waited. The elite hunters had been in the dungeon for an hour, and the silence was stretching longer than a filler arc in One Piece. Just as the tension was about to warrant group therapy, the hunters staggered back, looking like they'd been run through a meat grinder on expert difficulty. Even the elite squads appeared one sneeze from collapse. Officials blinked, thinking, wait, what the actual hell happened in there? Wu Jinchul marched up to the Bravery Guild members. "Move the bodies," he said. Shocked, traumatized, and far too busy questioning life choices, they complied like NPCs accepting a quest they didn't want. Through the chaos, Jinwoo emerged, calm, lost in thought. The system architect was gone, but the answers he sought still hadn't arrived. Wu Jinchul pulled him aside, explaining that nearly 20 top-ranked hunters had been turned into human-bagged corpses today. If this had been a dungeon break, the city would have been serving monster meat for breakfast. He asked how Jinwoo even knew about the double dungeon. Jinwoo shrugged. "It summoned me," he said, as casually as if explaining the weather. Finding Jinwoo's answer odd, Jinchul squinted at him. "Wait, you mean to say this message only exists in your head?" Jinwoo shrugged, clearly not impressed with human limitations, and told him that, yes, unfortunately, telepathy hadn't made it to S-rank hunters yet. Jinchul, wisely deciding not to dig further, just nodded. Sometimes curiosity is deadly. It was clear to everyone now. Jinwoo wasn't fabricating stories. Mommy Cha slid into view, concern plastered across her face, checking if the king was okay. "I'm fine," Jinwoo mumbled. But the combined exhaustion of everything, Shadow Daddy, the architect, and every godforsaken statue, hit him like a truck. He collapsed, landing in a heap that might have qualified as a softcore seismic event. Meanwhile, across the sea in Japan, a completely different brand of chaos was setting up. Trucks stacked high with mana crystals were barreling toward the S-rank gate, like someone had decided to summon Cthulhu using Amazon Prime same-day delivery. Yuri Orlov, standing there with the smug arrogance of a man who's never had a deadline or consequence, announced that 200,000 tons of mana crystals should be enough to fire up the magic circle he'd so painstakingly crafted. The moment the circle activated, the barrier began slurping up magic like a vacuum in overdrive. But Yuri paused. Something was off. One of his lackeys asked if everything was okay. Yuri gave them the kind of smirk that screamed, "Everything's fine, except the end of humanity might be in 5 minutes." When they pressed for clarification on who might be the problem, Yuri casually said, "I never said it was a person." From a nearby rooftop, a figure observed the scene like the early spawn of a final boss, Song Il-hwan. His smirk practically radiated, knowing disaster was assembling itself with all the elegance of a bull in a china shop. Down below, Kenna whispered nervously to Sugimoto, asking why the military was deploying tanks when bullets were about as effective against monsters as a wet tissue. Sugimoto, staring at the gate like it personally owed him money, deadpanned, "If Yuri fails, these pawns, soldiers, need to stall the monsters just long enough for the hunters to prep." Kana realized the grim truth. The soldiers weren't a fighting force. They were bait, sacrificial lambs for a dinner table of monsters. Sugimoto, eyes locked on the gate, muttered grimly, "This isn't a battle. It's a funeral march where humanity flexes just how fragile it really is," probably prompting God to mutter, "Good luck, idiots." Meanwhile, Yuri Orlov, drunk on his own hubris, was busy convincing himself that he could solo an S-rank gate. His little superhero alter ego even had a name picked out, the man who cleared an S-rank gate alone. He popped open a bottle with the kind of swagger reserved for someone pretending they aren't internally wetting themselves. Just as he raised it in a self-congratulatory toast, the man behind him, whose only function seemed to be stating obvious warnings, muttered, "Might not be the wisest choice, sir." Yuri waved him off, promising the best show this side of hell. "By the way," he asked casually, "how many S-rank hunters do we have on standby?" The agent replied, 15. Yuri nodded as if 15 hunters were enough to casually run interference for a literal apocalypse. And then the gate cracked. The Japanese S-rank gate began to fracture as if whispering, "Not today, Yuri." Back in Korea, Jinwoo snapped awake in a hospital bed, every muscle screaming rebellion, and his body felt heavier than existential dread at 3 a.m. He blinked groggily, eyes landing on Jin-ho, who immediately burst into tears. Jinwoo, with the emotional subtlety of a brick wall, cut to business. "How's the S-rank gate in Japan?" No greetings, no pleasantries, just business. The memory rewound. Back to the nightmare day, the dungeon break went nuclear. Giants, massive, terrifying enough to make A-rank dungeon bosses look like stuffed toys, poured through the gates. Even the bravest hunters wondered if rolling on the ground and hoping for mercy was a viable option. Yuri, thinking he had pressed the God Mode button, unleashed his mana crystal-powered barrier. For a brief, glorious moment, it held. Yuri's grin widened. "Yes, I've got this." He imagined the acceptance speech he'd give, maybe a handshake with destiny itself. And then the real monster appeared, a towering freak whose aura screamed, "Final boss of your nightmares." With a casual flick of its weapon, it shattered Yuri's barrier like it was tissue paper. Reality snapped back to the present. At that exact moment, Chairman Yu Myung-han woke from his 23-hour nap in the office. He blinked at his secretary. "How long was I out?" 23 hours, sir. We were about to call an ambulance if you hadn't woken before 24. The secretary said, with the kind of deadpan tone you use when reporting a mild apocalypse. Documents were handed over. The patient recently cured of eternal slumber? Apparently it was Hunter Sung Jinwoo's mother. Yu Myung-han's curiosity piqued. Could Jinwoo have the power to cure eternal sleep? Before he could dwell too long, someone arrived to meet him. She glanced at Yu Myung-han's pale, slightly disoriented state, and asked how long he'd been like that. Back in Japan, the aftermath of the S-rank dungeon break was horrifying. Yuri Orlov? Absolutely devoured by one of the giants. The military's futile attempts at defense were pathetic. Their guns might as well have been shooting water balloons. Chairman Matsumoto Shigeo of Japan's Hunter Association barked orders at the remaining S-ranks. Stop the giants from advancing. All of them charged. They aimed for the eyes, tried blinding the giants, but these monsters were surprisingly fast. Every strike dodged, every move anticipated. Humanity's last hope was looking more like a scene from a disaster movie, and yes, someone definitely forgot the script. Hunter Kanai Tawada blinked, absolutely flabbergasted, wondering how the hell these skyscraper-sized monsters could move faster than his morning coffee kicked in. Meanwhile, back in Korea, my glorious king was lounging in his room, watching live feeds of the chaos in Japan, sipping his thoughts like a fine whiskey. His mind wandered back to the Jeju Island raid. If things kept going at this rate, all of Asia might be in danger again. He considered just teleporting over himself, because honestly, who else could handle this mess? But before he could even pack his favorite hoodie, a voice stopped him. Turning around, he found his younger sister Gina, standing there with that mix of concern and "I'm not letting you do something stupid again." "Look, what's wrong?" Jinwoo asked. "I know you're planning to go," she said simply. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "I'm not going anywhere. Been grinding too hard lately. Just resting a bit. Don't worry." Gina frowned, unconvinced, but didn't argue further. Some battles didn't need words. Some battles just needed a sister to glare hard enough to dent your soul. Later, we see him outside, sitting on a park bench, like a king waiting for a coffee refill from fate itself. Summoning Baru, he asks casually about Gina. "Anything off with her?" Baru shakes his head. "Nothing abnormal." Jinwoo, however, isn't convinced. Trauma has a funny way of sneaking in silently. She'd never tried to stop him before, not since that first raid 4 years ago. He wonders quietly what he should do. As if on cue, a black sedan screeches to a stop in front of him. Fast forward. Jinwoo is now in the sleek, intimidating office of Yujin Construction Guild. CEO Yu Myung-han greets him with a smile that says, "I own more money than your brain cells combined," and slides a blank check across the desk. "I'm not arrogant enough to believe money can buy everything," he says, voice measured. "But when speaking to an S-rank hunter, consider this a token of my sincerity." Jinwoo's instincts tingle. Whatever comes next, confidential. Definitely not a casual guild invite. "What exactly do you want from me?" Yu Myung-han leans in, eyes serious. "I suffer from the same illness that afflicted your mother, eternal slumber." Jinwoo's brow furrows. "Does Jinho know?" "Only my physician and 3 others are aware." Yu replies carefully. "I've searched everywhere for a cure. The only person ever to recover? Your mother. I don't believe that's coincidence. I need your help, and I won't forget your kindness." Jinwoo's mind drifts to Gina. Today, he realizes he has to make a choice. Fast forward to Japan. Reporters hover above like it's a live tourist attraction, while titanic monstrosities stomp around below, making Godzilla look like a cute chihuahua. One reporter squawks into a mic. "What happens if these titans get pissed and charge?" His coworker hits him with the classic trust the science line. "They'll be fine, as long as you stay far away." Cameras zoom on a megaboss standing at the gate like it's waiting for a royal invitation to throw hands. The cameraman whispers, "Is that thing even alive?" "It's just standing there." Reporter, "Yes, alive. And only 2 of the 30 giants have been killed in 2 days. If this continues, Earth might just get wiped off the map." Back in Korea, Jinwoo lounges in his office when Jinho bursts in, panic written across his face. Unlike Jeju Island, this is next-level catastrophe. These monsters are built like skyscrapers on steroids. Jinwoo, calm as ever. "If I pull this off, the Jin Guild goes global," he mutters, like casually ordering coffee. He notices Jinho hesitating, which is rare. Usually Jinho worships the ground Jinwoo walks on. "I'll go, but I'm coming with you," he says. "I'm tired of being the background NPC," Jinho reminds him. Every near-death experience Jinwoo has had one thing in common. Jinho was conveniently missing. The man's only skill? Following like a golden retriever on caffeine. And he takes pride in it. Jinwoo chuckles internally. A rich kid talking about pride like he's not made of money. "I'll follow you anywhere," Jinho says. "If you're safe, I'm safe." Jinwoo stands, feigning authority. "Ha ha. Gotcha. Now go home, sidekick." But as soon as Jinho leaves, Jinwoo's mind drifts back to that creepy architect from the Double Dungeon. If the guy really exists, then Jinwoo is still a mid-tier player in a high-stakes game. Monsters stronger than him? Check. No choice but to keep leveling up? Absolutely. He heads home to find his mom waiting with dinner. He asks about Gina, locked in her room, skipping meals. The incident had hit her hard. While eating, Jinwoo ponders Jinho's dad, allegedly cursed with eternal nap mode. Real or excused to avoid meetings forever? Doesn't matter. Limited magic healing juice means strategic choices. After dinner, he checks on Gina. Silent, stone-cold quiet. He tells her he almost died again. Happens often, but this time really felt like game over. "I made it back. Thank you." He pats her head. "I'll come back again. And thanks for stopping me from doing something stupid this time, too." Tears in her eyes, Gina fires the classic little sister guilt trip. "You would have dipped no matter what." Jinwoo just smiles. "Yeah, but I always come back." Then press conference time. Chairman Go Gun-hee tries to calm the masses, while Jinwoo is already packing bags like he's about to solo an entire country. Cut to Japan. Full panic mode. Military squads scramble through smoking rubble, dragging civilians away from collapsed buildings while skyscraper-sized giants stomp around like toddlers discovering Godzilla roleplay. One soldier yells at survivors to stop sobbing and move faster unless they want to be redecorated by a giant footprint. Just when hope hits rock bottom, one of the giants suddenly gets skewered across the street by a massive trident, impaled like somebody hit delete enemy from long range. Soldiers freeze and look up like, who just did that? The camera pans dramatically. King Sung himself arrives. Riziwu materialized like a thunderstorm wrapped in drip. Before they can comprehend the god that descended, boulders rain toward a group of civilians. Jinho leaps ahead with a shield bigger than his sense of entitlement, shield bashing literal mountain fragments away. He yells that Jinwoo should handle the extermination, while he deals with saving squishy humans. Jima and Jinwoo move together, stepping into the battlefield like tag team champions. Jima rips giants apart like cardboard props from a kaiju movie. Jinwoo jumps in at the perfect moment and slices another titan clean in half. from neck to belly button. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the US, the Scavenger Guild is busy doing their favorite activity, running their mouths. One of them points out that Sung Jin-woo never even received Lady Selner's stat buff. Another clown laughs, claiming every hunter hits their limit, and Jin-woo will croak sooner rather than later. Suddenly, silence. Thomas Andre enters the room, aura thick like a raid boss sliding in for a cutscene. He casually bets the entire guild headquarters that Sung will survive Japan. Then he tells them to stop doom-scrolling Tokyo footage and pay attention to the S-rank gate forming right in their backyard, implying the US is about to have its own funeral procession. Back in Japan, cameras captured Jin-woo's shadow army, transforming the battlefield into a brutal buffet. Baru's buggy squad peels apart a giant, like it owes them 2 years of unpaid taxes. Another giant chases a little girl. Seconds before she becomes a chew toy, a Shadow Knight appears and slices off the giant's reaching hand. Ygritte glides in like a gothic prince, scoops the girl out of danger, and keeps moving without theatrics. The giant glances at its missing hand before Iron body slams into frame and crushes its skull like it's a prop watermelon at WrestleMania. Iron flexes dramatically over the corpse, while Ygritte stares like he regrets being part of the same union. Jinwoo watches proudly. Finally, he thinks, Iron isn't useless anymore. Then a soldier runs up to Jinwoo, tears streaming, babbling Japanese gratitude, bowing so deep his spine whines. Jinwoo does not understand a single syllable, but offers a thumbs up and compliments the brave warrior energy. He orders Jinho to continue evacuations while he stands before the giant corpse, ready for shadow extraction. Another monster unwillingly joins the Riziwu army, like an unwilling Pokemon. At Japan Hunter HQ, Chairman Matsumoto finally realizes Jinwoo truly might be the force Goto Ryuji warned him about. Reports say entire city sectors are being reclaimed. Matsumoto flashbacks to the conversation where Ryuji cautioned him to be wary of Sung Jinwoo, because this hunter wasn't like the others. He recalls when Jinwoo first arrived, and Matsumoto asked him politely, demanded politely, to defend Osaka with the rest of the hunters. Matsumoto assumed defending against 30 giants required a squad. Jinwoo calmly declined teamwork, essentially saying, "Nah, I'll solo it," and then he walked straight into hell like he was punching a time card. Later, Jinwoo continues expanding his shadow roster. He tries naming each new summon, but quickly gets bored and switches to numbers like they're disposable NPCs in a mobile RPG. Baru drops another corpse at his feet, like a puppy presenting a stick. Without even glancing, Jinwoo calls the new shadow number 6. He orders Jinho to take a break, reminding him politely that he is not equipped for main character duties. But although the shadows are dominating, Jinwoo can feel it. Things have been too easy. A chill creeps up. This is only Act 1. That cursed S-rank gate triggered multiple portals, and now low-tier mobs roam the streets. Evacuation and combat at the same time turns every rescue mission into chaos difficulty. 1 week later, Jinwoo and Jinho push through wreckage toward the main gate where the colossal giant general waits, unmoving. Like a final boss idle animation loop. Jinho glances around the destroyed landscape and mutters the obvious. Yeah, this whole place is cooked. Then suddenly, Hankawa appears, signaling the next phase of the nightmare. Just when everyone assumed she should have been 6 feet under, Hankawa somehow crawls back into the plot, alive and very much done with this nightmare arc. She reports like someone clocking overtime. Every hunter they sent earlier, gone. Either dead, dusted across the battlefield, or scattered somewhere screaming internally. Thanks to Riziwu's shadow squad, most giants are already wiped clean, and the leftovers are basically being farmed like XP mobs by other hunters and shadows working in literal harmony. Hearing that news, Riziwu knows the finale is queued up. Only one enemy remains, the last raid boss. He surveys the ruined city around him. Debris, corpses, structures collapsed like broken Lego builds, and he suddenly gets a deja vu flashback. This carnage looks eerily similar to Demon Castle. A slow realization creeps in. What if Demon Castle wasn't some random trial? What if the whole thing was a preview reel, a test simulation, a warning from the system? But the architect's dead. No prophetic visions have popped up since, and nothing has hinted at a second coming. So maybe that was the final form. Either way, Riziwu doesn't plan on letting this world turn into Demon Castle Part 2. He trained for this very scenario. Global annihilation denied. He turns to Hankawa and calmly tells her that since they've cleaned up almost everyone, and the last freak show is the only target left, he's ready to make his move. Hankawa looks at him confused and points out that backup hunters haven't even arrived yet. Riziwu gives her a confident smirk. They're here. Cut to another group. Muscle Mommy is still complaining like the world personally inconvenienced her, ranting about how annoying this raid is, while Minoru tries to convince her to chill because, hey, at least they're still alive. Hankawa, in peak exhausted mode, vents her frustration about how Jinwoo and his edgy army of shadows are wiping out giants the elites of Japan couldn't scratch. It feels humiliating, like they're just here to sweep up leftovers while someone else speedruns the whole raid. As she rants, an ominous wave of darkness sweeps the battlefield. The shadows start returning, every single one. Old recruits like Tusk, Ygritte, and Iron march in, alongside the fresh giant Shadows and Jima, looking ready to unleash hell on command. Then the real diva himself appears, Beru. He kneels before Rizzy Wu like a loyal knight seeking approval. The Mana Farmer King praises him, and Beru bows like a kid who finally got his gold star. Jin Wu then orders Jin Ho to escort Hankawa away to safety. With the civilians out of the splash zone, Rizzy Wu begins the ritual. Shadow extraction on every fallen giant. More monstrous shadows rise, swelling the army. Once satisfied with his new roster, Jin Wu issues the final command. All Shadow soldiers, charge the massive giant guarding the S-rank gate. While the army rushes into battle like a black tidal wave, Jin Wu watches from a distance, arms crossed, expression unreadable. The giant senses incoming death and responds with a massive mana pulse that cuts down shadows like tissue paper. Jin Wu pauses. Okay, that's new. This giant isn't just big, it's juiced with absurd magic output. One swing equals 100 shadow soldiers evaporating. Even Jin Wu feels the overwhelming pressure, admitting mentally that for a second, his instincts wanted to retreat. But he forces himself to stay. There are only two choices: flee like a coward, or erase the source of that pressure. Despite being surrounded, the giant doesn't panic. It swats shadows aside like flies, grabs fireballs bare-handed, grinding them out. When insect-type shadows pile onto its legs, the giant stomps without hesitation, turning them into mana dust. Beru prepares to intervene, but Jin Wu raises a hand. Not yet. Wait, he needs time to analyze the weakness. His shadows swarm endlessly, accomplishing nothing. Finally, he cracks the code. The giant's mana acts like armor coating its entire lower body, making physical damage useless below the neck. But when a fireball grazes its face, it flinches and instinctively protects itself. That's the weak spot, the face. Jinwu summons Kaisel and unleashes Ygritte and Beru. Beru blitzes toward the head with insane speed, but the giant dodges. Meanwhile, riding atop Kaisel, Ygritte fires bolts of lightning from above. The giant avoids them narrowly, but Jinwu confirms his theory. Its mana armor doesn't cover the head. Ygritte charges again, drawing the giant's attention just long enough for Jinwu to dive in and slam an attack straight into the face. The giant roars in agony. Beru takes advantage and lunges again, forcing the giant to defend itself. Jinwu reveals his trump card, a barrage of daggers propelled by Ruler's authority. The blades hammer into its face repeatedly. From the sidelines, Jinho and Hankawa watch like spectators who didn't pay for tickets. Hankawa remarks, "This fight has turned into monsters versus monsters. Hunters don't even matter here." Jinwu lands a vicious slash, obliterating one of the giant's eyes. As it screams, Beru dives straight into the empty socket, tearing it apart from the inside. Jinwu keeps attacking externally while Beru shreds from within. The giant collapses, finally overwhelmed. A system notification appears. Enemy defeated. Rizzy stands over the corpse, but his instincts scream something's wrong. The message confirms a kill, but there's no system alert for dungeon boss defeat, and the gate isn't collapsing. Jinho approaches like an excited fanboy, but Jinwu's expression remains cold. Something is off. If the gate remains open, then the real boss is still alive. That was when things went sideways. The victory lap lasted about half a second before reality slapped Drippy Woo in the face. He noticed something crucial. No black smoke rising from the corpse. No shadow meant no extraction, which meant raid not cleared. His stomach dropped. Something was wrong. He told Jinho to back up immediately, voice low and tense. He fixed his eyes on the giant's body just in time to see Beru crawl out of its mouth, like the worst horror movie prop imaginable. Even after death, mana still clung to the massive corpse, thick and suffocating. Beru's presence barely dented that pressure. Then the S-rank gate pulsed with blinding light, powering up like a reactor about to explode. Drippy Woo felt it. This wasn't normal magic. The mana density twisted the air, sharp enough to cut skin. He saw Ygritte move instinctively, shielding Jinho, which made the whole situation even more alarming. Then things got weird. The gate began drawing in the giant's leftover magic like a vacuum cleaner on steroids. That kind of draining ability wasn't supposed to exist. Portals only spat monsters out. They didn't absorb energy back in. Blood trickled on Drippy Woo's cheek. He had been sliced open just by standing near the mana pressure. That had never, ever happened before. He ordered Jinho to stay put. There were too many unknowns, and if someone was going to walk into that mystery tunnel, it was him. He stepped into the glowing light and emerged inside a massive hallway, architecture big enough to fit kaijus comfortably. Beru appeared by his side like a faithful nightmare companion and whispered if Drippy Woo heard something. He had. A voice, distorted, resentful, dripping with hatred. Not just whispering, but rehearsing a villain monologue. Ahead sat an enormous giant, chained to the center of a chamber, rambling like an ancient prophet tweeting cryptic doom threads. When the creature finally noticed Drippy Woo, it froze, confused, as though this was not the visitor it'd been expecting. Taking in the scene, Drippy Woo calmly demanded answers. Who bound him like this? The giant replied instantly. The rulers were responsible. They sealed him away, using him as leverage for an upcoming war. Drippy Woo remembered past attempts to interrogate monsters. Pointless efforts. None ever explained where they came from. But this giant was different, so he asked again what the giant knew of the rulers. The answer? The rulers and monarchs were two ancient factions beefing harder than toxic exes locked in eternal custody battles. And Drippy Woo was unintentionally stuck in the crossfire. When Drippy Woo asked if that made this giant a monarch, the creature confirmed it without hesitation. But the worst news followed. Both sides wanted Jin Woo either eliminated or worse. And currently, he lacked the influence to stand against them. Drippy Woo didn't believe a word. Chains made people say whatever helped them. He demanded proof. The monarch responded by chanting in a language that felt wrong, vibrating in the air. A system notification appeared. The King of Giants, Legia, has activated Oath of Truth. Both parties were now bound to honesty. No lies allowed. Legia begged again for freedom, promising assistance against future threats. Drippy Woo tried to fake trust and lie through his teeth, and the system shut him down. Literally prevented the words. Legia smirked like someone who just won an argument they'd never let go of. Drippy Woo stared and demanded explanations. Why was Legia talking like a normal person, while every other creature crawled out of gates, sounding like someone dropped them repeatedly as babies? Legia asked who he meant. Drippy Woo clarified. The gate monsters. The ones screaming like broken NPCs with saliva issues. Legia explained they weren't born stupid. The rulers tortured prisoners until their intellect shattered. Those creatures were the leftovers, empty shells forced into war. But he endured centuries in chains and kept his sanity. He was royalty, an imprisoned king, rotting while waiting for destiny. Drippy Woo pressed for intel about the winged knights in silver armor. Legia identified them as the ruler's elite force. Then came the critical question. Why unleash monsters onto human cities? Legia explained the truth. Humanity wasn't the target. They were props. Earth was being fattened with mana like livestock before slaughter. The rulers were slowly infusing magic into the world to strengthen it, preparing the planet as a battlefield. Magic stones? Cores? Everyone saw currency. The rulers saw fertilizer, energy farmed from human bloodshed to feed the Earth mana conditioning. Their long-term plan was simple. Turn Earth into the arena for monarchs versus rulers. Round 2. And the clock was ticking fast. Drippy Woo wasn't impressed. He'd already been a walking natural disaster. Another war didn't scare him. It just confirmed what he always suspected. He was being groomed for a role he never asked for. Then came the real twist, the kind that makes the whole story flip upside down. Legia warned Drippy Woo that the moment either faction found out they'd spoken, the rulers and the monarchs would throw a cosmic tantrum and rush over like spoiled gods fighting over custody. The giant was basically waving a neon sign saying, "Congratulations, you just triggered World War lore." My glorious king demanded to know why this giant kept acting like the universe itself had beef with him. Legia stared straight at him and dropped an even bigger bombshell. The power inside Drippy Woo did not originally belong to him. Someone willingly handed it over, betraying the rulers in the process. Meaning both factions had already marked Jin Woo for execution, like a glitched quest target. Yet even with chains digging into his flesh, Legia promised undying loyalty, ride-or-die vibes after a single conversation. Drippy Woo narrowed his eyes and said what any rational player would. If you want to prove loyalty, stop narrating lore from your prison bunk and join the squad. Become a shadow soldier and put that mouth to actual use. That's when Legia froze. His gaze shifted behind Jin Woo, and terror flooded his expression. For one heartbeat, he saw it, the real monarch of death towering behind Jin Woo, like the Reaper clocking into overtime. Legia realized the truth. Jin Woo wasn't pretending to be king. The king was already standing in his shadow. Shaking, Legia spilled more intel. Monarchs and rulers weren't like regular raid bosses. When they died, that was permanent. No resurrection, no do-over, no shadow recruitment. Legia asked again if helping was enough to earn his life. Drippy Woo advanced, weapon loosening in his grip. He sensed something wrong but continued breaking the chains anyway. He casually tossed out a question, almost teasing, "You'll stick with me afterward, right?" Legia swore he would, invoking those monarch oaths, which sounded about as reliable as terms and conditions nobody reads. But Drippy Woo didn't stop there. He asked the actual question that mattered. Are you on humanity's side? Silence. Not hesitant silence. Forced silence. The truth-binding oath was active, meaning Legia physically couldn't speak a lie. That mute response was louder than a confession. Then Jin Woo saw it. A crystal jammed into Legia's neck, an external control device, still feeding commands from the rulers like a magical remote collar. Legia lunged, ready to bite the hand that was freeing him. Drippy Woo dodged effortlessly and stabbed him straight through the core, crushing the handshake emoticon before it could even load. Trust broken. Deal voided. Legia fell, calling Jin Woo the true calamity. Honestly, a valid take. and tried one last desperate strike, but Jinwoo folded him again, cleaner and faster than speedrunning RNG bosses. With his health bar blinking red, Ligia hissed one final warning. War wasn't slowing down. More bloodshed, more chaos. The world would burn, and karma would torch everything Drippy Woo cared for. Drippy Woo silenced him with a finishing blow, cold, precise, absolute. A system notification chimed. You have defeated Ligia, one of the 9 original monarchs. The XP payout was monumental, enough to lag the UI for a moment, but no Shadow Soldier. Drippy Woo picked up a scrap of broken metal left behind and muttered that he'd take this useless junk as a souvenir. He emerged from the gate looking like he just uppercut a god and leveled to 122. Cut to the United States, helicopter lands. Director Brennan and Ms. Sellner show up at Christopher Reed's estate, one of America's heavyweight hunters. Chris stepped out, confused why a raid party landed on his lawn. Brennan told him to sit and listen. Then Sellner dropped a prophecy bomb, telling him someone was planning to assassinate him. Reed scoffed, flexing ego steroids. Nobody could take him. National-level hunter privilege. Said killing S-rank monsters was cardio. Sellner didn't flinch. She told him she dreamed of him surrounded by men. Not the good kind, and dying. That killed the smirk. Chris asked who could possibly protect him. Sellner answered calmly. There was only one man alive who slaughters monarchs like killstreak achievements. Jinwoo. Back in Japan, Drippy Woo exited the dungeon, thinking about how he'd just murdered the king of giants. Even chained and weakened, that presence had been suffocating. One mistake, and it would have been game over. News spread instantly. Giants across Japan? Gone. Wiped like browser history. Rumors exploded online about a new national-level hunter. Drippy Woo ignored the hype. Even the final giant running wild got clapped by China's strongest hunter, Liu Zhugong, who soloed it like a debt collector. Meanwhile, Japan's Hunter Association director Matsumoto realized his shady Jeju Island decisions were about to age terribly once the world learned the truth. The guilt landed. He walked into headquarters and turned himself in before history canceled him first. Across the Atlantic, things in the U.S. were suspiciously peaceful, way too cheerful for a world dealing with kaiju-sized dungeon problems. The hunters, who had just wrapped up an S-rank gate, were already swapping armor for tuxedos, hyped for a massive government-sponsored celebration. Uncle Sam basically said, "GG boys, here's a party budget the size of a national defense bill." Inside this fancy venue, the Scavenger Guild members were bragging about how absurdly expensive everything looked. And just when the vibes were peak comfort, their walking tank commander, Thomas Andre, bulldozed into the room radiating boss fight energy with casual violence in his smile. He scanned his guildmates like a predator, picking which dessert to eat first, and reminded them about their bet. Dude pointed at one hunter, who clearly wanted to respawn somewhere else, and demanded to know his wager. Man panicked, sweating bullets, saying he put nothing down. Thomas narrowed his eyes at his tie and said something like, "That tie looks awfully fine." In other words, payment identified. The guy probably regretted dressing up immediately. Guild mediator Laura stepped in, trying to cool the situation before Andre started collecting clothing tax. She eyed his own absurd outfit, the expensive tie strangled by the loudest Hawaiian shirt ever printed, and roasted him by saying the tie didn't match anything about him. Thomas accepted the L instantly, ditching the tie like it personally offended him. After securing Fashion Piece, Laura started briefing him on which guilds were attending the upcoming international conference. One of the names on the list made Thomas freeze mid-breath, the Ajin Guild from Korea. He asked for confirmation. Wasn't that the tiny new guild formed by Sung Jinwoo? Laura nodded. And just like that, Thomas perked up like someone told him his rival Jimbro was flying in for a rematch. The man suddenly looked motivated. Meanwhile, in Japan, our resident Aura Farmer/Shadow Emperor stood atop a battlefield that looked like a natural disaster had wiped the city clean. Jinwoo casually surveyed the fresh squad of giant shadow soldiers he'd yoinked from the dungeon. He muttered it was unfortunate that one escaped, but at least his shadow collection just upgraded from terrifying to government classified. The humans behind him stared like they'd just witnessed a walking apocalypse solo the raid. Jinho, though, had long surpassed shock. He just smiled proudly like, "Yep, that's my bro. Totally normal." A staff member approached Jinwoo and said someone wanted to talk to him. Jinwoo answered and got blindsided by a sudden emergency call. Yu Jinho's voice trembling on the other end. He said he was heading back to Korea immediately. Jinwoo asked what was going on, but Jinho couldn't explain. Just a gut-deep dread that something terrible happened. He heard his mother's voice shaking earlier, something she never did. As soon as Jinho landed, one of the Yu family assistants was already waiting with a private car like a cutscene NPC. The man insisted he'd explain everything once they got to the hospital. When they arrived, Jinho froze. His father, the iron-spined CEO who never showed weakness, was lying unconscious in a bed, completely motionless. Jinho tried to rush in, but the assistant stopped him, warning that an awakened hunter losing control could trigger an accident. He handed Jinho a notebook instead, something the chairman had been writing before collapsing. He said he'd been keeping it safe, waiting for the day the old man woke and asked for it, but now it belonged in Jinho's hands. Jinho opened it, and tears welled before he could process it. Inside were countless clippings, articles, reports, headlines, not only about Jinho's achievements, but ones featuring My Glorious King too. His father had kept everything like a scrapbook addict. Jinho smiled sadly, whispering that his dad still had that weird hobby of hoarding newspaper pieces. The assistant explained softly that it wasn't just recent stuff. There were clippings from Jinho's school competitions, concerts, even random business announcements. It wasn't that the chairman lacked love. His love was massive, just overwhelming and strict. They began walking toward the residence, but Jinho suddenly paused like his instincts pinged danger. He glanced back at the empty hallway, brows furrowed, but nothing was there. He brushed it off when the assistant asked if he was okay. The moment they turned the corner, the shadows behind them rippled. My Glorious King uncloaked, silently, standing there the whole time like Batman but scarier. He stepped toward the unconscious man and sighed. This hospital room was somehow hitting feelings harder than killing monarchs. He pulled out a potion bottle like a gamer prepping a revive. Outside, Jinho's sister, Yu Jin-hee, arrived. She tried to contain herself, but something about the atmosphere felt heavy. She thought she glimpsed someone in the hall, but dismissed it as stress. When she entered the room, she froze. Her father, who doctors said might never wake, was sitting upright and staring at her. The girl's composure crumbled instantly, tears streaming. Doctors rushed in, confused and babbling medical disbelief. They said he had awakened from what should have been a permanent coma. No precedent, no explanation. Someone whispered that the media would flip when they heard. Outside, My Glorious King stood alone, whispering softly, "Happy birthday." He commented that Jinho came a bit early, then started planning his return to Japan. He tried using Shadow Exchange, but saw he still had nearly 2 hours of cooldown left. He wondered how to kill time, and then a thought popped up. Maybe go see Mommy Cha, just for a visit, obviously. Not suspicious at all. He shoved that impulsive thought of visiting Cha Hai Inn straight into the trash bin and decided the safer, far healthier choice was mass dungeon homicide. When in doubt, slaughter monsters, not flirt. Meanwhile in America, Christopher Reed, Mr. National-level ego himself, was sleeping in his luxurious mansion like nothing bad ever happens to strong people. Then suddenly, he jolted awake, confused and tense. Something in the air felt off, like someone muted reality. The hallway was so silent it felt dead. To test it, he grabbed a wine glass and casually yeeted it across the room. The glass shattered, but bizarrely there was no sound. Not even a tiny tink. Yep, that was the sign. Something supernatural was messing with his sound settings in real life. He remembered Michael Connor's mysterious card and Selner's prophecy-level warning. If the vibes ever shift, call ASAP. Well, the vibes weren't just shifted. They were vaporized. Before he could process, a strange man materialized out of nowhere with other shadowy figures stacked behind him like a horror movie entourage. Christopher demanded answers, but the leader started speaking theatrically, claiming Reed would lose everything if he continued treating humans with mercy. He referred to Christopher as a fragment of light, like they were in some cosmic poetry slam. When Christopher tried to rebuttal, the intruder ignored him entirely and spoke towards some unseen higher entity connected to Reed instead. Basically saying, "I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to the divine Wi-Fi router you're linked to." That was the last straw. Christopher activated his spiritualization and transformed, promising one of them was dying tonight. No threats, just a scheduled murder appointment. The intruders recoiled in disbelief. A human pulled off spiritualization? That wasn't supposed to be on the skill tree. A brawl erupted instantly, violent and intense. Back in Japan, My Glorious King rode toward the airport like a celebrity farewell tour was happening. Streets filled with crowds, massive crowds, waves of people gathering just to witness the hunter who saved their nation. Estimations didn't matter. Everyone could tell there were easily over 100,000 people out there, cheering, crying, bowing. National hero treatment unlocked. Later, aboard the plane, Jinwoo tried enjoying the peace and airplane white noise. Then he noticed his seatmate, Agent Adam White. Jinwoo looked unimpressed, asking if this was really just coincidence or some government stalking arc. Adam calmly replied that he'd like to believe in coincidences, but even he knew that sounded stupid right now. He added that even though they'd only met once, the fact Jinwoo remembered his name was an honor. Baru whispered telepathically, already predicting Adam was about to mess everything up. He reminded Jinwoo the man's name was Adam, like Jinwoo could forget mid-sentence. My Glorious King mentally rolled his eyes and asked if negotiations weren't already canceled. Adam admitted his approach wasn't normal, but said he came with urgent news. Jinwoo immediately guessed the U.S. failed to stop the S-rank gate. Adam shook his head. Nope, that was handled. Then he pulled out footage, a house engulfed in flames that firefighters and elite hunters couldn't extinguish. The audio crackled. "This fire isn't natural, nothing's working." Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. "Okay, so what am I looking at?" Adam sighed and delivered the bomb. Christopher Reed caused the fire, and despite sending 1,800 firefighters and 14 elite hunters, it still wasn't contained. Jinwoo, now serious, asked if Reed lost a fight. Adam confirmed, shockingly, Christopher Reed was already dead. He passed Jinwoo a photo of the assumed killer, and instantly Jinwoo snapped. Adam lifted into the air, crushed by Jinwoo's invisible grip. The cabin froze as Jinwoo growled, voice heavy with threat. "You think this is a joke? You think you're walking out after dropping that on me? Adam motioned to stop the armed agents from attacking, desperate to finish before he died. He explained the man in the photo had crawled out of a dungeon, meaning they weren't certain he was human. His aura felt monstrous. He'd also assaulted an S-rank during interrogation. Oh, and he was connected to the Hunter Bureau explosion a few months back. Jinwoo released Adam, letting him crash like dropped luggage, glaring while asking if they suspected the case was tied to his father. Adam wheezed for breath but continued. The suspect had taken down multiple hunters and vanished without leaving the slightest footprint. Every attempt to track him failed. The Bureau believed this man was an extraordinary threat. Jinwoo finally demanded why Adam was dumping this now. Adam explained the plan for the upcoming International Guild Conference. Guilds from around the world gathering. The U.S. wanted to publicly release wanted posters of the suspect and expose the case globally. They arranged the briefing specifically to avoid traumatizing My Glorious King later by having his dad's wanted poster casually plastered across a stadium-sized screen. The thought hit like a truck. A decade vanished without explanation, and now the possibility existed that his father had returned, not as family, not even as human, but as a creature born from a dungeon. His gut twisted into knots. One nearby hunter crouched beside Adam, who was still struggling to remember how lungs worked. Adam insisted he was fine, though his gaze stayed glued to Jinwoo, equal parts awe, fear, and "I almost died." That telekinetic flex wasn't just a warning, it confirmed the terrifying truth. Jinwoo had climbed into the echelon of national-level hunters, only the sixth ever to exist. Whether the Hunter Bureau wanted to accept it or pretend it didn't happen, Adam already knew he'd have to inform his higher-ups immediately. National-level hunters were geopolitical weapons, after all. After Adam detonated that emotional nuke, Mr. Aura Farmer sat on the plane in uncomfortable silence. His mind spiraled. His father, who disappeared like he went to the store for milk and never came back, was possibly alive, and might be a monster wearing what used to be his face. The revelation rattled Jinwoo to his core. He stared blankly ahead, forcing himself not to rip open a portal mid-flight out of raw panic and rage. 10 years of silence suddenly felt heavier than the cabin pressure. A few days passed. The official list of guilds chosen for the International Guild Conference dropped, including Korea's Ajin Guild. The Korean Hunters Association held a press announcement confirming the selection. Over on Microphone Corner, journalists swarmed Choi Jong-in, asking how he felt considering his own guild used to represent Korea at the conference for years. Choi shrugged like he'd been waiting for the question. He said this time, America finally made a competent decision, choosing Jinwoo instead. Even he acknowledged Jinwoo as the strongest. After all, soloing Jeju and vaporizing the giants in Japan wasn't subtle resume material. When asked whether he was salty about losing his annual trip to America, Choi calmly replied he could survive without flying thousands of miles to drink coffee flavored like burnt sadness, while fake smiling at politicians. As he headed toward his car, mind wandering toward snacks and convenience store ramen, one of his subordinates hurried over with intel. The Hunters Guild secured an A-rank gate in Suseodong. Choi asked if Ajin tried to contest it. The response, nope. Ajin had gone quiet, and Jinwoo being quiet was suspicious, because silence was not his brand. Meanwhile, at the Korean Hunters Association headquarters, Jin Chul delivered a full briefing to Chairman Gun Hee. He reported that China had begun requesting information on My Glorious King. Since they weren't asking for restricted files or personal details, legally, the association couldn't outright refuse. Gun-hee narrowed his eyes, questioning why China suddenly cared now, especially when Jinwoo had already rejected the idea of switching nations. Jin Chul explained the request wasn't governmental. It came directly from Liu Zhigang, a Chinese 7-star hunter, the same guy who intercepted a giant that swam across the ocean like a kaiju marathon runner. Now he wanted intel on the hunter who obliterated thousands of giants like daily cardio. Gun-hee exhaled sharply and ordered Jin Chul to respond with polite fluff while locking away the real files. Back in the U.S., Thomas Andre received notification that My Glorious King would arrive the following day. Laura delivered the message, and right on cue, Hwang Dong-soo strutted in radiating entitlement. Without hesitation, Thomas stared him down and warned him, "Keep your filthy hands away from Jinwoo." Unless he wanted those same hands relocated permanently. Hwang bristled, chest puffed, like he thought intimidation was an option. Thomas leaned back and asked who told him he was allowed to speak. Laura silently judged everything, but wisely held her tongue. Only a handful of humans alive could threaten someone like Hwang without ending up a stain on the carpet. And Thomas was absolutely one of them. Despite the warning, Thomas knew Dong-soo's arrogance wouldn't vanish. So he repeated the command. Under no circumstance was he allowed to approach My Glorious King. He suggested Dong-soo go sip overpriced coconut water at the resort and leave global hunter politics to grown-ups. As Hwang stormed off with his fragile ego barely intact, Laura leaned in and whispered, if letting him roam free was really smart. Thomas smirked and admitted Dong-soo wouldn't stop so easily. He instructed her to keep surveillance on him until Jinwoo left the country. Laura wondered aloud whether Huang would even bother listening. Thomas replied that if the man valued breathing, then yes, he'd listen real carefully. Meanwhile, the International Guild Conference was underway, and America looked like someone spilled hunters, press, and pure ego all over the streets. The place was overflowing with reporters and S-ranks, each convinced they were the main character. Two hunters from Germany's Richter Guild, Leonard Nierman and his vice master, made their way toward the venue. Leonard surveyed the chaos and asked why the media seemed rabid this time around. His vice master casually pointed toward a particular arrival and said the press was here for him. That's when they saw the legend, my glorious King Jinwoo, walking in with Jinho and Chief Wu, following behind like some VIP entourage. Hearing crowds showering praise, Leonard thought maybe it'd be good networking to introduce himself. But as he stepped closer, he froze mid-stride. His brain blue-screened. The vice master asked what malfunctioned. Leonard shakily pointed at Jinwoo's shadow and whispered, "Don't you see them?" He had previously witnessed my glorious King's ability, but the idea that Jinwoo didn't summon his shadow, he kept them inside his shadow constantly, left him speechless. He muttered that if someone claimed this man showed up ready to spark a war with America, he'd believe it without a second thought. Jinwoo noticed Leonard staring like he'd seen a ghost glitch out of a video game and asked Jinho who the guy was. Jinho shrugged, saying that after all the recent screen time, it was probably just another fanboy waiting for an autograph. Then he turned to Jin Chul and asked why he was tagging along. Jin Chul stared at him, spiritually exhausted, and explained he'd been assigned to protect Mr. Aura Farmer. Jinho leaned in, making sure he heard correctly. Jin Chul repeated it, dead inside. Protecting Mr. Aura Farmer. Even he looked embarrassed by the title. While the supporting cast continued being unintentionally comedic, my glorious king looked forward and noticed someone approaching. Adam materialized and said they'd been expecting them. Mr. Aura Farmer asked why Adam was even on U.S. soil when his original assignment was Asia. Adam said that used to be true, but now he held a full-time position dealing exclusively with matters concerning my glorious king. That job description alone probably justified a pay raise. Adam informed the group that staff would escort everyone else to their rooms, but Mr. Aura Farmer had to accompany him separately. Jinwoo instructed Jinho to go with Jin Chul and followed Adam. After a short walk, Jinwoo asked if this was going to be about his father. Remembering the trauma the topic caused last time, Adam chose his words carefully, swearing it wasn't anything dangerous and that the Bureau currently held Mr. Aura Farmer in extremely high regard. And honestly, he wasn't exaggerating. It now felt illegal to even inhale too loudly when Jinwoo was around. Inside the car, Jinwoo asked where they were heading. Adam replied they were going to the Bureau headquarters. He explained that ever since Christopher Reed got obliterated, the higher-ups were panicking. They were preparing to dump every resource into recruiting a new national-level hunter. Jinwoo asked if he was among the candidates. Adam nodded and pulled out photos, one showing the skeletal remains of the dragon Kamesh, another showing the runestone extracted from the corpse. Adam explained that the stronger the monster, the scarier the runestone. The Kamesh raid traumatized humanity on a global scale. The Bureau managed to extract a runestone from its corpse and were looking for someone worthy to use it. Adam asked what Jinwoo thought of the offer. Instead of reacting, Jinwoo calmly asked him to go back to the previous photo. He wanted another look at the corpse. He asked if the body had been preserved. Adam confirmed it. Jinwoo simply said, "Take me there." Adam blinked and asked why. Jinwoo guilt-tripped him, saying he'd cooperated with the Bureau plenty, so this request shouldn't be much trouble. Adam admitted he didn't know the exact storage location, but said that if Jinwoo was the one asking, the paperwork would basically approve itself. He asked for a few minutes to file a formal request. Jinwoo responded that if they were waiting, they'd wait together. He wasn't letting Adam out of sight. Back at the Bureau, Director David Brennan was spiraling into panic mode. He asked Adam to confirm whether Mr. Aura Farmer was in the building. Adam confirmed and added that the runestone offer came up briefly and then died instantly. David freaked out, wondering if the man seriously only cared about the corpse and not the priceless runestone. Deputy Director Michael tried using logic before the director had a stroke. He explained that abilities are priceless. Hunters spend more than the cost of a house for decent runestones. So maybe Jinwoo saw greater value in the corpse itself. Then a horrifying realization hit. David asked the real question. Was Jinwoo's power limited only to monsters he personally killed? Michael froze. His brain connected the terrifying possibility. What if Jinwoo didn't need to kill the target first? What if he could make anything dead into a shadow, as long as it was intact? If that was true, then my glorious king might be planning to turn the Kamesh dragon into yet another one of his shadow soldiers. David stared into existential dread and whispered that no one should be allowed to wield that kind of power. Michael, staying calm despite David hyperventilating like a malfunctioning smoke alarm, reminded him of the reality check. Refusing my glorious king wasn't just risky, it was practically begging for geopolitical collapse. One wrong blink from that man and headlines would read World War begins because someone said no. So the Bureau basically had two options. Option A, let him resurrect a god-tier dragon corpse. Option B, suffer the consequences of telling him no, and probably lose half the country. After internally wrestling with the decision like a man trapped in a chess match against himself, David finally chose a path. He would personally escort my glorious king underground to the classified monster morgue, where they stashed dead kaiju like trophies. The elevator ride was peak awkward. David tried to lighten the mood, maybe bond a little, but Rizzy Wu stood motionless, staring into the void like he was mentally uninstalling America. When the doors slid open and they entered the containment site, Jinwoo's eyes immediately locked onto the residual mana leaking from somewhere below. He could feel the remains calling out like a beacon. He pondered how wild this aura felt, even though the beast had been rotting for 8 years in a different dimension. If this monster were to join his ever-growing shadow army, difficulty settings in life would vanish completely. Humanity could kiss balance goodbye. They soon stood before the giant reptile skeleton. David dropped lore like a documentary narrator. Kamesh didn't die easy. It took 5 national-level hunters to put him down. And even then, he caused catastrophic damage first. Now the Bureau's entire energy infrastructure relied on whatever mystical juice was still trapped inside his bones. David wrapped up with a smug, "Satisfied now?" expression, like he'd just given a guided tour of his prized aquarium. But my glorious king stepped forward without acknowledging the theatrics. He instructed the side characters to move back, and David echoed it for everyone else. The first shadow extraction attempt fizzled, but attempt number 2, that one blew the roof metaphorically and almost literally. The environment went haywire, smoke surged, bones lifted like puppets possessed, and the remains twisted together, recreating the Calamity Dragon himself. The building trembled, reinforced glass shattered, alarms screamed, and David's voice cracked mid-sentence as he shrieked warnings about breath attacks and imminent cremation. Then, Kamesh locked eyes with his new king. My glorious king simply commanded him to calm down. Instant tone shift. The dragon dropped the aggression instantly, like a switch flipped from Apocalypse Engine to oversized obedient pet. The staff watched in stunned confusion as Kamesh bowed, practically wagging his bony metaphorical tail. Kamesh proclaimed that he once served a dragon monarch and now pledged loyalty to the new sovereign. Jinwoo analyzed the creature, realizing that Kamesh held rage hotter than magma, yet also enough discipline to become an invaluable shadow. This wasn't just another summon. This monster had individuality and terrifying potential. As he processed it, puzzle pieces from the system aligned. Monarch of Destruction, Monarch of Giants, Monarch of the Beginning. The villains weren't random. They were part of a larger hierarchy, and he'd been positioned at the center of it for a long time. Before he could fully unravel the implications, Kamesh's physical form began deteriorating. The dragon apologized, saying this reunion came far too late, and now his time was up. Jinwoo stood still, silent, watching his new soldier collapse. He called out to the system desperately, trying to halt the decay, but the system coldly rejected him. Kamesh shared his final regret, envying the other shadows who would remain alongside their king forever. Then he issued a warning. Humans wielding powers loaned by the rulers could not be trusted. With that, the colossal frame crumbled. Bones scattered across the floor. My glorious king muttered to Adam that he'd handle the damages and casually walked off. Then rage punched through, and he slammed the metal door hard enough to make everyone nearby jump like NPCs reacting to an explosion. Later, Jin Chul approached him, frantic, asking where he had disappeared. Jinwoo casually replied that he had been somewhere without signal. Jin Chul asked if Jin Ho had met him already. Jinwoo responded blankly. What meeting? Jin Chul explained. Someone claiming to represent my glorious king picked Jin Ho up for a scheduled meet at the Bureau. Jinwoo hadn't sent anyone. Now paranoia crawled up his spine. Adam checked visitor logs. No entry for Jin Ho existed. Jin Chul looked like his soul evaporated. He said a hunter from the Scavenger Guild collected Jin Ho 2 hours ago. Adam snapped into crisis mode instantly. Scavenger headquarters stood just blocks away, but they did not have jurisdiction to make moves like this. Adam phoned Laura, and she instantly sensed trouble. She asked if Jinwoo knew. Adam said Jin Chul mentioned it. Laura said they'd look into it. But when Adam turned around, Jinwoo was gone. He disappeared faster than a dad who swears he's just going to buy milk. Cut to my glorious king perched somewhere high, shadows sweeping the city like a surveillance network. He realized he made a critical misplay. He hadn't planted a shadow on Jin Ho back at the hospital when he saved that old man. Now that same ominous instinct he once felt with his sister crawled back. He summoned every shadow soldier, and scattered them across the city to track Jinho down. Elsewhere, Thomas Andre stormed around demanding to find Huang Dongsu, radiating murderous intent. Inside a dim warehouse, Dongsu stood over a brutalized Jinho, barely clinging to consciousness. Back on the rooftops, my glorious king strained to hear any whispers, scanning every direction, desperate to locate anything that would lead him to Jinho before it was too late. My glorious king scanned every street, every rooftop, every inch of the skyline like a walking natural disaster. But his shadows brought back nothing. That could only mean one thing. Jinho wasn't in the city anymore, and if the kid had been moved without a fight, it wasn't by some random group of weaklings. Regular civilians don't overpower a hunter, not even a D rank. Only one conclusion fit. A hunter had taken him. Jinho might have been labeled D rank on paper, but he wasn't dying as a background NPC in a filler episode. Then it hit Jinwu, the Scavenger Guild. And where there's Scavenger Guild, there's Huang Dongsu, the bitter little brother who'd been simmering in the shadows like a grudge-aged villain. Now, with Drippy Woo setting foot on American soil, Huang's patience had expired. He wanted answers, or revenge. Jinwu clenched his jaw, muttering under his breath, if anything happens to Jinho, well, everyone already knew what came next when the murder aura kicked in. Meanwhile, back at Scavenger HQ, Thomas Andre was getting updates that made his blood pressure spike. Huang had gone ghost, full-on vanishing act. Thomas shook his head, wondering how a clown like that could be so bold unless he was counting on Thomas to clean up his mess. He called Laura, mentally kicking himself for letting his hunters run wild like unsupervised middle schoolers. Laura's report sent chills down everyone's spine. With help from the Hunter Bureau, they tracked 3 suspicious detours in Huang's path. Thomas didn't hesitate. He ordered the whole squad deployed and said he'd personally go in. When he asked how Laura got the Bureau to cooperate, she dropped the bomb. There was a potential deathmatch brewing between America's #1 hunter and Korea's living cheat code. The Bureau agents were collectively losing their minds. Reports came in that the Scavenger Guild had canceled all ongoing raids and mobilized every member. David Brennan's brain almost short-circuited. If all the S ranks were moving, Thomas was definitely involved. And if Thomas was involved, this wasn't just drama. It was an international incident waiting to happen. Cut to the abandoned factory where Huang Dongsu was still running his villain arc. Jinho was chained, bloodied, and barely conscious, but somehow still alive. Huang kept insisting he wanted the truth, even as his hands conveyed a more aggressive agenda. He told Jinho that near-death recovery was part of the fun, a twisted cycle he seemed determined to maintain. Then, as if the universe needed to drop one more weight, Jinho, barely holding himself up, gave Huang a full middle finger. No words, no dialogue, just the single most defiant act of the arc. That small gesture alone cracked Huang's composure. He snapped, hurling Jinho into concrete with bone-rattling force and declaring the fun had only just begun. One of Huang's goons noticed a silent figure lurking in the shadows. Huang squinted, immediately assuming it was some orc from a dungeon break. He readied himself, flipping his jacket like he was about to throw hands with a generic NPC. He had no idea he was about to face a shadow soldier. Back in Korea, peace was pretending to exist. Drippy Woo's mother sipped her tea, watching the news, blissfully unaware she'd birthed a literal walking genocide button. Baru lingered nearby, respecting the space, but thinking to himself, if there's anything my king can't survive, the planet might as well uninstall itself. Then, the broadcast hit. My glorious king had touched down in America. Baru immediately felt it. The shift in the air, the palpable pressure. His internal prayer was simple. Anyone on the wrong side of this king's wrath was about to meet their end. Across the states, Scavenger Guild convoys tore through city streets. Thomas Andre in the lead car sensed it too. That aura, that murderous presence. He told the driver to stop with the commentary. It had already begun. He kicked open the door and ordered the others to catch up. One of the men muttered under his breath, guests were filing another round of insurance claims. Meanwhile, in the torture basement, Huang's ribs just got sent to another dimension. Drippy Woo arrived in true fashion, Shadow Exchange flipping him across the map like a boss-level teleport. He punched Huang so hard the factory itself might need therapy. Jinho looked up through broken ribs, battered beyond belief, and smiled. Salvation had arrived. Drippy Woo sprinted to his side, reaching for a potion, but the bastards had done a number on him. That potion wasn't going to cut it. He glared at the first goon and asked flatly, "Are you a healer?" Of course, the first man didn't speak Korean. Q Huang, crawling back from the hole Jinwoo had sent him flying through seconds earlier, translating. Drippy Woo's glare didn't waver. "Heal him." The goon, terrified, said he had to ask his superior first. Jinwoo repeated the command. The man hesitated, face-palmed himself, and reluctantly replied, "Fine, your shadow will do the healing." The second goon panicked. And that panic? Oh, it was exactly the kind of chaos my glorious king thrived on. He looked at Huang and muttered, this wasn't part of the job description, But he didn't care. He followed his instinct and slammed Huang into the floor so hard that the concrete groaned in protest. Huang, somehow still cocky, stepped forward, demanding answers about his brother's death. Jinho, barely conscious, weakly warned him to be careful. Drippy Wu cut him off, growling, "Don't speak in your condition." Then came the moment. Huang, dripping rage and delusion, spat out the question. Had Drippy Wu killed his brother and the other hunters? Jinwu didn't even flinch. He delivered the coldest line in manhwa history. "Go ask your brother yourself." No yelling, no flair, just truth wrapped in absolute indifference. Huang snapped and charged, but he was a lifetime too slow. Drippy Wu sidestepped, countered, and sent him flying again. Before he could even land properly, Huang looked up and saw Drippy Wu already planted next to him. Another swing, another fold. Jinwu grabbed Huang by the head, smashing him into the pavement like he was trying to delete him from existence. And then Thomas Andre arrived. He stood there, calm but furious, ordering Jinwu to stop. Turning to Huang, Thomas barked a warning. "I told you not to mess with him." Then he turned to Jinwu. "Is he still breathing?" Jinwu met his gaze coldly. "Not done yet." Thomas clenched his jaw. One last warning. Let Huang go, and he'd pretend none of this happened. Jinwu's calm reply. "And if I say no?" Thomas froze. Then he said the words that meant war. "Then it's not a request anymore." Without hesitation, Jinwu yeeted Huang into the sky. The man flailed, praying silently for Thomas to intervene, for someone to save his pride. Jinwu turned his attention fully to Thomas. The main event had arrived. Thomas tried the classic ego play. "You don't know who you're talking to." Jinwu cut him off cold. "Doesn't matter." Deep down, Thomas knew he was staring at a man who understood exactly who he was and didn't care. Flashback. Thomas's villain origin. Born into a poor immigrant family, raised on scraps, but with hands that could turn fists into currency. Power, wealth, respect, earned through violence. He became CEO of punching people into submission, thinking he was king material, until he ran into my glorious king. Back in the present, his scavenger guild showed up, hoping to back him up. But before they could blink, Thomas himself got launched like a ragdoll across the block. Dust settled. Thomas rose, bruised, silent, signaling them to stay back. He strode toward Jinwu with purpose, shadowed by rage and pride. His squad panicked and scrambled behind him, fully aware they were about to witness carnage. Meanwhile, Drippy Wu casually ordered a shadow operative. "Get Jinho to the hospital. Use anything. No hesitation." Then came the fun part. Jinwu turned to Thomas and the rest of the scavenger guild and revealed the real threat. His shadow army, an entire battlefield's worth of monsters lined up and ready to annihilate. Thomas grinned, a mix of madness and exhilaration. Finally, a fight worthy of him. Deep down, though, he knew it was already chaos in the trash. All he wanted was to reclaim his ego by beating Jinwu. He tried one last bluff. "Back off and apologize." Jinwu didn't flinch. He flipped him off, unmoved by the devastation unfolding around them. That broke Thomas. He roared, transforming with sheer force, promising regret, but Jinwu didn't budge. He commanded his shadows to charge. Thomas yelled for his people to get in the way. The battlefield erupted. Tanks tried to erect barriers with flashy skills, only to watch them crumble like paper. Shadows smashed forward, chaos reigning supreme. Thomas, in a last-ditch effort, wiped out an entire squad by himself. He looked up and saw Tusk casting protection, trying to block him. Thomas bulldozed straight through the magic shield, smashing Tusk square in the face. He moved through the carnage, thinking of his surviving guild members. None would make it if he didn't intervene personally. He reached the center and saw it. My glorious king, mid-fight, handling chaos like side quests, utterly untouchable. Thomas lunged forward like a man who clearly had no concept of personal space or survival instincts. But alas, iron decided to politely insert itself between them. Thomas bellowed, swinging a fist that slammed Jinwu into the floor so hard even the concrete groaned, probably filing a formal complaint. Before Thomas could savor the moment, Jinwu blinked, because of course he did. And bam. Suddenly, he was right in Thomas's personal bubble, the one where all bad ideas live. Jinwu whipped out a dagger and slashed like a villain in a budget movie, except nothing happened. Yup, zero damage. Thomas, feeling rather smug for a moment, proceeded to punch Jinwu with all the self-assuredness of someone who clearly believed physics was negotiable. Jinwu got tossed like a disposable side character in a chaotic RPG cutscene, while Thomas smugly narrated the entire flight, explaining, "Feel the difference, pleb. This is the raw power of a national-level hunter." Jinwu was so done. Mid-flight, he casually activated Ruler's authority like flicking a light switch. Thomas froze mid-motion. Not a twitch, not a blink. Completely locked in place. Realization hit him like a ton of bricks. Apparently being a national-level hunter doesn't mean jack when your opponent's literally bending reality for fun. Jinwu stepped forward and delivered a single strike so devastating it made Thomas cough up blood like a fountain. He collapsed to the floor, but naturally forced himself upright because drama. Jinwu didn't stop. He charged, raining strikes and side comments like an infuriatingly polite hurricane. Strength, despair, obedience, you're welcome. Thomas tried to block, But the combo was cleaner than a Michelin-starred kitchen, leaving him shouting in frustration while activating his reinforcement skill like, "This should help." Spoiler, it did not. Meanwhile, the Hunter Bureau decided, in their infinite wisdom, that rolling up to this apocalypse might be a good idea. Adam White, calmly riding in a car, got bombarded with the all-important question: what the hell is happening? His only response? No time for that. Maybe try surviving instead. Another agent added, if we get any closer, it's an instant Darwin Award. Yup, the city was officially a live-action disaster movie, and my glorious king was farming bodies like it was Monday morning chores. Back at the factory, Thomas had fully embraced his inner rage monster. Charging like a bull on energy drinks, he slammed the ground with enough force to give nearby tectonic plates existential dread. Jinwoo barely dodged the shockwave, thinking, yep, normal Tuesday. Thomas wasn't done. He unleashed a black hole-level skill, swallowing everything, including Jinwoo's shadows. Jinwoo squinted. Without ruler power, he'd have been shredded like a cheap printer document. Suddenly, boom, massive explosion. Half the building screamed in pain. Jinwoo, utterly unfazed, shrugged, mentally adding, minor inconvenience Tuesday. Thomas, fueled by ego and pure bad decisions, launched at him like a bullet with delusions of grandeur. Midair, Jinwoo stomped on his face and used the momentum to send him crashing. Telekinesis tried to cheat physics, but ruler's authority yanked Thomas back faster than a bungee cord. Thomas growled, fine, let's go head on. Their fists collided. Shockwaves ripped through the factory like reality itself was filing a restraining order. Thomas's face paled as Jinwoo casually shattered his armor, giving him the kind of disappointed stare that makes you reconsider all your life choices. He hit the ground, hard. Thomas rose, rage-consuming logic like it was a snack. He threw another punch. Jinwoo dodged effortlessly and delivered a knee to Thomas's face that cracked more armor than a rogue demolition crew. Agents arrived. One warning Adam White, stay back. You're going to be collateral if you're not careful. What's that? White squinted. That, my friend, is Thomas Andre, replied the agent, staring at the carnage. Thomas, lying in dirt, had an existential meltdown. How is he a mage type? How is he doing this? He screamed, pulling whatever energy he had left. I cannot lose. Jinwoo, already 3 steps ahead, tore off his faceplate, looked him dead in the eyes and said, I told you, doesn't matter who you are. Thomas roared, I am Thomas Andre. You think this is enough to beat me? Hit after hit, armor broken, bones mostly, ego obliterated, dignity. Don't be cute. By the time Jinwoo paused, Thomas was nothing more than a very unhappy pile of bruised regrets. Thinking that things might get messy, Agent Adam White threw himself at the idea of stopping Drippy Woo. He begged, pleaded, whispered sweet nothings, basically did everything short of writing him a haiku about restraint. But Drippy Woo? Oh no, not in the mood. The man had zero chill. Thomas, lying there broken, bloody, and dramatically regretting every life choice that led him here, finally croaked out the one word every fighter hates: defeat. Drippy Woo paused, towering over the aftermath like a king inspecting a playground of rubble, and just stared at what was once the world's strongest hunter. Adam blinked and blinked again, and then thought, how many hunters could actually do this to Thomas Andre? Answer, none. Absolutely zero. Maybe a god, but nope, just my glorious king. He shuddered at the thought of word getting out. Whole world? Probably explode. He promptly ordered every hunter on site to treat Thomas like he wasn't the poster child for don't mess with Jinwoo. One panicked hunter reported, every bone in his body? Shattered. Blood loss? Off the charts? Solo? Impossible. Need backup. They also noted the miraculous part. Nobody else died. Because apparently the universe has a sick sense of humor, but some limits. Adam nodded. Well, could have been worse, he muttered. The understatement of the century. But just as calm settled like an unwanted fog, an agent screamed something that froze everyone mid-step. They rushed over and found the lifeless body of Dong Su. Yep, apparently death likes to RSVP uninvited. And Drippy Woo? Gone. Poof. Ghost mode. Classic. Back in Korea, my glorious king was perched atop a building, looking like a bored deity who just got done with a cosmic sandbox session in America. After Thomas folded like a cheap lawn chair, Jinwoo had used Shadow Switch to dip out of the U.S., swapping places with Peru. Peru, loyal as a golden retriever on caffeine, was already at the hospital patching up Jinho. Then a new shadow appeared, kneeling in all the melodramatic glory only a fully sentient shadow can muster. It was none other than the greedy little clown, Dong Su. Jinwoo squinted at him and quipped, you died chasing things you could never handle. From now on, your name is Greed. Then he told him to kiss the ground like a penitent NPC. Did Greed flinch? Nope, not even a twitch. Talk about commitment to bad decisions. The very next day, my glorious king arrived at the International Guild Conference in the U.S. Reporters swarmed like mosquitoes on steroids. He side-eyed Adam and asked why everyone suddenly cared about his arrival. Adam, with that calm while panicking tone only a seasoned agent can muster, said, "Media probably caught wind that you curb-stomped Thomas Andre." Yeah, subtlety was never on Jinwoo's agenda. He walked in with one mission: ask questions, get answers, and then ghost the place like a polite hurricane. Every guild leader worth their ego was packed into the room, and as soon as he entered, every eye in the building turned his way. Whispers exploded faster than firecrackers. That's the man who beat Thomas Andre within an inch of his life and saved Tokyo while doing it. The presentation kicked off. A frazzled scientist waddled onto the stage, presumably powered by sheer panic and zero caffeine. Dr. Belzer started explaining how gates were going haywire, tossing around phrases like magic storm forming over 9 points worldwide. Spoiler, Seoul was at the top of the list. Every head immediately pivoted toward Jinwoo, like he personally signed the apocalypse invitation. Dr. Belzer tried to calm them. If my glorious king had this much power, he'd already be beyond hunters. Jinwoo stayed silent, but in his head, he was already piecing together the 9 hotspots, rulers, and monarchs, like a walking conspiracy chart. Dr. Belzer wrapped up deadpan, saying, "No clue what's causing it. No idea how to stop it. World might be toast. Good luck." Then director David Brennan, looking like someone about to announce the obituary of humanity, stepped up. Flat, emotionless, he confirmed, Christopher Reed, one of the top national hunters, had been assassinated 2 weeks ago. No one knew who, and if the conference attendees weren't panicking already, this news guaranteed chaos. David played a video. Hunters went stone still. Christopher Reed, human apex predator, reduced to dust in the blink of an eye. Brain short-circuiting? Check. They tried rationalizing. National-level hunters? Untouchable. Until now. A few brave souls whispered the obvious. Wasn't this the guy who curb-stomped Thomas Andre yesterday? In the eye of the storm stood Mr. Aura Farmer, quiet as always, aura radiating, "Do not mess with me." While the room spun into full paranoia mode, David dropped the bomb. The Bureau had a suspect. Codename, Suspect S. A photo hit the big screen. Chaos ensued. The guy looked exactly like my glorious king. Energy in the room shifted from shock to confusion, faster than a caffeinated squirrel on roller skates. And of course, someone had to say the dumbest thing possible. "Ah, Asians all look the same, right? Perfect. Someone always has to." Jinwoo's face remained stoic. Aura? Not so much. He internally battled the rising rage, mentally reviewing rulers, dungeons, and that giant lizard Kamish, lecturing him about monarchs and rulers. David continued, giving the official briefing. The man had been found in an American gate, spoke fluent Korean, and got interrogated by Hwang Dong-soo. Escalation? Naturally. Result? Furniture-level destruction. And apparently that same man might have deleted Christopher Reed too. The footage plays, and boom, clear as day, Sung Il-hwan looking Dong-soo dead in the face, basically telling him, "Step foot in Korea and you're done." Greed catches the clip too, and immediately confirms, "Yep, that's definitely Father Drippy himself." David continues the briefing, explaining they want guilds across the entire globe mobilized to hunt this mysterious figure. Someone nervously asks if the target is even human anymore, and the Bureau replies his mana level is so insane, it matches a monster's signature. Another hunter asks if this person used to be a hunter who disappeared into a gate, and David nods. Yep, that's exactly the case. So why was this guy's identity kept secret? Because he's related to someone who is currently sitting right here. The silence gets so heavy you could slice it. Every head slowly turns toward one particular man. China's 7-star powerhouse, Liu Zhigang, wastes 0 seconds. He demands clarification, asking how this beast is connected to the King of Auras. David exhales because he knew this moment was coming, and finally reveals the suspect called himself the father of the glorious king. Liu swivels toward the king and asks the obvious question, "What will you do if hunters come after him?" Jinwoo doesn't flinch. He answers like he rehearsed it. If that man is a monster, he'll put him down. But if that man truly is his father, and anyone dares to lay a hand on him, he'll personally wipe out every last hunter on Earth. He states loudly he'll protect his family even if the whole world turns against him. Later, Adam White catches up to him outside and asks if he meant that statement. Jinwoo simply replies with a cold yes, wasting 0 breath. Adam smirks and says only one other mad lad would threaten the entire hunter community publicly like that. Jinwoo asks who. Adam gestures. Thomas Andre. Poor guy's still recovering in a hospital bed because even titans need a timeout after running into the king. Adam informs Jinwoo that the Hunter Bureau is hosting a fancy feast and invites him. Before the king even declines, Liu Zhigang rolls up with his squad speaking Mandarin. Jinwoo stands there like someone accidentally opened a foreign language audio track, while Adam translates. Liu explains he battled some gigantic sea monster offshore, the same creature Jinwoo previously spared. He admits the fight was brutal thanks to that watery battlefield, and confesses he's been eager to meet the hunter who treats world-ending monsters like morning exercise. Liu extends his hand respectfully, dead serious. Jinwoo takes note that he expected an angry brute, but this man might actually be chill beneath the grumpy aesthetic. back. As Liu turns to leave, Adam translates another message. Liu hopes that suspect S isn't truly kin to Jinwoo. Adam clarifies Liu meant no offense. Jinwoo just nods, accepts it, and moves along. Then director David Brennan swoops in, trying to talk, and suddenly Jinwoo finds himself seated across from Ms. Sellner. She greets him calmly, saying it's been a long time. Jinwoo wonders why the upgrader has reappeared in his life. He tells her he never expected to meet again, and she explains she's been trapped in recurring nightmares. She describes how her dreams lately show the strongest hunters being hunted down and killed, and those visions continue becoming reality. Jinwoo asks if she's referring to Christopher Reed, and David confirms it. They warned Reed beforehand, but he ignored them and was erased. Sellner explains the hunter executions aren't stopping. They're escalating. Jinwoo asks if she's here to warn him next, but she says no. Instead, she wants to ask him to protect the remaining hunters. She attempted to use her dreaming ability to identify which hunters were in danger, but the instant she tapped into that power, she was forcefully kicked out of the dream. Right before waking, she heard a voice. When Jinwoo asks what the voice said, she reports it commanded her to return and prepare for war. That phrase instantly triggers Jinwoo's memory of what the Giant King said about the looming war between rulers and monarchs. He begins wondering who is slaughtering hunters. He asks what this has to do with her request. She tells him the power hunting those hunters feels disturbingly similar to what she once sensed inside Jinwoo. He realizes she must have glimpsed the Shadow Monarch's overwhelming force during their previous encounter. David steps back into the conversation, saying they aren't asking just anyone for assistance, because this threat is beyond what human hunters can contend with. They need someone stronger. David admits they initially doubted Jinwoo, but after he folded Thomas Andre like a laundry shirt fresh out of the dryer, doubts evaporated. David promises the Bureau will grant Jinwoo anything he requests, even Koresh/Kamesh's runestone, because those blessed with power are the only barrier keeping humanity standing. If they fall, civilization collapses. But Jinwoo looks them dead in the eyes and refuses. He says he can't accept their request. Director Brennan, stunned, asks if this is because Jinwoo still holds a grudge against Thomas Andre. Jinwoo shoots that assumption down instantly, saying no. He just doesn't yet know who deserves his wrath. Basically, he hasn't decided who's first on his catch these hands list. He rises, all set to make a graceful exit, while Adam White is internally facepalming over the "family first, I'll kill every hunter on earth if needed" speech my glorious king just dropped. But just as Adam's about to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking the meeting is over, the king spins back like a plot twist in a soap opera. "I want the list," he says, deadpan. "Every hunter who needs protection, I want to meet them." Adam's expression softens like someone just offered him free chocolate. Damn, maybe this Shadow Monarch isn't only a walking war crime after all. He shuffles the papers over, like they're sacred scrolls. Cut to the final night of the International Guild Conference, aka Night of the Hunters. Drippy Woo strolls in with Jin Ho, who's walking around like a guy who just survived getting snapped in half last week. Totally casual. "Feeling okay?" Drippy Woo asks. Jin Ho, fresh as a mint in a toothpaste commercial, replies, "Better than ever." Meanwhile, the crowd whispers nervously like frightened alley cats because they can't even detect his presence. Apparently, he's operating on some cosmic untouchable tier. Someone points at Jinho and says, "That guy? He fought Thomas Andre to save him." "Yep, that's the vice chairman of the year over there. Fully upgraded to assistant shadow CFO." As if on cue, a corporate suit slides over, waving a contract like it's the Holy Grail, pitching to buy all the giant corpses from Japan. Drippywoo doesn't even blink. "I slap monsters. Money?" Jinho handles that. Jinho, proud dad vibes, fully engaged, struts off, thinking, "Yeah, that's my boy, doing the VP thing right." White reappears, clutching the hunter list like it's the Ark of the Covenant, saying the rankings reflect both performance and contribution. Drippywoo peeks at it and casually asks where he stands. White hesitates, then says, "Given how many Titans you've bodied, probably third or fourth." Drippywoo wrinkles his nose. "Rankings? Pfft, too much admin." He decides the smarter, cleaner approach. Slap a shadow soldier on each hunter. Instant tracking system. Who's worth saving, who's about to flip, and who's about to get clapped next. Bonus, they double his phone lines to the rulers. While plotting this, Hunter Woo whispers a warning. Drippy Woo senses something off. Thomas Andre has arrived. One busted arm, still looking like a walking refrigerator in a suit. Thomas admits, grudgingly, that their fight left permanent damage. Even magic couldn't fix it. He also confesses Drippy Woo could have annihilated his entire guild, but didn't. Why? He asks. Drippy Woo shrugs. "You didn't do anything worth dying for." Thomas, still bruised ego intact, says Huang will get a proper funeral, even if he earned the fade he just took. Then he gestures, raising a hand like he's about to order room service. Once he's healed, he wants a meal, and for Drippy to pass his number to the manager. Laura slides in, face doing the whole try not to roll my eyes routine. "My boss is socially awkward. Roughness is his weird form of affection," she explains. "So anything you want is thanks?" Drippy Woo mulls 2 seconds. "Maybe a dagger. Something that doesn't snap the first time I swing it." Laura departs. White offers to escort him to meet the hunters on the list, Drippy Woo waves him off. Got it. But then, wait, something's off. His eyes narrow. Where's rank 6? White frowns. Lost contact a few days ago. Brazilian government still looking. Jinwoo stays quiet, but the gears in his head are grinding. 7 hunters left, one more wild card to plan for. Mr. Aura Farmer, standing nearby with White, asks Adam about rank 6's absence. Adam has nothing. Vanished before the conference. Even the secret agency in Brazil have no leads. 7 names left. 7 bullets in his mental target practice. Meanwhile, in Korea, Chairman Go Gyun-hee is in his office, clutching his chest like someone just spoiled the finale of your favorite drama ever. His heart's been temperamental for years, but lately the spasms are worse. Doctors say he has 6 months left unless he stops working. Already 2 years past that. Man was built different. He smiles, smug, thinking he's successfully cheated death longer than expected. Phone buzzes, wife calling. Apparently she can sense death through the line, because, of course. He says he's fine and hangs up. 2 seconds of peace. Then, bam, the room goes icy. Creepy grandpa appears, like a jump scare in a horror movie. Gyun-hee freezes. Not only did the man materialize from nowhere, but he also evaded all detection. Survival probability, 0. Before he can blink, a shard of ice punches into his gut. Yep, definitely not a dream. The chairman coughed up blood and fury and demanded to know exactly who the hell this frosty intruder was. The old man just smirked with that "I'm too cool for name tags" arrogance, and implied that the chairman should recognize him. Then, without warning, he switched to full villain PowerPoint mode. Mana flooded the room, and he ordered the greatest fragment of brilliant light to reveal itself, like he was summoning a final boss cutscene. He insulted the human body, calling it a defective vessel, and then slapped the chairman again purely for entertainment value. But once the ice dust settled, surprise, the real Gyun-hee stepped out from the collapsing ice, glowing like a freshly awakened raid boss. His eyes lit up, aura crackling, every inch screaming, "I'm not done yet, you crusty refrigerator." The frozen geezer grinned, but deep down, he knew he just poked a lion with a toothpick. The chairman called him out. Frost Grandpa launched Monologue Part 2, rambling about 7 fragments, the 2 that were missing, and how he couldn't wait to grind their pride into fine powder. Now he was ready to finish the job. The chairman answered calmly. "Go ahead." The ice relic laughed, saying it was idiotic to fight inside a body he barely had control of, while the invader had full control over his body. Then the old man spread his arms and turned the room into Elsa's worst nightmare. Ice everywhere, freezing the world around them solid. But Gyun-hee wasn't here for this Disney reboot. He headbutted the frozen ground like it owed him rent, then launched himself straight toward the boa-wearing icicle. The intruder dodged and nearly kebabbed the chairman's head with a spike of ice. The chairman swung back, but the frost freak froze his arm mid-attack, blocking the punch. So the chairman just shattered the ice with brute strength and charged right again. Because why not? But his own body was burning out. He felt his heart screaming and his muscles tearing. He didn't have long. Whatever he planned to do, it had to be now. So he channeled everything, every drop of power, into one final blow. The frosty bastard erected a shield of ice, blocking the impact. But Gyun-hee's force was insane anyway. The impact launched the intruder like a cannonball across the room. That last attack took nearly all he had left. Gun-hee collapsed to one knee, realizing he'd reached the end of the line. His body was done. The icicle man regained himself and sneered. He called the chairman's body worthless and mocked his fragment of luminosity title like a punchline. Before Gyun-hee could respond, the walking popsicle rushed forward and impaled him through the chest with an ice blade, savoring every second of being petty. He leaned in, calling him pathetic, declared humanity doomed, and ridiculed him for fighting alone without backup. But the chairman smiled. He said this fight wasn't pointless. The intruder paused, curious, asking what he meant. The chairman summoned a fireball and launched it toward the frost clown. The intruder simply sidestepped, mocking the weak attempt. But when the fireball exploded against the wall, it blasted a massive hole through it. It took a second, but realization hit the intruder like taxes. The fireball wasn't meant for him. It was meant to destroy the spatial seal trapping the room. The pocket dimension snapped open. Frost Grandpa tried to look calm, but the crack in his poker face gave him away. The chairman gave a signal. A shadow soldier emerged, one my glorious king had stationed on Gyun-hee as backup surveillance. The intruder glared, insulted that an ant dared appear before him. He mocked the idea that one shadow minion could change anything. But mid-monologue, he froze. Not because of ice, but because something was off. That soldier wasn't just unusual. It was terrifying. He bolted after the creature, slashing through air. The attack landed, and then the blade stopped. Someone had caught it with bare hands. My glorious king had arrived. He grabbed the intruder by the throat and demanded to know who the hell he was. And the icicle bastard instantly understood who stood before him. He sensed the Shadow Monarch's power flowing through Jinwoo. Startled by the sheer army of shadows surrounding him, Creepy Grandpa squinted at Jinwoo, the quiet observer, and asked with a tone dripping disbelief why someone with that many soldiers hadn't crashed his front door before. Then his gaze shifted to Drippy Woo, like he just spotted the missing piece in some cosmic jigsaw puzzle. Naturally, the first instinct of this frosty menace? Try to freeze Drippy Woo's arm. Bold move. The Shadow Monarch didn't even flinch. With a casual flick, my glorious king drew his dagger and sliced through the ice like it was a dollar store snow globe. Realizing the situation was rapidly slipping into nope territory, Creepy Grandpa did what any rational villain would do in his position. Backpedal hard. He offered a cheeky, maybe we call it a day, insisting that he wasn't here for a fight to the death today. Drippy Woo raised a brow. Sure, coming in like a season finale boss battle, and then suddenly asking for a polite tea break? Makes perfect sense. Creepy Grandpa then pointed toward the chairman, who was barely clinging to life. A sick realization hit my glorious king like a truck. The ant soldier had been assigned to protect the chairman, but apparently the villain already had a plan B. In a swift motion, he conjured an ice blade and hurled it straight at the chairman's chest. Drippy Woo tried to use Ruler's authority to intercept, but the system smacked him with a resounding, nope, too strong. Panic flickered in Drippy Woo's eyes. He tossed a dagger to block the incoming projectile. But naturally, the blade had a mind of its own and swerved midair like it had personal grudges to settle. No problem. He just decided to step in personally and shield the chairman with his own body. But by the time he turned around, Creepy Grandpa had already activated a portal and was ghosting out like a villain with a fade-to-black budget. Drippy Woo wasn't about to let him slip without a souvenir. He activated Dagger Rush, unleashing every single blade in his arsenal, like a storm of pointy reminders. One dagger clipped Creepy Grandpa in the shoulder. Cue chaos. The old man completely lost his cool. He unleashed every demonic insult and esoteric curse he had stored in his brain, and announced, with all the pomp of a melodrama, that Drippy Woo was a mere vessel, and how dare he dare injure him. Then, with a flourish worthy of any cliffhanger, he promised he would return, leaving the dying chairman behind like a particularly cruel parting gift. As the portal slammed shut, my glorious king sprinted to the chairman, cursing himself for not sensing the attack earlier. The wounds were far too severe for normal healing, and panic crept in. He summoned Baru, pleading for the shadow to fix the injuries, but nothing worked. Desperation rising, he reached for holy water. But the chairman, ever calm, waved him off. Don't waste it, he said, his voice a faint echo of authority. The chairman knew his time had come, but there was no bitterness. He smiled, faint but genuine, telling Drippy Woo that he was glad he was the one facing the monarchs, that the world would one day need hunters like him to pick a side. He expressed that he had always dreamed of fighting alongside hunters like Drippy Woo, and that leaving the world in the hands of such warriors allowed him to go without regrets. Then came the kicker. He whispered, barely audible, that his heart had kept beating all this time for this very moment, to meet Jinwoo, to witness his strength firsthand. And with that final breath, the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. He was relieved and entrusted the future to Jinwoo. Fast forward to the next day. Shocking news dominates headlines worldwide. Brazil's top hunter, Jonas, is found dead in a nearby river. At the same time, the chairman of the Korean Hunter Association, Go Gun-hee, is confirmed brutally murdered, stabbed straight through the heart. The world instantly spirals into panic. When word spreads that absolute powerhouses were taken out without warning, people lose their minds. Even the U.S. Hunter Bureau is forced to make a public statement, something they only do when things are truly catastrophic. Ordinary civilians begin questioning their future. If the hunters meant to protect humanity aren't safe, what chance does anyone else have? Walking nuclear weapons are dropping dead, and no one knows how or why. A few days pass, and now our glorious king stands at Chairman Go Gun-hee's funeral. He turns to Jin Chul, who looks like a man running on zero sleep and pure grief, and asks how he's holding up. Jin Chul admits he hasn't been himself, then asks the million-dollar question. Was the thing that killed the chairman really that strong? Drippy Woo answers honestly. He was too late to do anything. Jin Chul stares off into the distance, like his entire reality just shattered. He says none of this feels real. Just yesterday, the chairman was joking about his trip to the U.S. Now he's buried 6 feet under. Jin Chul thanks Jin Woo for trying to save him, but Drippy Woo shuts that down immediately. No, he's not accepting any thanks. Not until that monster is dead. He swears it on his life. Then he tells Jin Chul to call the press because he's about to raise absolute hell. At the press conference, Drippy Woo doesn't sugarcoat anything. He tells the world the truth. These monsters are hunting S ranks like it's a sport. Worse, they're intelligent, smarter than most humans. They trap people inside magical cages and pick them off one by one like it's nothing. He warns hunters who think they might be targets to stay close to people they trust. He also reveals the existence of the monster, who called itself the Monarch of Frost. That thing looked him dead in the eyes, and dipped before Drippy Woo could even flex. It was clear, even the strongest hunters wouldn't survive a one-on-one. He ends with one final message. If you don't have someone watching your back, contact him, or go through the Korean Hunter Association. The scene cuts to a dark cave where the monarchs are holding a full-blown evil group meeting. Creepy Grandpa breaks the silence, announcing that the Shadow Monarch is active. Yogamont, sounding like a rejected Pokemon, questions how that's even possible. He insists no human could withstand that power. He even drags the Dragon King into it, claiming that Guy can't show up either for the same reason. Creepy Grandpa fires back, saying our glorious king is more dangerous than the fragments of brilliant light, and that he'll handle it himself. He asks if anyone wants to back him up. Tarnak immediately declines. He warns Sylid that picking a fight with Drippy Woo is the fastest way to sign a death certificate. He reminds everyone that the Shadow Monarch is one of the 9. Instead of rushing in and getting folded like the last idiot, they should wait for the Dragon King. But Creepy Grandpa insists this is their best shot while Drippy Woo is still trapped in human form. If no one helps, he'll do it solo and erase him from the map. Tarnak and Yogamont basically say, do whatever you want, because they're not trying to get cooked like the Monarch of White Flames. That's when Raken steps out of his furry little corner and volunteers. Tarnak side-eyes him and reminds him what happened to the Monarch of White Flames. Clapped, then permanently drafted into Team Drippy. Once Jinwoo beats you, there's no respawn, just eternal shadow service. Raken says relax. That only works if they're not in their real forms. The Shadow Monarch can't turn a full-power Monarch into a puppet, at least not yet. Tarnak drops one last bombshell. The Shadow Monarch is now working with the Architect. That means even original forms might not be safe. After that, he and Yogamont dip. They want zero involvement in Drippy Woo's world domination arc. Once they're gone, Raken asks the real question. Is Drippy Woo even human anymore? Creepy Grandpa pulls out the dagger he used earlier and points out it was coated in poison. The original Shadow Monarch would never resort to cheap tricks like that. The Bug Lady actually listens. She agrees. If he were fully merged, he wouldn't need tactics. Creepy Grandpa asks her to join them, and she accepts. And just like that, Beast Boy, Bug Lady, and Creepy Grandpa head out to throw hands with our glorious king. Meanwhile, Drippy Woo stands atop a building, searching for Creepy Grandpa, but there's no magic signature anywhere. He recalls the fight. Creepy Grandpa had no shadow, and claimed he was in his true form. Something about that didn't sit right. Jinwoo recalls what the giant monarch told him back then, that rulers and monarchs in their original forms cannot be turned into shadows, which means whatever he fought that day wasn't a fake or a projection. It was the real deal. Back at the Hunter Association headquarters, the suits are deep in discussion. It's been a full week since Chairman Go Gun-hee passed, and without him, the guilds are starting to act up. No one's keeping them in check, and things are dangerously close to going sideways. Gun-hee, being an S rank, gave the chairman position weight, authority, fear, and now that weight is gone, they debate the danger of giving that kind of power to an outsider. One by one, the fingers slowly turn and land on Jin Chul. Jin Chul is visibly stunned. Why me? He asks. The directors explain it plainly. He worked closest with the chairman. He knows how to lead. He knows how to manage hunters. He doesn't need to be S rank. He just needs respect and fear. He has the connections. He has the reputation. No one else fits the role the way he does. They don't force the decision on him. They simply ask him to think about it. Jin Chul nods quietly and agrees. Cut to the U.S. Thomas, Andre, and Laura ride an elevator deep underground into the Scavenger Guild's vault. Thomas remarks that it's been a while since he's been down here. As they walk, Laura asks the question she's clearly been holding in. Is he really planning to give that weapon away? Thomas answers calmly. Do you think the lives of me and my guild weren't worth it? Laura quickly clarifies. That's not what she meant. Thomas turns to her and asks if she thinks Drippy Woo couldn't handle it. They stop in front of the weapon. Thomas stares at it, saying it still doesn't feel real. Laura, trying to be the voice of reason, reminds him just how absurdly valuable these weapons are. There are only 2 like it on the entire planet, and that number will never go up. Thomas nods. Then, with peak billionaire energy, says, exactly, that's why I'm giving it away. There's no point letting the strongest weapon on Earth rot inside a vault. Back in Korea, Gina is watching the news. She sees Jin Chul has officially been appointed chairman, and immediately decides the world is unstable. Handsome men rising to power right after murder cases? Yeah, sounds about right. She hugs her mom, who's just trying to wash dishes, and immediately gets hit with a classic mom response. If you have time to stand there, go take out the trash. Gina complains she's too lazy, then suddenly switches topics and suggests they move. Her mom flatly refuses. She likes this old place. Gina asks why, but her mom dodges the question and tells her to check the laundry. When Gina opens the door, she freezes. Her breath catches. Then she starts running, screaming for her mom. Cut to outside the Ajin Guild headquarters. Reporters swarm the building. Word has spread. Thomas Andre is inside. Jinho is sweating bullets. Not only is Thomas there, but Leonard Newman, Germany's top hunter, is casually sitting in the office too. Jinho is trying not to panic. It's been 2 hours. Drippy Woo still hasn't picked up the phone. Leonard feels the tension as well. Goliath himself is here, looking for Jin Woo. He wonders if today's finally the day they meet. Thomas asks a question. Laura, translating, is Drippy Woo on a raid, or does he just never show up to work? Jin-ho awkwardly stammers out a yes, and right on cue, the main character finally walks in. Drippy Woo strolls into the office like he didn't just ghost everyone for 2 hours. He takes one look at the reporters, then clocks Thomas sitting there. Jin-ho looks like he's about to cry and asks where he's been. Jin-woo shrugs. There have been a lot of gates lately. No time to slack off. Thomas stands up. Long time no see. Jin-ho freezes. Is this about to be a rematch? Jin-woo asks what brings Thomas to Korea. Thomas says they were supposed to eat together once his arm healed, and that he brought a gift. Jin-woo raises an eyebrow. Thomas adds that they should move somewhere else. The gift isn't safe to open here. Jin-woo immediately assumes this man brought a bomb. Jin-ho is 2 seconds from calling security. Jin-woo then turns to the second man and asks who he is. Leonard introduces himself politely. Jin-woo assumes he wants protection. Before anything else happens, Thomas cuts in. Let's go. Leonard starts to follow. Thomas stops him cold. Who said you're coming with us? Leonard, already tense from waiting 2 hours, clearly thinks he's earned a seat at the table. Thomas shuts that down instantly. His expression alone says, know your place. The meeting is above Leonard's pay grade. Waiting longer doesn't make him important. Just like that, Leonard Newman, Germany's strongest hunter, gets absolutely clowned. He watches them leave, realizing this is the first time in his life he's been treated like background noise. Later, Jin-woo sits across from Thomas at a restaurant. Calm atmosphere, good food, chill vibes. Then Thomas reaches under the table and pulls out a case, like he's about to propose. Thomas ordered his men to keep watch. Then he locked eyes with our glorious king and said he'd waited far too long for this moment. Even before the case was opened, Jin-woo could feel something violent pulsing from inside it. Thomas opened the case, and boom, 2 daggers freshly crafted from the corpse of a monster so dangerous it took an entire government to deal with. He told Drippy Woo they came from Kamesh, and even though Jin-woo can be a dumbass sometimes, he instantly understood what that meant. Turns out the Bureau only took what they were allowed to take. Thomas, on the other hand, let Kamesh bite him like it was a petting zoo, and kept the damn tooth as a souvenir. He said the tooth was too stubby to make a sword, so he had it forged into daggers instead. Jin-woo picked one up and immediately saw the stats. Attack power, 1,500. He realized instantly that even the Demon King's daggers, forged from a monarch, couldn't come close to these monsters. Our glorious king was genuinely shook. Without hesitation, he tested the blade. Even Thomas warned him to be careful, saying that no matter what defensive skills he used, that dagger could still slice through them like butter. The mana responded instantly, wrapping around Jin-woo like it recognized its rightful owner. The pressure alone made the entire restaurant sweat. Laura looked like she was seconds away from snatching the weapons back. Thomas just smirked and asked if giving them away had been a mistake. Then he looked Jin-woo dead in the eye and said the gift was cheap compared to the lives that were saved. Before they could even finish eating, both of them froze. Something massive slammed into their senses. They stood up immediately. The air had changed. Jin-woo looked up, thinking, is this what the doctor mentioned in the report? Because whatever that presence was, it felt ancient, like something that had just woken up after a very long sleep. Thomas looked up and straight up lost it. He said he'd never seen one that big before. He even compared it to Kamesh's gate, and said this thing made Kamesh look like a baby deer. Then he dropped the existential bomb. If the world was pulling something like this out now, maybe humanity wasn't even smart enough to understand how screwed it already was. While they were having their crisis, civilians were doing what modern society does best. A massive gate tore the sky open, and instead of running, people pulled out their phones like it was some influencer stunt. Over in the U.S., Dr. Belzer was getting grilled by the suits. They demanded to know why Korea suddenly had a literal hole to hell floating over it. Belzer hit them with a hard, I told you so. He'd been warning them for days about the insane mana buildup, but nobody listened. And this was only the beginning. Gates like this were going to start appearing everywhere. Back in Korea, Mr. Aura Farmer was already airborne, riding Kaisel straight toward the massive gate. But the moment he tried to enter, he slammed into something invisible. No matter how much power he pushed, the gate wouldn't let him through. It felt like the gate itself was saying, not today, King. Jin-woo stared at it, realizing whatever was inside was on a completely different level, something even he might not be ready for. But beneath that gate was everything he cared about, and he wasn't letting anything crawl out and destroy it. Right then, Chairman Wu called. Jin-woo asked if they'd found anything. The chairman said they'd scanned the entire planet. Not a single other gate had appeared. This one was special. The plan was to evacuate civilians before whatever was inside decided to come out. He asked Jin-woo what he planned to do next. The next day at the Hunter Association Gymnasium, Mr. Aura Farmer was warming up, and by warming up, he meant turning Baru into a living punching bag. Baru came at him like his life depended on it, but nothing landed. Jin-woo blocked him with one hand like he was swatting flies, then casually asked if Baru was even trying. Baru immediately humbled himself, saying he would never dare hold back against his king. Jin-woo grinned and told him it was fine. All he wanted was a workout, and Baru was the only one who could even come close. That line alone filled Baru with fresh motivation. The drama queen went at it again, even harder, but Jin-woo dodged effortlessly. nervously. Still, he noticed something. Baru had leveled up since becoming a commander. Jinwoo warned him, though. There's only one commander. Once Igris and Greed reach general rank, they might start eyeing that throne. If Baru wanted to keep his crown, he'd better stay sharp. That fired Baru up completely. He charged in with everything he had, but Jinwoo just stood there thinking, this still isn't enough. Even his strongest shadow wasn't ready for what was coming. Baru lunged again. Jinwoo grabbed him mid-swing, slammed him into the ground, then smashed his ribs with a punch so hard it sent him flying into the wall. Baru got up anyway, rambling about how incredible his king's strength was. Jinwoo sighed, watching the destruction, and joked that he needed to block Baru from watching historical dramas before his delusions got worse. As cleanup crews rushed in, Jinwoo realized this might get him in trouble. So he casually messaged Chairman Wu, "Don't freak out, but I've got about 300 giant ants who know how to mop." Meanwhile, Thomas, Andre, and Laura stayed on standby. Laura asked Thomas if they were heading back to the States. Thomas didn't even hesitate. He turned to her and said, "Hell no." He said there was no way he was walking away from something this grand, this beautiful. Laura narrowed her eyes at the massive gate ripping the sky apart and asked how he could call that abomination beautiful. Thomas just smiled and said anything that makes the heart race is beautiful. Fire-breathing dragons, world-ending gates, Drippy Woo. Then he told her there was no point going back to the U.S. anyway. No gates had appeared there. And seeing the concern on her face, Thomas added that the safest place left on the entire damn planet was right next to the man who breaks physics for fun. So as far as he was concerned, they were as safe as it got, and if my glorious king couldn't stop it here, there wouldn't be a later. The next day, evacuation orders went out. But over at Drippy Woo's house, Gina was absolutely not having it. She demanded to know why they weren't packing. Her mom calmly told her that if this place was going to become a battlefield, she wanted to choose where they died. Besides, their house was outside the evacuation zone. Gina lost it. She said she was about to be a college girl. She had plans, drinking, living alone, doing dumb stuff, and she was not about to die under some giant death cloud. Her mom just smiled and told her not to worry. Drippy Woo would protect them, just like her dad once did. Up on a rooftop, Jinwoo sat alone, eyes locked on the gate. He wondered if there was a way to close it without spilling blood. Then he pulled out his phone, thinking about who he'd want beside him if the world really did end. Somewhere else, Mommy Cha was deep in training. Her master watched her movements carefully and said her sword was hesitating. Maybe fear was creeping in. Before she could answer, her phone rang. Her master smiled knowingly and said he'd talked too much. A hunter should always answer their calls. After a short conversation with the mystery caller, Mommy Cha turned to her master and bowed out, saying something had come up. Her master just stood there looking smug and wise, like he already knew exactly what was happening. Next thing you know, my glorious king and Mommy Cha are casually strolling through an amusement park, like they're on some low-budget K-drama date. The crowd is losing its mind, seeing two top-tier hunters just vibing in public. Drippy Woo glanced around and said there were more people than he expected, which is hilarious, considering the country was probably half on fire again. Cha asked if he liked places like this. He said not really, but he'd always wanted to check one out. When she asked why he brought her here, he dropped the friend card with zero warning, told her she was the only friend he had. Her soul visibly left her body. He casually brought up the double dungeon, reminding her how she'd called them friends in front of that busted IKEA skeleton architect. She looked completely shook and asked if he actually heard that. He smirked like a menace and said his ears work better than his emotions. Mommy Cha started thinking about how it'd already been 2 years since she became a hunter, and how this was the first time in forever she felt like a person instead of a walking nuke. She looked at my glorious king and caught that familiar presence, an energy no one else in the world had. Then he asked if she wanted to try everything in the park. She smiled and said yes. They tried, and the rides were straight trash. Nothing scared them. Even the fake monsters were more terrified than the guests. Eventually, they sat down to eat. Jinwoo asked if she was having fun. She said yes, but he immediately called her out, asking why she hadn't screamed even once. Turns out S-ranks feel absolutely nothing on roller coasters. He grinned and asked if she wanted something more fun. And just like that, dragon ride. The next scene is Kaizul flexing through the sky with both of them riding his back. Jinwoo asked how it felt. Mommy Cha looked like her serotonin finally came back online. She said it was fast, high, beautiful. Then she asked why he even bothered with the amusement park if he had this. And that's when he dropped it. That park was built over the gate where his father disappeared. He just wanted to say goodbye properly. Mommy Cha looked at him like she finally understood everything. She thanked him for being kind, always. Then he said there was one last thing he wanted to show her. They ended the night sitting beneath an open sky, watching the stars. A shooting star passed overhead, and for once, the world shut up. Just peace, two monsters pretending to be human. The next day, some B-rank hunter was walking around acting like he was the main character, convinced a gate was about to open. He bumped into someone and immediately started yelling, completely unaware he'd just screamed at Doggo. A crowd gathered, expecting drama. This idiot even announced he was a relatively high-ranking hunter and demanded an apology. Doggo did not apologize. Doggo removed his head, and everyone lost their damn minds. Then Doggo powered up. The ground detonated as his mana exploded outward, blasting hunters in every direction like ragdolls. When the dust settled, he stood alone in the wreckage, towering and untouched, and said the words everyone had been dreading. Listen closely, you lowly humans. From now on, he would hunt them. He snarled that his teeth and claws would tear through weak flesh like paper, then raised his voice and declared himself to the world. He was the king of beasts, the beast monarch, and if anyone wanted to stop him, then come try. Out in the woods, Mommy Cha was living her best cottagecore life, casually sipping lake water like she wasn't one of the strongest humans on the planet. That's when my glorious king rolled up smooth as hell. He told her there was a nearby hotel with a solid breakfast and asked if she wanted to wash up and eat. Then he casually summoned Kaizel like he was calling an Uber and said, "Let's bounce." Back at the Hunter Association, chaos was unfolding. Someone rushed in and told Chairman Wu that a monster had gone full Godzilla and was bodying every hunter in the area. Jinchul immediately asked about casualties and got hit with the worst answer possible. "We don't know yet." Man was stressed. The gate break was still hours away, and now some random beast showed up uninvited. Jinchul asked where Drippy Woo was and got the response, "Every leader fears." They couldn't reach him, which is basically code for "we are all about to die." A little later, someone burst in saying a hunter strong enough to fight had arrived. Jinchul lit up and asked if it was my glorious king. Nope. It was some random guy claiming to be world class and just happened to be nearby. Peak anime behavior. Leonard Nierman stood before Doggo, hyping himself up like destiny had personally summoned him. That fantasy ended immediately when Thomas Andre walked in, grabbed Leonard by the head, and told him to sit down before he got folded. Back at the restaurant, my glorious king was enjoying breakfast with Mommy Cha when Chairman Wu finally got through and demanded to know where the hell he'd been. Jin Wu calmly said he was out of the service zone. Jin Chul dumped the situation report on him, one monster tearing through Seoul. Jin Wu asked how many enemies. When he heard it was only one, he made that face. Oh no, not again. He thought about all the shadow soldiers he'd placed for recon and realized something was wrong. Their signals were faint, like something was choking them out. He turned to Mommy Cha and said something was happening in Korea. She asked if the dungeon had broken. He said no, this was something else entirely. Then he hit Jin Chul with the most important question of all. Does the monster have a shadow? Because if it didn't, they were dealing with a whole invisible raid boss situation. Back on the battlefield, Leonard was calling out for Thomas like he was about to cry, while the other hunters cheered because the Goliath had arrived. Thomas looked at Doggo and said the beast clearly forgot its place. Both of them were leaking mana like broken faucets. Doggo charged first, but Thomas took the hit like it was a pillow fight and smashed Doggo across the face before pressing in. Doggo dodged, countered, and swung hard, but Thomas slammed him straight into the ground, proving that if anyone was getting hunted today, it wasn't him. Then Discount Eisen pulled up like he was about to save the day, and immediately realized he couldn't do anything. He just stood there asking for a situation report. Someone told him civilians were still running, and both the Fiend Guild and White Tiger Guild had already been deployed. Eisen felt the mana in the air and instantly knew something was off. Jinwoo had handled worse during the Jeju Island disaster, but this felt different. Nasty. He started wondering what kind of freak Thomas was fighting if that felt like a warm-up. Back in the brawl, Doggo went flying through the sky like a chew toy on fast forward and crashed into a building. Thomas had decked him clean, but the mutt got back up swinging like he hadn't just been turned into drywall. Doggo slammed into Thomas and rocked his chest, but Thomas held firm. He grabbed Doggo mid-move and slammed him into the ground, thinking it was over. Nope. Doggo booted him in the face and launched him into the air. Thomas landed clean and immediately activated reinforcement. Now he knew. This dog had hands. The White Tiger Guild squad arrived, and Hunter B told his people to stay sharp, right as something blasted past them and smashed into a building before anyone could react. When the dust cleared, the nightmare everyone had been whispering about stood there. Beck locked eyes with Thomas, who was fully powered up now. Thomas barked at them to get lost and take cover. Beck took one look at Doggo and knew this thing was built different. He thought about activating beast mode, but Doggo was already in his face. Froze like a little brother who just broke the TV. Every primal instinct screamed one thing: do not get noticed. Doggo walked past him, and Beck couldn't even lift his head. Doggo started levitating cars like he was doing magic tricks and hurled them at Thomas until he felt something strange. Thomas had grabbed him. With raw force, Thomas dragged him in. When Doggo got close, Thomas flipped him and smashed him into the pavement, then started swinging. But Doggo caught his fist mid-punch like it was nothing. Thomas felt it then. That deep gut-level fear. The kind that tells you exactly how this fight ends. Doggo stood up, called him a puppet of a fragment, and asked if he was scared, before unleashing a brutal beatdown while every hunter nearby stood frozen, useless, and terrified. Then mid-fight, Doggo suddenly stopped. He looked down, like he'd just noticed something crawling on his shoe. Doggo reached straight into Thomas's shadow and yanked out one of Mr. Aura Farmer's ant boys like he was pulling loose change from a pocket. He crushed it in his hand like it owed him money. Then he turned back to Thomas with maximum disrespect, grabbed him by the neck, and asked if they should keep going. He mocked him for pretending to be strong, but the moment he shattered the armor and realized there was nobody inside, his expression dropped. Thomas had played him. Before Doggo could process it, Thomas appeared behind him, grabbed him tight, and told him to shut the hell up before snapping his neck like bubble wrap. Doggo popped right back up like his spine hadn't just been rearranged and slammed Thomas face first into the ground, casually mentioning that he was feeling hungry again. Before he could take a bite, a massive mana blast sent him flying across the battlefield. He turned to see Leonard finally showing up, late, dramatic, and talking big about how he wouldn't let Doggo do whatever he wanted. Inside, Leonard was already shaking. Thomas yelled at him to run before he got folded too, but Leonard went full noble idiot, saying he knew he might die, but he'd still make the same choice. That resolve lasted exactly 3 seconds. Doggo stepped forward, and Leonard immediately realized he had made the worst decision of his life. Just as Leonard was about to become one with the pavement, something slammed into Doggo from behind. It was Kaizel. Before Doggo could regain his balance, my glorious king dropped in from the sky and kicked him straight into the dirt. Jinwoo told Leonard to grab Thomas and get out. Now, Doggo dragged himself from the rubble, whispering that he could smell the Shadow Monarch. Jinwoo met his gaze, clocked the killing intent, and stayed calm. But that calm didn't last long. Behind him, Bug Lady pulled up, clearly starving for monarch meat, saying she'd always wondered what one of them tasted like. And that wasn't even the worst part. Creepy Grandpa arrived too. Now Jinwoo was surrounded. The mana in the air grew so dense it felt like the sky itself was holding its breath. Jinwoo summoned his entire shadow army for war. But Creepy Grandpa shut that down instantly, freezing every single one of them with a single breath. He told Jinwoo his soldiers were locked in place and couldn't do a damn thing. Bug Lady chimed in, salty as hell, complaining about how Jinwoo should have left her kids alone. She looked over the Shadow Army, called it pathetic, and said trying to stop them with this level of force was straight up disrespectful. Creepy Grandpa stared at Jinwoo like he was explaining something obvious to an intern. Ashbourne might have been the strongest, sure, but that didn't mean the rest of the monarchs were weak-side characters. That speech lasted right up until Jinwoo shattered the ice like it was tissue paper and stared all of them down without a shred of fear. Creepy Grandpa's smug expression evaporated instantly. The mask dropped. His face twisted like his entire plan just got nuked. Jinwoo didn't waste words. He pointed straight at the frozen fossil and made a promise with zero hesitation. He didn't care what happened next. He was killing at least that one. Creepy Grandpa responded by summoning his frosty Minecraft mobs, ready to throw hands. Bug Lady went back on her necromancer arc, raising dead hunters like this was a low-budget zombie apocalypse. They rushed Jinwoo all at once, but he moved through it all at terrifying speed, slipping past every attack and launching himself straight at Creepy Grandpa. Before the hit could land, Doggo intercepted him mid-air. The two started brawling, and Doggo had the audacity to roast Jinwoo's weapon, asking if he really thought some basic metal stick could hurt a monarch. The answer came instantly. Jinwoo chopped Doggo's hand clean off mid-sentence and told him that if it were normal metal, maybe not. But this wasn't that. Before he could finish the job, Bug Lady dragged Doggo out of the way. While they stalled, Doggo casually reattached his hand like it was a Lego piece. Now Jinwoo was officially surrounded. Minions everywhere. 3 monarchs watching him like dinner. Then the ice cracked. Baru burst out in full demon mode and charged straight at Bug Lady, screaming about how she dared lay a hand on his king. Creepy Grandpa and Doggo froze for real this time. Seeing a commander-class shadow under the control of a human shook them to their core. Bug Lady tried to play it cool, talking about how misbehaving children need discipline. But Baru sliced through her abilities like they didn't even exist. He dropped to one knee before Jinwoo, praising him with absolute loyalty. Even against higher beings, his lord never lost his shine. The minions rushed in next, but Baru and Jinwoo cleared them like they were sweeping trash. Just when things stabilized, Bug Lady landed a sneak attack. She wrecked Baru and sent Jinwoo flying through a building like he was made of paper. He slammed into the ground, barely standing in time to block Creepy Grandpa's ice spam. Grandpa started talking trash, asking how much longer he thought he could last against a double team. Jinwoo was done playing. He ran Creepy Grandpa straight through the heart and told him the one thing that never changes. "You're not walking out of here alive." Creepy Grandpa ripped the weapon out of his own chest and started screaming like someone had stolen his dentures, going full drama mode about how no human should dare talk back to a monarch. Mr. Aura Farmer watched the guy get stabbed clean through the heart, shrugged like, "Guess that doesn't work," and launched another attack anyway. But before the blow could land, Creepy Grandpa pulled a dirty trick. Space twisted for half a second, and suddenly Doggo was behind Jinwoo. The slash came fast. Steel tore across Jinwoo's back, and the moment his blood hit the ground, Baru completely lost it. He was about to erupt when a presence warped in behind him. A buggy weirdo materialized out of nowhere, her aura crawling like insects under the skin. She introduced herself as Querisha, claiming to be the mother of every insect alive. She grabbed Baru gently, too gently, and started talking like some twisted, fake-loving parent. She said she'd still hold him, even if he acted like a disrespectful brat. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was on his knees, getting folded by Doggo, who was serving pain like it was his full-time job. Doggo stepped closer, voice calm, cruel. "It's over." Desperate, Baru screamed at the others, asking what the hell they were doing. He told them to move, to save their king. That's when Greed finally snapped out of his frozen timeout, roaring that he would be the one to deliver the final blow. Doggo looked at him and instantly clocked it. Greed hadn't been normal in his past life. That aura wasn't something you just forgot. For the first time, Creepy Grandpa started to feel uneasy. The ice shattered again. Tusk broke free. Ygritte followed. Iron tore his way out like the prison never existed. The heavy hitters were back. Creepy Grandpa turned to Jinwoo, trying to regain control, saying his wounds were fatal and that playtime was over. Jinwoo just smirked. Then he stood up, fully healed. The overpowered status recovery kicked in like cheat codes, activating mid-fight. Everyone watching, hunters, civilians, analysts, lost their minds as My Glorious King tanked everything and kept walking forward. The city was getting erased. Monarchs and shadows were throwing hands like it was a demolition derby. Leonard Nierman stood frozen, watching history unfold. Thomas Andre finally came to and asked what was happening. Leonard answered with the only thing that made sense. "This is the end of the world." Beck watched too, wondering if this was even the same Jinwoo he once knew. He'd always known Jinwoo could grow fast, but this was something else entirely. On the battlefield, the shadows started winning. The monarchs were slipping. Their Regan wasn't keeping up anymore. Querisha lost her composure as Baru beat her down with pure rage. She tried to finish him, but Jinwoo stepped in, saying something cryptic about a burning pillar and inevitable death. None of it mattered. He was still standing. Elsewhere, Lim Tae-gyu watched from a rooftop, rifle slung, assassins positioned everywhere. He debated whether to intervene, but deep down he knew the truth. If they jumped in, half of them would die instantly. Even Thomas Andre had been folded. What chance did they have? Lim stalled, knowing no one wanted to be the first name on a monarch's kill list. Then a hand landed on his shoulder. A calm voice told him to sit down and enjoy the show. Lim turned and froze. His soul practically left his body. Back on the battlefield, every hunter stood useless. Front row seats to a gladiator match, they had no chance of surviving. Jinwoo clapped Bug Lady so hard she had to regenerate just to stay mad. She fired off a weak poison attack, and the system immediately flagged lingering venom. Jinwoo stared her down. "Poison doesn't work on me," she snapped, charged him screaming, but stopped halfway as gravity betrayed her. She panicked, realizing his authority was overwhelming hers. Jinwoo slammed her into the ground and tore her apart mid-sentence. Her body crumbled into dust as she muttered about death, how heavy it was, how it humbled even monsters. Then she vanished. Monarch of Plagues defeated. Creepy Grandpa watched in disbelief. He asked Doggo how Jinwoo could pull that off without even using the full Shadow Monarch powers. Doggo brushed it off, saying Jinwoo was exhausted. Then he grabbed Baru by the neck and started crushing him, mocking how weak monarchs relied on companions. Jinwoo felt it hit him. This was exactly what Doggo had done to Thomas Andre's shadow. He panicked, tried to unsummon Baru, but the system shut him down cold. You cannot retract the specified subject. Fury took over. Jinwoo lunged and bodied Doggo, saving Baru at the last possible second. He managed to recall him before he vanished completely, but the damage was done. Creepy Grandpa transformed fully, becoming an ice demon incarnate. He smiled and told Jinwoo that the strings holding his puppets together had just been cut. He planned to bind the shadows under his control, forcing them into an endless loop of healing and resurrection, slowly bleeding every last drop of My Glorious King's mana dry. With that plan locked in, he unleashed a brutal assault, catching Drippy Woo by the arm and smashing him into the ground like a discarded toy, fully convinced the fight was finished. It wasn't. Drippy Woo forced himself back up and charged again, only to get cleanly dodged and hit so hard he was launched across the battlefield. He managed to land on his feet, but the damage was stacking fast. That's when Creepy Grandpa stepped in. He stared at Jinwoo for a long moment, analyzing him like a broken build, before casually pointing out that his stealth skill was probably eating through his mana. Then, without wasting another second, he jumped in himself, aiming to end things quickly. Blow after blow was exchanged. Jinwoo was reading every movement, every shift in posture, but even then, he couldn't help wishing he was just a bit faster. Creepy Grandpa unleashed another wave of ice magic, but by the time it landed, My Glorious King was already behind him, blade raised and ready. That's when he noticed the smile. A bad feeling hit instantly. Everyone watching stood frozen, like they were stuck in a horror movie with no pause button. Even Leonard Norman looked like he was about to uninstall life when Doggo, The beast boss himself, Monarch of Fangs, appeared behind Mr. Aura Farmer and drove his claws straight through his chest. Raken, completely unprompted, opened his mouth and said, "So this is what happens when your speed stat fails." Mr. Aura Farmer dropped his weapons like his connection just died and stared down at the claws piercing his chest. His mind scrambled, running calculations. His level was higher, so he should be able to tank this. He was wrong. Creepy Grandpa stepped in, picked up one of Mr. Aura Farmer's daggers, and stabbed it straight back into him, like he was returning borrowed property. Smirking, he asked my glorious king if he planned to pull another clutch heel like before, but he already knew the answer. He just wanted to feel superior. Leaning in close, Creepy Grandpa whispered that Jin Wu wouldn't live long enough to witness the moment their armies descended upon this world. When that day came, there would be mountains of corpses. Then he went full villain monologue mode, talking about rivers of blood and piles of dead humans, like he was addressing a live stream chat. But soon his tone shifted. He said he had something special planned for this country. He would freeze everyone, slowly, one by one, trap them in endless pain, and turn the entire place into a living hell. And just to make it sweeter, he wanted Mr. Aura Farmer to die angry. As the ice crept over him, my glorious king focused on one thing. He just needed a few more seconds. But his HP hit 0. A system panel appeared, delivering the worst possible news. Death confirmed. Then another notification popped up and saved the entire season. The black heart he'd received wasn't just decoration. A hidden passive skill activated. Light exploded across the screen, full anime climax mode. And the next thing he knew, my glorious king sat upright in a hospital bed like nothing ever happened. He looked around in panic, trying to understand how he wasn't 6 feet under after being stabbed straight through the heart. For a brief moment, he wondered if everything had been a dream. The hospital looked familiar. He checked his chest. He knew he'd been pierced. That's when Jin Chul walked in with another man, asking if he was awake. Mr. Aura Farmer's brain immediately started malfunctioning. Where were the monarchs? Why was he alive? What happened to all the supernatural chaos? He called Jin Chul chairman and demanded answers. Jin Chul responded with 3 reality-shattering plot twists. First, he wasn't the chairman. Second, he wanted to ask about some moving statues. Third, how the hell did Mr. Aura Farmer know his name? Mr. Aura Farmer just sat there, mentally buffering. Now that my glorious king was awake, Jin Chul explained what had happened. After receiving the report, they dispatched the White Tiger Guild. But when they arrived, the dungeon was already cleaned out like someone skipped to the end. That wasn't what Jin Wu meant. Something felt wrong, and then it hit him. He hadn't just survived, and it didn't take long for my glorious king to realize the truth. He had gone back in time. Seeing him lost in thought, Jin Chul asked if he was okay. Jin Wu said he needed a minute. He opened the system. Everything was still there. Same stats, same equipment. Even Kamisha's wrath was still sitting comfortably in his inventory. Then someone walked in and asked why he was out of bed. It was Gina. She was already on demon time, convinced he'd smashed his head in the dungeon. After calming down, she stared at him for a long moment, then bluntly asked who he was. Jin Wu froze. Then it clicked. She couldn't recognize him because he had evolved too hard. Last time, this transformation happened gradually. This time, he woke up already in his final form. So her reaction made sense. Jinna kept roasting him, talking about how he used to be a loser crybaby. But now, he didn't look like her brother anymore. He told her to chill out and stop overthinking it, saying he didn't have time right now. There was something important he needed to handle first. That meant a trip to the Hunters Association. She asked why, and Jin Wu dropped a straight-up nuke. He told her he was quitting the hunter life. Told her to go back to school. Then, just to really mess with her head, he casually called out Han Seong Yi by name. As he headed for the door, he stopped and turned back, telling her to never throw her future away chasing monsters. Her face froze in shock. She had no idea how this guy even knew who she was. Jin Wu just pulled his hood up like a final boss and started thinking ahead. No shadows, no soldiers, no army. That meant one thing. It was time to rebuild from scratch. He made his way to the association to get his rank evaluated again. The moment the test started, the staff began panicking like their equipment was about to explode. They whispered among themselves, realizing this was the first S-rank awakening they'd seen in 2 years. Even the scanner itself gave up, unable to properly measure his power. Just like last time, the staff nervously suggested running the test again using a different machine. Jin Wu shut that down immediately and said he wanted to see the chairman first. They offered to escort him. He declined. He already knew the way. As he walked off, the staff whispered to each other, confused about how some random guy knew exactly where the chairman's office was. Inside the elevator, another man stepped in beside him. This guy was internally writing fan fiction, desperately crafting another excuse to feed the association. If Chief Inspector Wu caught him, he knew he was finished. Then my glorious king casually spoke. He mentioned the stealth skill the man had never officially reported. The air froze. The man reached for his weapon and demanded to know how he knew that. Jin Wu didn't even blink. He told him that in the future, someone would come begging him for revenge. And while he could do whatever he wanted to criminals, if he ever laid a hand on innocent hunters, he would die, and the one who would kill him was standing right in front of him. Kang Tae-sik nearly short-circuited. When Jin Wu finished, Tae-sik demanded to know who he was. But Drippy Woo had already walked away, like he didn't have time for NPC dialogue. Tae-sik was left standing there, staring at the empty elevator, looking like he'd just been haunted by an actual ghost. Jin-woo then stepped into the chairman's office and locked eyes with him. The chairman visibly stiffened, emotion hitting him all at once. It felt like he was seeing someone he hadn't seen in years. Noticing the post-evaluation paperwork, the chairman assumed Jin-woo already understood the process and tried to check in on him. Jin-woo brushed it off, saying it was nothing. That's when a system panel appeared, asking if he wanted to restart the world. He ignored it completely and went straight into business. He asked Gun-hee to change the association's rules so that summoned creatures could be counted as full raid members. In exchange, he promised to solo Jeju Island and wipe out the ant infestation entirely. Gun-hee snapped, telling him to stop talking nonsense. That island was a graveyard. Countless raids had failed there. But then he really looked at Jin-woo. The mana pouring off him was unreal. Jin-woo calmly said this wasn't a group mission. It was a one-man job, and he was the man for it. The chairman knew immediately. This wasn't just a prodigy. This was power beyond national level. As Gun-hee sat there stunned, memories flooded his mind. Jin-woo saving Ju-hee, surviving Red Gates, slaughtering orcs, turning bosses into shadows, curing his mother, and finally dominating Jeju Island, crushing Baru, and claiming the entire ant army. All the while, the same system panel kept appearing, asking if he wanted to restart the world. Suddenly, Jin-woo snapped. He yelled for it to stop. He said he knew it was fake and demanded the truth. The illusion shattered. He found himself standing in an endless sea of system messages, all asking the same question. Restart the world? He shouted for whoever was behind it, and a figure stepped forward. Jin-woo recognized him instantly. He asked if he was the real one. It was the Shadow Monarch himself. The king offered him paradise, an eternal dream where he could live forever if he wanted. Jin-woo rejected it immediately. He refused to be trapped inside someone else's fantasy. That's when the king revealed the truth. This world wasn't something he created. It was born from Jin-woo's own wish to undo his failures, amplified by his power. This place was death itself. A quiet, peaceful hell. The king said he had watched Jin-woo suffer longer than anyone. He was proof of that suffering, the final reward and the last horror. He was rest, and he was terror. Within this world, Jin-woo could do anything. Steal power, command servants, even take the king's shadows as his own. Here, he was a god, but only here. Jin-woo asked if that meant they shared the same power. The king smiled. He said he had waited an eternity for this moment, because Jin-woo was the Shadow Monarch, the ruler of darkness. When Jin-woo asked why it had to be him, the king told him he would show him everything, their beginning, their end, and Jin-woo's true start. The story snaps back to the city, where Mr. Aura Farmer is still trapped inside his deluxe ice cube nightmare. Doggo takes one look at him and straight up tells Creepy Grandpa that he's finished. Across the street, Thomas Andre mutters that my glorious king straight up vanished like he rage quit the server. Leonard quietly nods while Hunter Beck completely loses it, shouting that this is impossible. Without Jin-woo, there's nobody left who can stand up to monsters on this level. Up on a rooftop, Lim is having a full-blown existential meltdown, wondering if trusting that earlier intel was the worst decision of his life. For a moment, he considers just carpet bombing everything into dust. Then he snaps out of it and orders the hunters to lock and load. Their weapons line up, all aimed at some crusty, dried-out ice monster that looks like it forgot winter skincare existed. But just as they're about to fire, Mr. Aura Farmer starts glowing, like he just plugged himself into an entire power grid. Creepy Grandpa sees it and instantly panics. Inside the ice, they spot it. My glorious king's dark heart, burning brighter by the second, turning into a miniature inferno. Creepy Grandpa and Doggo exchange one look and immediately sprint forward, screaming that they have to stop the real king from waking up now that the fake one already got deleted. But before they can reach him, Raken suddenly gets launched face first by some unknown force and crashes straight into Creepy Grandpa. Both of them go flying into a wall like disposable NPCs. The mystery man steps forward, standing protectively in front of Mr. Aura Farmer, and declares that no one is allowed to touch his child. And then, lore drop. Long ago, an absolute being split existence into light and darkness like it was nothing, forming two factions. The light side became emissaries. The dark side became sovereigns. One was meant to preserve the world, the other to erase it. Naturally, those two sides spent eternity killing each other, dying, reviving, and repeating the cycle like an endless arena mode. Eventually, one emissary, the brilliant light, started questioning everything. He asked the Absolute why it just stood there, watching everyone suffer without lifting a finger. The emissaries begged for help. The Absolute did nothing. That's when they realized the truth. The war was never meant to end. It was entertainment, a never-ending slaughter for the Absolute's amusement. So they snapped. A full rebellion erupted. The monarch points to this moment and tells Mr. Aura Farmer that he was the only one who stood against that rebellion. But his army was crushed when the entire faction turned on him. Just when he thought it was over, he awakened in darkness and discovered the Absolute had hidden an immense power inside him. a secret cheat code. That was the moment the true Shadow Monarch was born. Using that power, he resurrected his fallen soldiers and marched back into the war. But by the time he arrived, it was already over. Brilliant Light had slain the Absolute and declared the emissaries the new rulers. Armed with weapons infused with the Absolute's remaining power, they hunted down monarchs relentlessly. Ligia, the giant monarch, was defeated and imprisoned, completely shattering the balance between rulers and monarchs. The monarch tells Jinwu that extinction was inevitable. Cornered and desperate, the monarchs accepted his offer to unite. From that moment on, he fought not as an emissary or fragment of light, but as the Shadow Monarch alone. He rebuilt his army by collecting the dead from battlefields. When he allied with the Destruction Army led by the Berserk Dragon King, fear spread everywhere. Both rulers and monarchs began trembling. Two monarchs couldn't handle his overwhelming power and betrayed him. That betrayal nearly erased his Shadow Army entirely. The Beast Monarch abandoned his forces and fled, while the Monarch of White Flames was personally erased by Shadow Daddy. Then the rulers descended from the sky. Surrounding the Shadow Monarch, they knelt and begged for forgiveness. They claimed the war had become meaningless. They admitted they could have destroyed him, but chose peace instead, as a final act of respect for the one who once fought beside them. But my glorious king wasn't having it. He asked if they'd forgotten how they stabbed their own liege while calling him master. That silence cut deeper than any blade. One ruler tried to reason with him, claiming they only wanted the war to end, so he told them to prove it. If they wanted peace, they should kill him right then and declare victory. Every ruler lowered their head. The Shadow Monarch was exhausted. With no clear path forward, he withdrew into the shadows to recover and plan. Since Baran was already sealed within him, he decided that once he regained strength, the Beast Monarch would be next. But while he was gone, the remaining monarchs got hunted down one by the rulers. By the time he returned, only a handful were left, hiding inside some cracked-out dimensional rift. The Dragon King stepped in immediately, shutting down any chance of infighting. He knew this wasn't the time for ego clashes. They needed to rebuild. So he welcomed the Shadow Monarch back, and together they began searching for a new world where everything could start over. The Shadow Monarch continued the story, and that's when Rulers Wu finally asked the question that had been sitting in Jin Wu's chest. "Are you talking about Earth?" The Shadow Monarch answered yes, and showed him visions of ruined cities that looked way too familiar. Jin Wu stared at the destruction and immediately felt it. This looked exactly like the Demon Castle all over again. He asked if this was the future. The Shadow Monarch shut that down instantly. "No, this is the past." Jinwu blinked, asked what the hell that was supposed to mean. So the Shadow Monarch explained. In the past, the rulers arrived too late. The monarchs had already wiped the world clean. Furious that the Chaos Army they failed to destroy had resurfaced and annihilated yet another planet, the rulers panicked. To undo their screw-up, they used a forbidden relic left behind by the Absolute Being, the Cup of Reincarnation. They rewound time by 10 years, dumping everything into that single reset. But Earth was fragile, way too weak to survive a full-scale god-tier war between rulers and monarchs. No matter who won, the planet would still be erased. So the rulers entered full desperation mode. If they couldn't save everyone, they at least wanted someone to survive. That's when Jin Wu asked the obvious question. Is that why hunters exist? The Shadow Monarch confirmed it. Humans were given power, so at least some of them could survive in a world crawling with monsters wearing nuke-level stats. Then Rulers Wu had another realization. The Demon King from the tower wasn't real. He was just leftover memories from the Shadow Monarch. And this world? It might have already been erased multiple times. The Shadow Monarch confirmed that too. Time couldn't be reversed by higher beings, but they could sense when it had been tampered with. And now, the cup was broken. Jin Wu was shaken. That kind of power couldn't just disappear. The Shadow Monarch replied calmly, even the Absolute was killed by his own creations. No power lasts forever. Rulers Wu asked how anyone could even kill the Absolute. The answer was simple. Same way humans died of machines they created, built them, then got wiped by them. With that same logic, the monarchs copied the rulers' strategy. Just like rulers empowered humans to fight monsters, the monarchs made their move. They would invade Earth early by hijacking human bodies, turn the entire planet into one massive ambush. But now that magic was flooding the world, they needed strong vessels, and that was the problem. The Shadow Monarch and the Monarch of Destruction were too powerful. No human body could handle that load. That's when one of the smartest mages in existence approached the Shadow Monarch with a deal. He'd find the perfect vessel. In exchange, he wanted an immortal body. That madman was the architect. But since no living thing could hold death without breaking apart, the architect created a system, something to slowly shape a human into a vessel capable of holding death itself. He needed someone who could sense magic instinctively, smash through buildings without hesitation, endure fatal injuries on repeat, and somehow stay mentally intact, a god in gym clothes. And he found one, a random nobody who didn't just survive the system, but broke it, forced it to adapt, and made it beg for updates. It was you, the Shadow Monarch said, a guy who used to be a walking hospital bill, always one hit away from death, yet somehow still standing. I watched you get back up again and again. breaking rules, spitting in fate's face. So I chose you, not because of destiny, not prophecy, but because I enjoyed watching you destroy everything. I am your proof, your receipt, your trophy. Jinwoo stared him down and asked the hard question. So even after all that, I still wasn't enough to hold all that death? The Shadow Monarch admitted the truth. The system was designed like a game to keep him engaged. Dopamine hits, levels, rewards, all to slowly reshape his body while keeping him distracted. All that shadow energy molding him for this moment, and still, it wasn't enough. Then Jinwoo asked the question that cut deepest. Why did you betray the architect? The Shadow Monarch sighed. The rulers begged forgiveness. The monarchs stabbed each other in the back. He chose a side, not out of loyalty, but because he caught feelings. Time with Jinwoo mattered. He didn't want to let go, so he didn't. They merged, completely, body, soul, everything. Now he gave Jinwoo the choice. Stay here forever in this silent world of death, or return to reality and face what's waiting. My glorious king didn't hesitate. He asked one last thing, why the Shadow Monarch left to another world if he had already given up on the war. The answer hit like a gut punch, because there was nowhere left for him. No home, no purpose. Just empty space, and a fading will to exist. Jinwoo nods once. Then I'll choose the same. This isn't my place. Not yet. The Shadow Monarch hears him and smiles, quiet, proud, like an emo dad watching his kid finally get it. He turns and starts walking away. Jinwoo asks if this is goodbye. The Shadow Monarch answers calmly. He will return to rest. Jinwoo, as the new Shadow Monarch, will live an imperishable life. Then he drops the truth, blunt and cold. The chances of them ever meeting again are basically zero. His death finalized his power. He's about to explain more, like a tutorial pop-up, but Jinwoo cuts him off with a quiet, steady, I know. The Shadow Monarch grins. Of course he knows. They're the same person. Outside that death realm, Creepy Grandpa and Doggo arrive just in time to watch my glorious king return from the void like he just stepped out for groceries. They immediately corner one of the shining light fragments and start interrogating him. A disaster is waking up inside that body you're guarding. Are you seriously trying to bring world-ending chaos just to help the Shadow Monarch? What is wrong with you? Doggo snaps at Creepy Grandpa. They're out of time, and lunges first. But Il Huan already saw it coming, and moves to intercept. The clash is immediate. All three crash into battle. Creepy Grandpa stabs first with his oversized fork, but misses clean. Doggo dives from above. Claws ready, but still lands nothing. Then Il Huan slips behind Creepy Grandpa, and drives his blade straight into his shoulder, like it's personal. Creepy Grandpa tries to sneak around and lock Il Huan in place, but gets wrecked again. Il Huan kicks him straight into a building. Doggo lunges for the kill, jaws wide. Instead, he ends up with a hole punched clean through his skull. Before he can even scream again, Il Huan caves his ribs in and sends him flying. Doggo crashes, yanks the weapon out of his head, and roars, but his body won't respond right. Then he turns and sees Ruler's Wu. That's when fear hits. The mana is screaming. This isn't the weak version from before. This is the real monarch. Creepy Grandpa recovers and snarls that cheap tricks won't work anymore. He orders Doggo to attack again. Doggo steps back. He says he's done. Creepy Grandpa stares at him like his brain just froze solid. After everything, he's quitting? Doggo tells him to listen to the mana. It's crying. The real Shadow Monarch is coming. He opens a portal and leaves. Creepy Grandpa shouts about broken promises, but Doggo shuts him down. That deal died with the human shell. Whatever's coming now, I want no part of it. Creepy Grandpa calls him a coward. Doggo shrugs. He wouldn't understand. He's never faced the real one. Then Doggo disappears. Left alone, Creepy Grandpa snarls. Fine. Then die cold. He slams his trident into the ground and summons a blizzard straight out of hell. Lim sees the weather flip into apocalypse mode and orders every hunter to retreat immediately. Ice spears rain from the sky. Creepy Grandpa begins charging his final attack, and now only a shining fragment and one fully awakened Shadow Monarch stand in his way. Creepy Grandpa screams, rants, monologues like the drama king he is. He talks about humans knowing their place while forming a frozen nuke in the sky. He yells about voids and darkness like it matters. Il Huan just stands there, wide-eyed, probably regretting every life decision he ever made. Before he can move, an ice spear drops from the sky and rips his arm clean off. Then the real twist hits. A shadow launches upward and crushes the massive ice sphere before it can land. Baru returns, and this time, he's different. On the battlefield, standing over the fragment like a dark god, shielding him effortlessly. He looks at Creepy Grandpa and tells him to stop pretending he's royalty when his power is that pathetic. Creepy Grandpa freezes. The moment he realizes Ruler's Wu broke the spell, and every Commander-class Shadow Soldier is back on their feet, his mind short-circuits. Then comes the real chills. Mr. Aura Farmer steps forward, glowing with menace, and asks if the Beast Monarch already ran away. Creepy Grandpa looks like he's about to evaporate. Ruler's Wu follows up with one line. Who gave you permission to leave? At that point, the old man knows. He's done. A dome of darkness begins expanding around my glorious king. It doesn't stop. It swallows blocks, districts, a massive portion of the city. It keeps growing until it's visible from space. Half the earth sinks into shadow. And at the center of it all, Ruler's Wu whispers, "Found you." Creepy Grandpa convinces himself this is his chance. He gathers everything he has, throws his trident, and prays. Ruler's Wu catches it with one hand, crushes it into scrap. Creepy Grandpa just stands there, hollow. But Ruler's Wu doesn't even attack. "Stay there," he says. "I'll deal with you after I clean up the beast." Deep in a forest, Doggo stumbles out of a portal, panicked. Of course he is. He's running from death. He thought he had time, thought arguing with a frost monarch was worth it. He was wrong. Now he plans to hide until the Dragon King arrives. But the instant he senses my glorious king behind him, he drops to the ground. That isn't fear. That's survival instinct. He begs, swears loyalty, plays the obedient dog again, promises to help fight the Dragon King if spared. For a moment, Ruler's Wu listens. Doggo thinks he got away with it, thinks Jin Wu is soft, already planning betrayal, telling himself he just needs time. But Ruler's Wu smiles. "Sure," he says, "but we need to settle something. I've got 5 scars from your claws, survived 5 attacks, then I forgive you." Doggo's soul leaves his body. He transforms fully, roars like it matters, and charges, swearing he'll drag Ruler's Wu down with him. Ruler's Wu blinks. A flash. Doggo doesn't even realize what happened until blood sprays, and one arm is gone. Ruler's Wu looks him dead in the eyes. 4 more. Back in Korea, Baru continues patching up the hunters, while death finishes its errands. Creepy Grandpa watched from afar, completely indifferent to the humans scrambling below. They were insects to him. But the moment Igris stepped forward, his expression changed. That was when he knew. The night of death had arrived. One of the Shadow Army's 2 wings. A walking catastrophe. Now that the shadows had fully regained their power, Creepy Grandpa immediately understood the problem. As long as Jin Wu had mana, those soldiers would keep coming back, over and over. No exhaustion, no fear. And Creepy Grandpa was already running on fumes after pulling off that flashy transformation earlier. He dropped down to the battlefield and tried to posture, forcing confidence into his voice as he warned Igris not to get any ideas. "Do you really think you can stop me?" Igris didn't answer. Instead, he planted his sword into the ground. And from the shadows behind him, the real nightmare emerged. Jin Wu stepped out like he'd been waiting for someone brave or stupid enough to challenge him. He casually tossed 2 blood-soaked fangs onto the ground. Trash. That was all that remained of Doggo. Creepy Grandpa froze. It looked like his soul had been slapped clean out of his body. The Beast Monarch had been erased in minutes. Jin Wu didn't raise his voice. Didn't need to. The Plague Monarch is gone. The Beast Monarch is gone. And now, it's your turn. Creepy Grandpa tried to activate his ice, forcing mana through a body that was already failing him. But before he could even move, 2 daggers flashed. One pierced his chest. The other tore through his shoulder. He tried to retaliate, burning the last scraps of mana he had left. It was ugly, desperate, pathetic. Drippy grabbed him by the mouth and split him open like it was nothing. He casually mentioned that Doggo died on the 4th strike, then asked how long Creepy Grandpa thought he would last. The answer? Not long. Creepy Grandpa screamed as his body shattered into ice and dust, scattered by the wind. Just like that, every monarch who had stepped onto this battlefield was erased. Jin Wu turned to Baru. "Where did the man who protected me go?" Baru answered quietly. "He vanished." The scene shifted, and that man was dragging himself across the ground, his body breaking apart into particles of light. His hand crumbled mid-crawl. The price of borrowing power meant for something far beyond human, and he accepted it. "This is how it's supposed to end," he whispered. Then, a dagger landed beside him. A familiar voice followed. "You really thought I wouldn't notice you leaving like that?" Jin Wu approached slowly, asked why he disappeared without saying a word. Then quietly, "Father." The world shifted to the past. Sunil Huan was trapped inside that cursed dungeon. After killing the boss, he was supposed to have an hour to escape, but something went wrong. The rulers appeared before him and gave him a choice: rot in the void forever, or take their power and fight the monarchs. He accepted. He became their pawn, sent back to Earth to hunt the monsters they feared, including the Shadow Monarch who had yet to be born. Despite all that power, despite everything he sacrificed, he failed. And now, he stood face to face with the one he was meant to kill, his son. The rulers, those crusty lightstick cosplayers, knew exactly what was sealed inside Jin Wu, and yet they did nothing. After centuries of trying to prevent the Shadow Monarch's awakening, they suddenly changed their tune. The brightest among them issued Il Huan a new command: protect the Shadow Monarch. Because now they finally understood the truth. Only the Shadow Army could stop the Dragon Monarch, and that monster was coming, long before the rulers could get off their holy asses. It was the biggest gamble in history, betting the entire planet on one man who could just as easily destroy it. No one knew if Jin Wu would protect humanity or wipe it out. But now they had their answer. That's why Il Huan stood in front of his son, why he chose protection over execution. When he finally admitted it, he looked shattered. He never wanted his son to see him like this. And for the first time, Jin Wu cried. The same man who had been bodying monarchs like it was warm-up cardio broke down because his father finally spoke. Il Huan asked softly, "Did you hate me?" Jin Wu answered honestly, "Sometimes." Then he apologized. Every time he stood on the brink of death in a dungeon, every time he fought just to survive and see his mother again, he thought of his father. He hated him, but he missed him too. Grief tangled with love. So, "Did you miss us?" he asked. Ilhuan smiled weakly. "Every day. You couldn't see me," he said, "but watching you grow, that's what kept me alive." He hugged Jin Woo, told him he turned out well, and it hit like a truck. Jin Woo's voice cracked. "Was it the rulers? Did they control you, then discard you?" Ilhuan shook his head. "They gave me a choice. I chose this." He chose to protect his son, even if it cost him everything. No regrets. All he wanted now was a little more time, just a moment longer, to stand beside him. "I'm sorry," he said. "I wasn't a good father." Then he began to fade, dust carried away by the air as his son screamed in agony. The camera pulled back as Jin Woo collapsed in the middle of the ruined battlefield. Far away, his mother stood by a window. Her heart cracked for reasons she couldn't explain. She turned to Jenna. "Let's move now." Tears fell as she repeated it. "Let's move now." Somewhere deep inside she knew it was finally okay to move on. Back on the battlefield, Jin Woo stood drenched in blood, grief, and rage. He turned toward the sky. "You will pay." Every word cut like a blade. "Every last one of you will pay for what happened today." That scream marked the beginning of the real war. The scene ended with a drone sweeping over the devastation, as officials confirmed. Thomas Andre survived. Ambulances flooded the battlefield, hauling away hunters who were lucky enough to still be in one piece. For now, the chaos finally settled. Chairman Jin Chul stood motionless in the ruins of what used to be a city, staring at the aftermath. His thoughts circled back to the Beast Monarch, the Frost Monarch, and the Plague Monarch. These weren't random monsters. These were walking extinctions. He remembered what my glorious king told him at Chairman Gogun Hee's funeral. "I'll take care of them myself." The memory hit harder than any punch. Tears slipped down Jin Chul's face as he looked across the shattered battlefield. He had truly believed the Frost Monarch was the one responsible back then. He whispered a quiet thank you to Jin Woo for avenging their fallen chairman. And just a few days later, the world was already on the edge of hell again. Hunters from every corner of the globe gathered beneath the massive gate, still hanging in the sky like a loaded gun aimed at Earth. Even China's top hunter, Liu, stood there, staring upward, clearly shaken. "That thing's enormous," he muttered. He didn't sugarcoat it. Even if every hunter on the planet fought together, victory wasn't guaranteed. Thomas Andre, barely recovered but still loud as ever, hyped everyone up. "It's starting." Chairman Jin Chul scanned the endless crowd of hunters. This was the first time humanity stood united like this, and he couldn't stop wondering how many of them wouldn't make it back. At the center of all that pressure stood Jin Woo, eyes locked on the gate, waiting for it to break. Cha Hai-in approached him, sensing the tension rolling off his body. "I've never seen you like this," she said quietly. The air froze. Then the gate began to crack. Hunters raised their weapons, muscles tensed, hearts pounded. The war was supposed to start, but Jin Woo's eyes widened. What emerged wasn't monsters, it was shadows. Shadow soldiers poured out one after another, lining up like rush-hour traffic from hell. Hunters nearly attacked out of reflex, until a voice told them to stop. Everyone froze. Confusion spread like wildfire. Chairman Jin Chul turned sharply to Mr. Aura Farmer. "What the hell are you doing?" The man didn't even flinch. "It's fine." Then the sky itself split open. Shadows rained down from above, an endless army descending like a storm. They marched past the hunters without a glance and stopped directly in front of my glorious king. Then, a massive shadow dropped to one knee. The impact shook the battlefield. This absolute unit introduced himself as Grand Marshal Bellion. One by one, dragons and shadow soldiers knelt, as if death itself was holding a worship service. Bellion addressed Jin Woo as his liege, and every shadow followed suit. The hunters in the back looked like NPCs watching a boss cutscene they weren't supposed to see. Thomas Andre leaned toward Leonard. "Bro, are you seeing this? Even one of those dragons could flatten New York." There were 3 just standing there. While panic spread through the ranks, Jin Woo stood calm. He already knew this was the real army. Ashbourne's final gift, power that was finally his. And just like that, he understood. The warm-up was over. Now the war truly began. Days later, inside a freezing conference room, Chairman Jin Chul and several exhausted officials were getting grilled by the international press. Questions flew nonstop. America wanted answers. Where was my glorious king? Jin Chul thought about it. Hundreds of thousands of demons came through that gate, and every single one now served one man, a Korean man. No one saw this coming. He looked around the room and acknowledged the panic about Jin Woo disappearing again. But honestly, this wasn't new. The man had a habit of vanishing whenever he pleased. Jin Chul had learned to live with it, so he told them straight, "Get used to it." The Hunter Association couldn't comprehend the weight Jin Woo carried, then no one else stood a chance either. Meanwhile, in a wasteland that looked like it lost a fistfight with a nuke, Mr. Aura Farmer stood atop Tusk's massive hand, surveying the land like a final boss. Below him, the Shadow Army prepared for battle, against itself. Bellion was stunned. I never imagined training soldiers by splitting the army in half and making them fight. Jin Woo shrugged. No one can die anyway. Then Baru stepped forward. He dropped to one knee and announced his challenge for the Grand Marshal title. The moment he said it, Jin Woo grinned. Permission granted. The army gathered like it was fight night. Baru screeched like a demon born angry while Bellion casually drew a sword bigger than buildings. Jin Woo observed quietly. Bellion fought like Igris, but with raw power that could lift mountains. Jinwu thought Baru might have a chance if Belian relied too much on brute force. That hope died instantly. Belian's blade transformed into a whip, spinning violently. He struck from every direction, locking Baru in the air like a toy. Jinwu was impressed, also slightly concerned. Belian's reflexes were insane. Every swing shattered the ground beneath them. Still, Jinwu didn't count Baru out. Bugs were stubborn. You crush them, and they crawl back, swinging. The scene shifted to China. Beijing airport was chaos as reporters swarmed Liu Jiang and his team returning from Korea. The media painted them as heroes. One journalist, way too confident, asked why Liu even bothered helping Korea. Liu looked ready to slap someone with a passport. Anyone asking that has an empty head, he snapped. Korea sits right below China. If my glorious king couldn't stop that disaster, then no one on Earth could. So yeah, Liu Jiang showed up because, unlike the clowns whining from the sidelines, the man actually had a functioning brain. By that point, he was completely done entertaining their nonsense. He made it clear, if anyone had a problem with how he handled things, they were free to go fight the demonic beasts themselves. That confidence lasted exactly until they reached the city, because hanging above China was a gate so massive it looked like the sky had cracked open. Liu stared up at it, disbelief creeping into his voice. Far away from Earth, the monarch of Transfiguration, Yogamund, was busy snitching to Dragon Daddy about how the Shadow Monarch had already erased 3 monarchs like it was light work. Dragon Daddy didn't even react. He calmly told Yogamund to stay out of it. I'll handle the Shadow Monarch myself. A massive dragon claw slid into view, and the skies filled with dragons. Endless, suffocating, apocalyptic. The order was simple. Prepare for war. Back on Earth, Beru was face first in the dirt. Belian had slammed him down and planted his sword beside his head like a tombstone. The battlefield fell silent. Then Baru moved. Broken, battered, but still standing, he told my glorious king that he could continue. That answer caught Jinwu off guard. He asked Beru why he was so obsessed with becoming Grand Marshal. Beru didn't hesitate. I want to stay by your side forever. That earned something rare. A smile. Jinwu nodded. Fine. Grand Marshal stands on the right. Beru, you stand on the left. Beru looked like he was about to cry, like someone had just accepted a marriage proposal. But Jinwu shut it down instantly. Don't. Igra stepped forward, clearly ready to challenge as well, but Jinwu stopped him. Fall back. You'll stand behind me. Before things could settle, the dragons in Tusk decided to flex. The dragons combined their power and launched a massive inferno into the sky, like a synchronized tantrum. Tusk didn't even blink. Using the Orb of Avarice, he fired a single blast that erased the dragon's attack completely and lit up the entire island. The soldiers lost their minds. The dragons? They looked pissed. Mr. Aura Farmer just stood there, thinking this was probably cheating. Then he noticed shadow soldiers stacking materials. What are they doing? He asked Belian. They're building a resting area, Belian replied, so the king may be comfortable. Jinwu then asked why Belian hadn't recalled the Shadow Army yet. He wanted to give them peace. They'd been trapped for ages. They deserved rest. Then he asked Belian if it hurt, never being able to reunite with Ashbourne. Belian stood tall, loyal as ever. He followed Ashbourne from the very beginning, fought beside him against the rulers. He even called himself the first soldier of the Shadow Monarch. No hesitation, no doubt, pure eternal loyalty. For once, Jinwu was genuinely moved. He asked Belian to tell him everything. Belian warned him it would take time, then dropped the bombshell. He once existed as a fruit on the world tree. All heavenly soldiers began that way, seeds that matured into warriors, and the tree itself was so massive it blanketed the sky like a divine umbrella. Later, Jinwu was casually cooking dinner for his family while thinking about cosmic extinction-level warfare. Totally normal. He knew he needed to warn the world. The 8 armies weren't a joke, and the Dragon King was a walking apocalypse. Ashbourne's memories confirmed it, and honestly, it terrified him. Meanwhile, Jinna was losing her mind over the food, telling their mom she never knew her brother could cook like this. Jinwu smiled, but his thoughts were on fire and ruin. His mother noticed immediately. You're acting like your father did, she said quietly. Whenever something bad was about to happen, trying to play it cool, Jinwu brushed it off and walked to the door, despite no one knocking. On the other side stood Yu Myung-han, awkward and serious. He apologized for showing up unannounced and asked to talk. As they walked, Han admitted something. He thought waking from eternal sleep meant he was special, but only 2 people had ever done that, which made him wonder if Jinwu was involved. When he asked why Jinwu helped him, the answer was simple. Because you didn't look like someone who'd sell his soul for power. If you were, Jinwu added, I wouldn't have helped. Han got emotional and offered to repay him. Jinwu only asked one thing. Protect my mother and sister if anything happens to me. Later, Jinwu and Chairman Jin Chul sat together, watching footage of a massive gate hovering over Shanghai. Turns out there were 8 more like it around the world. Jin Chul asked if those monsters were Jinwu's people. No, he replied, they're enemies. Then he asked Jin Chul something directly. Do you trust me? Without hesitation. Yes, that was enough. Jinwu placed a finger on him and dumped everything into his mind. Past wars, the rulers, the monarchs, the true scale of the enemy. When it was over, Jinchul looked like his entire worldview had collapsed, like a man who just learned Santa wasn't real. He rambled about hunters being divine protectors, about humanity's role, before realizing the truth. Hunters were never the answer. The real war was monarchs versus rulers. Humans were just stuck in the crossfire. Sweating and shaken, Jinchul asked if Jinwu was really planning to fight them alone. Yeah, Jinwu said calmly. No problem. Jinchul looked like he was seconds away from passing out. And then, the scene shifted. A massive room filled with hunters from every corner of the world. The calm before the storm. Jinchul checks in, asking if anyone else is still on the way. The reply comes quick. No, sir. All 152 countries are already present. Someone nearby gets curious and asks what Drippy Woo told him yesterday, because the man's been walking around like he saw the Grim Reaper personally. Jinchul remembers that moment perfectly. An army of dragons filling the sky, and one dragon flying behind the rest that radiated such cracked energy, it felt like the planet itself was about to rupture. Trying to stay professional, Jinchul calls Mr. Aura Farmer to ask where he is, but before he can finish the sentence, the man is already standing behind him. Jinchul immediately gives up on life, hangs up the phone, and mutters that asking for locations is officially pointless. He tries to warn Jinwu that revealing the truth might send the world into full meltdown mode, and that some countries are definitely going to start throwing hands. Jinwu just nods, "Yeah, I know," and keeps walking. Meanwhile, David Brennan is sitting in a room full of global political heavyweights, looking like he wants to sink into the floor. He's desperately hoping Drippy Woo will say something comforting. Deep down, he knows that's not happening. When my glorious king finally speaks, there's zero sugarcoating. He straight up tells them they're about to get hit whether they like it or not. Some officials pretend they aren't internally screaming and start questioning him. One of them actually asks if national-level hunters won't be enough. Jinwu shuts that down instantly. He tells them hundreds of beasts stronger than Kamish are about to show up, and nobody on Earth is ready for that. The room explodes in panic and demands proof. Drippy Woo casually raises his hand like he's stretching. Suddenly, multiple gates tear open behind him. The officials are now fully cooked. From their perspective, this man just summoned apocalypse portals on command. Mr. Aura Farmer calmly raises his hand like he's presenting a PowerPoint and explains that the enemy can open gates anywhere, anytime, just like he did. The only reason the world isn't already drowning in monsters is because they're still organizing their massive army. A twitchy suit next to Brennan completely loses it and accuses Drippy Woo of being one of them, then immediately backpedals like his soul almost left his body. Brennan, choosing sanity, asks the real question. What should humanity do? My glorious king keeps it simple. Stay away from the gates, unless you're trying to die early. Fast forward, ghost towns everywhere. Cities emptied overnight because Jinwu's not a TED Talk triggered global panic. He said the apocalypse was coming, and for once humanity listened. Even the pigeons dipped. Back in boss territory, Drippy Woo rides in with Baru and lands before a colossal fortress. He stares at it and asks if this ridiculous structure is really his. Baru bows deeply and says anything smaller would have been disrespectful to a walking nuke. Jinwu notices a flag flying on the castle and asks who put it there. Bellion immediately drops to his knees like he's being judged by the heavens. Yeah, it was him. Then Jinwu asks the real question. What happens to the Shadow Army if I die? Bellion answers without hesitation. They die too, and no backups, no successor, no legacy. They fade the moment he falls. Meanwhile, Drippy Woo is debriefing with Igris, and the outlook is trash. Igris doesn't sugarcoat it. They're going to get steamrolled. Baru and Bellion are present when Jinwu asks for numbers. Bellion drops the hammer. The enemy army could be 10 million strong. Drippy Woo just stares ahead, silently calculating how cooked they really are. Over in Canada, some bargain bin hero named Jay Mills is yapping on live TV, claiming Drippy Woo is exaggerating. The interviewer gently suggests that maybe ignoring the literal strongest man alive isn't the move. Jay brushes it off like his rank means anything in this conversation. Later, Jinchul shows Jinwu the circus happening in Canada. Jay Mills is still barking about fighting monsters like it's an anime training arc. Wu notes that hunters are already gathering there, ready to rush in. Jinchul asks the only thing that matters. So, what's the plan? Drippy Woo stays silent, like a man about to rewrite warfare itself. He decides it's time to do pest control in China. Fighting 8 monarch armies at once is suicide. If he takes out the nearest threat first, Korea gets time, and his family stays safe. So Jinwu lands in China, where Liu Jiagang personally greets him. Apparently the officials were too busy making welcome signs. From the airport alone, Jinwu can already see the gate. It's stupidly massive, like visible from space, massive. Liu takes him to the raid site and flexes China's 100,000 hunter army. Jinwu looks around and actually thinks, yeah, they might have a shot. Liu brags that these aren't randoms. They're elites handpicked from across the country. Once preparations finish, Liu gives the signal, and my glorious king casually drops his entire shadow army onto the battlefield. Liu stands there in shock and asks if all those monsters belong to him. That's when Baru steps forward and announces that the king's left side is reserved, and anyone trying to take it is getting folded. Jinwoo has to calm his bug boy down and clarify that Liu isn't competition. Then the gate starts cracking open. Drippy Woo braces for hell to pour out. Nothing comes. Bellion checks and reports 0 life signs. That's when it clicks. Every gate around the world is empty. The truth finally clicks. The enemy was never planning to attack everyone at once. All those gates around the world were fake, decoys meant to scatter humanity's strongest fighters, while everything was funneled into one real gate on the other side of the planet. In Canada, Jay Mills is still playing pretend hero, standing at the front of a massive crowd of hunters and civilians, running his mouth about how My Glorious King is overhyped, while protesters scream about defending the homeland like this is a movie. Then the gate finally cracks open, and nothing comes out. The hunters hesitate. People start whispering that maybe Jinwoo was bluffing. Then something steps through. A floating humanoid figure emerges, and the entire crowd goes dead silent. At first, they think it's just some guy. They're wrong. From the gate descends Dragon Daddy himself, dropping from the sky like the world is his stage. Jay Mills, completely out of his depth, asks if he's their king, standing there like a lost tourist until another hunter explains that demonic beasts aren't mindless. They have intelligence, ranks, they craft their own gear with runes, and they've been ignoring humans this whole time like background characters. Mills hears all this and gets cocky fast, thinking this must be how My Glorious King did it. Just talk a little, and boom, loyalty unlocked. So he throws out a try-hard line and asks what if he's the king. The entity doesn't even look at him and whispers, not here. Like Mills doesn't exist. 10 minutes earlier in China, Mr. Aura Farmer is grilling officials asking if anyone has any clue what's happening in Canada, and one guy says he'll try something. Jinwoo contacts Adam White about the massive gate, but Adam sounds like he's at a rave, and Jinwoo instantly realizes he's actually there. Jinchul snaps, asking what the hell he's doing, and Adam says the Bureau didn't want to sit around so they showed up in person. Drippy Woo's expression darkens immediately, because they're being way too casual about this. This enemy isn't just big, it's biblical. Adam says the gate looks empty, just like the others, and everything is quiet. Jinwoo almost relaxes until Adam suddenly says, someone just came out. Jinwoo's whole face changes, and he starts yelling at Adam to run, but before Adam can even blink, every hunter standing at the front line turns to ash in a single second. Jinwoo shouts again, saying there's still time, just run. But Adam is frozen, watching dragons drop from the sky, dozens of them pouring out of the gate as a full fantasy apocalypse unfolds in front of him. Jinwoo makes the call to save him, activating the shadow marker he placed earlier and preparing to teleport him out. But a high orc steps in front of Adam, and then another presence appears, and calmly asks where he thinks he's going. Adam finally realizes he's cooked. His voice shakes as he calls out for Jinwoo, and the last thing he sees is a fireball rushing straight at his face. Jinwoo hears the explosion and knows he's already too late. My Glorious King stands there silently, knowing this was always the plan. They knew exactly what they were doing. His shadow army grows stronger the longer the fight lasts. So instead of spreading their forces, they dumped everything into one gate far from his position. A full send into Canada to end it fast before he could build another power spike. Even if he moves now, it's already a full-scale war with no prep time left. His stall plan is gone. Burned to ash, just like those hunters. Back in Canada, Dragon Daddy looks satisfied and says the screams of dying people are his favorite sound as the monarchs move in with permission to go all out, because their entire purpose is to erase everything and enjoy the noise. In his office, David Brennan watches the live stream in horror as dragons, beasts, giants, and insects flatten cities behind the monarch, realizing humanity is finished, hunters, civilians, and even reporters all gone, wiped clean. Now he finally understands why My Glorious King had been screaming at everyone to stay away from the gates, because this isn't a battle, it's an extinction event. As Brennan sits there, drowning in despair, Jinwoo suddenly appears in the room like a glitch in reality. No greeting, no build-up, just saying he's here for something. The runestone made from Kamish, the strongest dragon humanity ever killed. Brennan is stunned, but snaps back fast, saying the stone is under Bureau control, and admitting he's half drunk because none of it matters anymore. Not the Bureau, not the rules, not authority when the world is about to be erased. He says he can hand it over, but asks the only question left, why he needs it. Drippy Woo answers simply that he needs it to hit back, to launch a real counterattack using Kamish's power, and as they head toward the vault, Brennan asks one last thing. If the rulers sent the beasts, then what exactly are runestones? My Glorious King finally explained it. The runestones were never traps. They were gifts from the rulers, a built-in power system meant to keep humanity alive. Whenever a beast died, part of its power was sealed into a stone. Also, humans wouldn't get wiped the moment the real war began. Brennan listened, then asked the only question that mattered. Could a single runestone really stop all of this? Jinwoo didn't hesitate. He said he had to try. With the stone secured, Jinwoo made one last stop. Lady Selner took one look at him and said it plainly. He wasn't just carrying darkness anymore. He had become it. She asked who he really was now, and he answered that nothing had changed. He'd simply accepted what she'd already seen. He asked if she could still see the future, if she could tell him what was waiting. The moment she touched his hand, tears fell. She asked how he planned to carry all of this alone, whether he really intended to sacrifice everything for everyone else. Jinwoo stood up and said at least he could still reach the end. That was enough. Selner warned him that no one would remember him, that it would be a lonely fight with no praise, no legacy. Jinwoo was already walking away. Not long after, he stood atop a tall building and made a call. Mommy Cha answered, asking if it was really him. He apologized for being gone so long. She said it was fine, that they'd both been busy. He told her they'd meet again soon, and she asked him to promise he'd come back. Jinwoo promised. Across the world, Hunter alliances mobilized. Asia, Europe, Africa, China, hundreds of thousands gathering, ready to fight back. In Canada, the monarch of destruction stood atop a mountain of corpses like it was his throne. Antares released a monowave so massive, the entire planet felt it, broadcasting his location and daring Jinwoo to come. He said he'd already killed millions, and asked how long Jinwoo planned to keep running. My glorious king felt the wave, and answered with the words Antares wanted to hear. He was coming. Back in Canada, Dragon Daddy lounged on a ruined skyscraper like he hadn't just erased 10 million lives and called it stress relief. He wondered why Jinwoo stayed silent after such a provocation. After an entrance like that, the man should have appeared already. Then he shrugged it off, assuming Jinwoo was cooking something. Right as that thought crossed his mind, a nuclear strike slammed into him, and he looked away like someone sneezed nearby. One nuke did nothing, so the army unloaded everything, missiles raining down in a full combo attack. When the smoke cleared, no one could confirm the kill, because confirming a Dragon King's death isn't exactly simple. Then the sky darkened. Two massive eyes opened like the final boss loading screen. Antares revealed his true form, muttering about boredom before erasing the entire army without effort. Meanwhile, inside the fortress the Shadow Army built, Jinwoo sat quietly, thinking ahead. He noticed a small note Baru left on the wall and smiled like a proud older brother. Baru burst out crying because he already knew what was coming. Bellion rushed in, warning him not to do anything reckless, with Igris backing him up like a worried parent. My glorious king looked at them and dropped the most protagonist line imaginable, that some dangers are worth facing. He asked Bellion what Ashbourne would do. Bellion answered that nothing would stop him. That was when everyone realized Jinwoo was about to do something insane. They dropped to one knee. Bellion swore loyalty to the very end. Jinwoo rose, ready for war. Bellion asked if he wanted to call his family. Jinwoo refused. Hearing their voices would break him. Cut to the battlefield. A dragon obliterated a plane midair. One pilot ejected and survived, only to land in pure hell. Demons everywhere, fire and blood flooding the streets. A monster charged him. He emptied his weapon into it and nothing happened. Just as despair set in, Jinwoo erased the monster like it was trash. He told the pilot to run, then face the incoming horde alone. One swing. Gone. No hesitation. He called it the first step and began raising the fallen as shadows. Elsewhere, Dragon Daddy felt it, the familiar aura. The Shadow Monarch had entered the battlefield. He summoned the other monarchs. Yagman said it was time to go all in. Tarnak questioned why the undead army wasn't present. Antares guessed Jinwoo was spreading his forces, absorbing their numbers slowly, buying time by avoiding direct confrontation. Even he wondered what Jinwoo was really planning. Back in Korea, Jin Chul watched the news in silence as reports showed hunters and the entire U.S. military being wiped out, trying to stall the invasion. If even America's firepower meant nothing, what chance did anyone else have? All that remained was prayer. But for what? A miracle, a cheat code, a divine patch update. My glorious king. Back on the battlefield, the situation was only getting worse. Hundreds of fresh shadow soldiers tore themselves out of the ground and surged forward like death on autopilot. The battlefield drowned in darkness until a sudden pulse of purple split the void. Mr. Aura Farmer had entered the chat. He carved through enemies without slowing down, killing them and turning them into shadow soldiers mid-stride, like it was basic muscle memory. Then a massive monster landed a punch so heavy it cracked the ground itself. Everyone watching thought that was curtains. But nope, Drippy Woo stepped out of the dust cloud looking even fresher than before. He blurred forward, sliced the monster's leg clean off, and let the shadows dogpile the rest. As he caught his breath, he looked up and froze. The sky was crawling with dragons, wings blotting out the horizon. The army of doom had arrived, but something wasn't right. Dragon Daddy wasn't there. Jinwoo realized it instantly. They were holding back. Fine by him. If they wanted to hide, he'd give them a reason to stop. He raised the fallen giant as a shadow and sent it charging into the sky like a living missile. It smashed through dragon after dragon before a massive fireball erased it completely. Then the real problem showed up. A colossal dragon descended, roaring about how no one who defied Dragon Daddy ever lived. It declared itself his loyal servant and prepared to unleash hell. Too bad it never noticed Drippy Woo already behind it. The dragon turned just in time to see the blade flash. One clean slice, head gone, instantly finished. That was Jin Woo's response to the so-called Army of Doom. Somewhere deep in the void, Antares felt his dragons getting erased and muttered what was already obvious. The Shadow Monarch was growing stronger by the second. Waiting was no longer an option. He abandoned the plan on the spot, ordered the Monarch of Transfiguration to stay back and prep the ambush, and decided to hunt Drippy Woo himself. The sky fractured as portals tore open like it was raid day. Antares made it clear. Jinwoo wasn't leaving alive. On the ground, chaos ruled. The military tried to hold the line, but their guns might as well have been toys. Bullets bounced, did nothing. The commander issued the most desperate order imaginable. Keep firing. Aim for the legs. No one listened. They were too busy dying. The monsters closed in, and the slaughter began. Just as an ogre lunged at the last surviving squad, a massive fist shattered its jaw midair. That was when the battlefield gained a new main character. Thomas Andre had landed. He told the soldiers he'd seen bigger clowns than these in dungeons before, and none of them were real threats. Hope came roaring back. The troops started believing they might actually survive. Then the air shifted. Thomas turned as a voice echoed, one that clearly never skipped Ego Day. Tarnak, the monarch of the steel body, emerged wrapped in smoke and arrogance. He sized Thomas up and mocked him, calling him the same punching bag who almost got folded by the beast monarch. He claimed snapping him would take seconds. Thomas didn't flinch. He said he didn't care for complicated nonsense. That's when the shadows moved. Bellion stepped in beside Thomas, radiating pure menace. Tarnak froze. The Shadow Army was already there, and he hadn't sensed a thing. He tried to warn the others, but Tusk appeared like a magical bouncer and shut that down instantly. Tarnak finally realized this wasn't Jin Woo's usual style. No speeches, no dramatic entrances, just pure strategy. That realization enraged him. He began transforming, screaming that this wasn't how monarchs were meant to fight, that Drippy Woo didn't deserve the crown. That's when Baru stepped forward, mana exploding off him. He demanded Tarnak take those words back, because disrespecting his king was unforgivable. Tarnak refused. Fully transformed, towering over Baru, he prepared to turn the battlefield into a personal execution ground. The real clash was about to begin. Cut away. My glorious king now stood face to face with Dragon Daddy himself, the Monarch of Destruction. Antares was already irritated that he couldn't reach the Monarch of Steel and started spiraling, suspecting Mr. Aura Farmer was pulling strings behind the scenes. Without warning, the dragon lunged, throwing everything into a killing blow. Jinwoo barely dodged, and the ground where he'd stood disintegrated into nothing. When the smoke cleared, there he was, floating calmly like the final boss he was always meant to be. Jinwoo called his army. But instead of skeletons rising, the sky answered. Shadow dragons rained down like an airstrike, descending to crush Antares under sheer domination. Meanwhile, over in China, Lu Zhigang was casually mopping up giants like it was routine cleanup duty. One giant gets clapped, and Lu Zhigang mutters that giants only matter when it's waterworld levels of flooding. Then his sixth sense detonates like a migraine. The entire country is shaking with mana. Hunters everywhere are fighting for their lives. Cities are burning. And this man is just standing in the middle of the street like he's waiting for a bus. Back at the real mess, a massive explosion tears through the battlefield, and shadows scatter like confetti. Antares starts roasting Jin Woo again, talking reckless like this is a diss track instead of a war. He calls the summoned army trash and mocks him for sending the real fighters somewhere else. But then he notices something off. Jin Woo is already slipping away through a portal, and like a petty ex who can't let it go, Antares chases without thinking, straight into the trap. On the other side, the full Shadow Army is waiting exactly where they're supposed to be. Antares turns, and reality slams him in the face. Tarnak is already done, half his body missing, and Baru is casually sitting on him like a throne. The monarch of the steel body is finished. Then Yogamont appears, smug as ever, standing atop a ruined building, with the sky ripped open behind him, gates stacked like cheat codes. Antares flexes, convinced he just won. Dragons pour out in waves, and he starts gloating, calling Jin Woo's move a fatal mistake. But my glorious king doesn't react. Instead, he recalls every single summon. Antares pauses, confused. The dragons rush in, thinking it's over. That's when Jin Woo activates the Kamish runestone. A soul roar erupts, so violent it paralyzes reality itself. Dragons drop midair like NPCs after a bad patch. Even Yogamont crumples. In that frozen moment, Jin Woo teleports straight to Antares, grabs him, whispers something cold and final, and Shadow switches them both out. Antares finally understands. This was never a fight. It was a setup from the beginning. Cut to a remote island where my glorious king and the Shadow Army are already waiting. Drippy Woo dragged Antares to the farthest point from his army, a one-way trip to hell. Antares looks around, confused, asking where they are. Jin Woo answers flatly, the opposite side of the world from your army. Antares processes it, and admits that in a real war, Jin Woo would run out of mana eventually. so isolating him like this was actually smart. Then he points at the castle and laughs, asking if that sad little structure is his base. Jinwoo confirms it is. Antares mocks it, saying it lacks final boss energy. Jinwoo corrects him. It's your grave. He summons his weapon and prepares. Antares begins transforming, saying this fight now depends on whether he can survive long enough for backup to arrive. A colossal dragon stands before Jinwoo and his army. Elsewhere, Lady Selner stares out a window as dragons turn the world into a disaster film. David stands behind her, explaining that all mana types are going feral across the region. He admits he didn't think Drippy Woo was telling the truth. Then he asks the only question left. What now? Selner answers calmly. He's not the only hunter. The scene cuts to Thomas Andre mid-rampage, crushing demons like they owe him money. Selner explains that hunters worldwide joined the fight, from E rank to S rank, but reality is cruel. E ranks are just humans with seasoning. D and C ranks barely last. Even S ranks, who can slaughter thousands, still fall eventually. They fade like dying stars. But when enough stars fall, their trails still form constellations. And those constellations give people hope. Back in Korea, someone tells Woo Jin-chul that Drippy Woo succeeded and baited Antares to an island near Japan. Woo remembers Jin-woo once mentioning an island soaked in leftover mana from a collapsed giant gate. Now he realizes Jinwoo may have been hiding there all along for this exact moment. Someone suggests sending hunters as backup. Woo stares at him like he just said something criminally stupid. All the S ranks are in the US. Who are we sending? The man jokes about E ranks. Woo shuts him down instantly. If you knew Jinwoo started as an E rank, you'd know even an E rank can be a hero. Cut back to the island. My glorious king is throwing hands with Dragon Daddy on land that absolutely did not sign up for this. Jinwoo flies at full speed on Kaizul, while Antares charges a fireball big enough to erase geography. Before he can even fire it, a shadow clamps his mouth shut. The camera pans. Bellion. He ditched swordplay, turned his blade into a whip, and is keeping Dragon Daddy gagged. That's the signal. Shadow giants pile on, dogpiling the dragon. Tusk joins in, dropping a spell so heavy the island itself flinches. Antares roars. Half a second later, Baru and Greed blitz him, smashing straight into his jaw and slamming him into the ground. Igris finally stops holding back, lightning exploding off his blade. The battlefield goes from bad to completely cooked as Dragon Daddy gets electrocuted hard enough to see his own origin story. Up in the air, Jinwoo watches the squad cook with pure proud dad energy, thinking, yeah, this is actually going smooth. And that's when Dragon Daddy smiles. Not a nervous smile. Oh, you thought this was going well smile. He laughs and says, so you like fighting with numbers? Watch this. Then he unleashes Dragon Fear. The roar isn't just loud, it's conceptual. The Shadow Army starts dissolving mid-existence, melting like bargain bin candles. Jinwoo feels it instantly and pulls the plug before everyone gets deleted. No regroup, no pause, because the second the summons vanish, Dragon Daddy is already in his face. Fire erupts. Kaizul gets erased like he never mattered. The island gets flashbaked, and when the smoke clears, Dragon Daddy is standing there like he just finished a concert. He tells Jinwoo this right here, is the real thing. Then comes the villain resume. Built for war, king of dragons, monarch of destruction, apex of apexes. Jinwoo realizes something cold in his gut. Even the giant king's death mana wouldn't have tanked that. If his soldiers took it head on, it would have been a wipe. Dragon Daddy shifts back into humanoid form and lands casually. No hostility. Says he could have broken free earlier, but didn't. He was impressed. Wanted a monarch-to-monarch conversation. Then he drops the lore bomb. The real enemies aren't on the ground. They're in the sky. The rulers are hunting monarchs, and that includes Jinwoo. Then he offers a deal. Says Jinwoo's different from Ashbourne. Says he saw hope in his abilities. Promises his family lives, his land stays safe, even offers to leave if needed. Tells him not to be king of a few hills. Be king of the planet. Holds out his hand like this is some final anime alliance arc. If they fight the rulers together, peace becomes possible. Jinwoo laughs, cold. Says your eyes are screaming murder, and you expect me to believe you? Antares stares, then drops the act. Says that was the last mercy he had. Tells Jinwoo to prepare for real war. No warning. He lunges, his arm morphs into a massive claw, but Jinwoo hops back and summons Kaizul. Dragon Daddy goes full lizard mode and floods the air with fire, but Jinwoo and Kaizul dodge like it's an unread message. Jinwoo orders a low dive, launches himself midair, blade aimed straight for the throat. Clean strike. Perfect landing. 0 damage. Not a scratch. Dragon Daddy smirks. You thought that hurt? Jinwoo tells Kaizul to retreat, but Dragon Fear hits again. Kaizul freezes. Acting on pure instinct, Kaizul whips Jinwoo away with his tail and takes the blast himself. Jinwoo lands, looks up just in time to see Kaizul get cooked. The explosion slams him into the dirt, flames everywhere. Dragon Daddy mutters like a bored therapist, you won't die from that, probably. Then chaos. A blur slices through smoke. Jinwoo lands on Dragon Daddy's neck and stabs down. Nothing. The scales laugh it off. Jinwoo senses it and dips just in time, summoning everything. Shadows explode out like bottled hatred. 3 massive shadow dragons pin Antares while fire rains down. But even that isn't enough. off. Jinwoo watches, irritated. Ancient dragons can't scratch him. Normal moves won't work. He mutters, I need the kind of strength that makes mountains cry. The darkness answers. Mana surges, swallowing him whole. Like the universe was waiting. Antares crushes the shadow dragons and scoffs. Is that all? Then he turns and freezes. Jinwoo isn't just standing there anymore. He's wrapped in darkness so vast it drowns the battlefield. The world goes quiet. Antares stares. What is that? What are you planning? Jinwoo's voice shakes the land. This is the armor of darkness. Every living thing will see this and know who I am. The power keeps rising, past limits, past logic. Antares feels it and panics. Astralization, impossible, forbidden. And yet here it is. Jinwoo took what belonged to gods and claimed it. Antares finally understands. This is why Ashbourne chose him, a man who lived one breath from death and came back stronger every time. If he doesn't end this now, the world burns. So Antares charges everything. Flames swell, mana detonates, and the Monarch of Destruction prepares his final, desperate all-in. He unleashed everything he had in one last all-or-nothing blast. But Mr. Aura Farmer didn't even blink. He calmly lifted a single hand and fired back a counter like he was swatting a fly. The attack split the flames clean in half and slammed straight into Dragon Daddy's chest, ripping a scream out of him like he just lost a ranked match. Still, he wasn't finished. What followed was pure chaos. Two absolute monsters throwing hands. After that first impact, silence crashed down, heavy and suffocating, the kind that tells you something catastrophic is about to happen. Then they collided again, and the earth tore itself apart. Dragon Daddy grew to his full height and swung that massive claw, but my glorious king answered with a punch so violent the sky itself recoiled. Dragon Daddy clamped down hard, teeth sinking into Mr. Aura Farmer's side, and hurled him through the air like trash. The landing cratered the ground like a building had been dropped. Getting up already hurt like hell, but Dragon Daddy wasn't done. Another blast of fire came roaring in. Drippy Woo dodged by a hair, but not clean enough. The flames tore his arm clean off, blood spraying everywhere. Kane screamed, but Drippy Woo didn't slow down. Half-cooked and bleeding, he charged straight back in. Dragon Daddy tried to burn him again, but Drippy Woo sliced through the fire and the dragon in one clean motion. That pissed him off. Dragon Daddy whipped him away with his tail and shot up into the sky to reset. And that's when things got ugly. The Monarch of Destruction started charging something apocalyptic. When it fired, the battlefield vanished, erased into dust and ruin. Then, from the smoke, a spear of pure shadow ripped through the air and impaled one of Dragon Daddy's wings. The scream echoed like it shook the heavens. More shadow attacks followed, each one screaming for an ending. Dragon Daddy snapped, igniting the sky to burn them away, and they clashed again, fists, blades, fire, and rage smashing together non-stop. My glorious king held his ground until a brutal hit finally shattered the shadow armor. Massive chunks fell away, darkness peeling off like broken armor. When the smoke cleared, Drippy Woo stood there, barely holding together, soul screaming but legs still locked in place. Dragon Daddy landed nearby, watching him like prey, impressed and irritated. That kind of power will eat you alive, he said, dropping back into his humanoid form. Like this was still a warm-up. One last offer. Join me or get erased. Mr. Aura Farmer stood up, bleeding but unbroken, and said no. I don't stand with monsters. That snapped something. Dragon Daddy summoned a blade. Fine. Then die. They rushed each other again, air cracking with every movement. As they fought, Dragon Daddy ran his mouth, saying the Monarch of Transfiguration was already tearing apart everything Drippy Woo cared about. That heroism always fails. Their blades clashed again and again, each strike shaking the world. Then came the jab meant to finish it, reminding him that even a king of death was still human. And humans fear dying. The blade slipped through, straight into Drippy Woo's gut. Blood poured. Dragon Daddy leaned close, smug. Now you feel it. Ashbourne's curse whispering through you. He thought it was over. He was wrong. Drippy Woo kicked him so hard he staggered back for the first time. Distance opened again. Dragon Daddy walked forward calmly, like time meant nothing. This is war, he said. Those screams in your head? That's the world breaking. Let it crush you. He pressed the blade to Drippy Woo's shoulder, cold and cruel. Regret every second you resisted me. But Drippy Woo didn't flinch. Calm, dead-eyed, he stared him down. I should be saying that. His blade shimmered into existence behind Dragon Daddy and shot forward, forcing the Monarch's attention just long enough for Drippy Woo to reposition. The strike bounced off that cursed barrier. Dragon Daddy laughed, looking down on him. You thought a dragon's fang could wound the king of dragons? He kept talking like he was hosting a TED Talk in hell, about flame born of darkness clashing with darkness born of light, until he finally said, this ends now. Drippy Woo wasn't listening. He'd already seen the ending. Dragon Daddy sensed it, brow twitching. So you've accepted this as pointless? No answer. Drippy Woo moved, straight at him. No fear, no hesitation. Dragon Daddy boasted one last time, promising his army would come, that he'd carry Drippy Woo's severed head as a warning. Didn't matter. As the first light of morning broke over the battlefield, my glorious king whispered, just loud enough, the sun cast longer shadows. And that's when Dragon Daddy finally realized he was cooked. The shadows around him weren't normal anymore. They weren't just stretched by the sunrise. They were solid, standing, alive. A full shadow army had risen and locked him in place. Dragon Daddy lost it, screaming in demon tongue, raging against the sky, but it was already over. Drippy Woo raised the blade his father left behind and let Ashbourne flood through him completely. The Dark Monarch stood within his body, and together they weren't human, weren't shadow. They were judgment itself. A younger Drippy Woo moved inside that power like a living memory, and then the slash came down clean, cutting straight through the Monarch of Destruction. The massive beast staggered, fading, and Drippy Woo looked at what remained and said calmly, almost curiously, I wonder if you'll witness your own end. His father's dagger gleamed, having finally found its purpose. Another strike fell, and the sky itself cracked open like it couldn't handle what it was seeing. As realization hit him, Dragon Daddy's last words weren't rage. They were confusion. He muttered that this shouldn't be possible, that no gate like this could exist, that he'd felt no energy when he arrived. Then it clicked, piece by piece, too late. How? Is the ruler's army here? The air split apart, and an avalanche of soldiers from another world poured through. Dragon Daddy's voice turned bitter as he understood. So this was your plan. You baited me. You blew open the space between realms to summon them. I thought you wanted a clean fight, but you were playing chess. Jinwoo finally spoke, calm and sharp. There was a way. The ruler's vessels never left. Their connection remained. Dragon Daddy's face fell as the truth crushed him. You found a way to win the war even if you lost the battle. You were never trying to defeat me. You were trying to defeat all of us. I lost because I was obsessed with myself. Then Drippy Woo dropped the final blow to his pride. You were the one who told the Monarch of White Flames and the Beast to jump Ashbourne, right? Dragon Daddy hesitated. Was it the White Flame who told you? Drippy Woo didn't answer. He just raised his middle finger and said, Ashbourne wanted me to send his regards. With a roar, Dragon Daddy lunged forward with everything he had left, but it didn't matter. The ruler's army descended like divine punishment, impaling him mid-charge. Above him, the sky split open, and blinding light hovered like it owned reality itself, staring straight down at him. Dragon Daddy was already breaking apart, and as his body turned to dust made of regret and bad decisions, he admitted the world had been drowned in too much light and too much darkness, and he never really stood a chance. He said he'd wait in true eternal rest, not that fake dream world. Drippy Woo answered coldly that they'd meet again, then dipped like a final boss carrying depression and god-tier resolve. Mr. Aura Farmer stood there quietly, like he hadn't just ended a cosmic war. A glowing fragment descended and tried to be polite, thanking him for ending everything and admitting it didn't know how to repay him. My glorious king looked at it and said, yeah, actually, I need something big. The fragment said it would do anything it could. So Drippy Woo casually asked to use the cup of reincarnation again. Every glowing shard in the sky went dead silent. The main fragment looked shaken, warning him that rolling back time would mean the monarchs would remember everything and come back worse than before. Jinwoo didn't hesitate. That's exactly what he wanted. No interference, no retrees, just him versus every monarch, solo. The fragment argued this was the best possible reality, that he was throwing it all away. Jinwoo gripped his father's blade and said he'd already lost too much, and he was done accepting it. He'd bring everyone back, even if it shattered time itself. The fragment warned him the cup had one use left, fail, and the universe gets no do-overs. It told him if he stopped now, he'd be remembered forever as the hero who saved everything. But if he went through with this, no one would ever remember what he did. Drippy Woo closed his eyes and thought about his people, the ones who mattered, the ones fate stole. When he opened them again, his decision was final. He said he was going back. The fragment said his resolve felt just like Ashbourne's. Jinwoo nodded, then asked one last thing. What about his shadow squad? The ones that didn't exist back then? The fragment answered honestly. If they overlapped with the past, they'd disappear. If not, they'd remain. Drippy Woo didn't blink. He said he was ready. The fragment summoned the battered, dying cup one last time and spoke softly. May your courage save the world. The entire damn sky erupted like someone hit the ultimate cheat code. A blinding wave of light cascaded across the planet, visible from Jinho to Mamicha, from Liu to Beck to Andre, and every poor schmuck stuck in the fallout of Drippy Woo's insane decision. People across continents stared up, mouths agape, as time itself cracked and quaked like it had a vendetta. But none of them had any clue this was the exact split second my glorious king made the choice to shoulder the world alone. One more impossible time. The light swallowed everything, searing across mountains, oceans, and cityscapes, then slowly faded. Silence fell, heavy, tense, like the world was holding its breath. And then, boom, we're suddenly back in Jinwoo's apartment, like nothing in the past eon had even happened. His mom is alive, humming in the kitchen, doing normal mom things, blissfully unaware that her son just flirted with multi-timeline annihilation. She tells little Jinna to go wake up her dumbass brother, like she doesn't know he's already up, staring wide-eyed like he just got dropped into a glitchy simulation. Little sister barges in all sunshine and smiles, only to find her big brother already lost in that "did I just survive hell?" stare. Mom's cooking, dad's alive, reading a newspaper like nothing happened, like he didn't vanish for half his damn childhood. And Jinwoo, my glorious king, loses it right there. Breaks down crying in front of them. They blink at him, confused, thinking he stubbed a toe or watched a sad anime. He mutters something about a nightmare. But this isn't fiction. This man just lived through hell, watched too many people die, fought wars across timelines, survived apocalypses that would make gods weep. This is his reset, his one shot to fix what's broken, and he swears he's taking it. He knows it won't last. Monarchs are already scheming, building gates, planning the next apocalypse. But for a fleeting moment, maybe he can just be human, happy. 5 damn minutes, no collateral. Later, Mom finds a note on the table while tidying up, a few scribbles, and he's gone. My boy had business. Cut to Beru and Bellione, stacking demon corpses like it's some kind of twisted sport. Maybe it is. They're chilling in the ruins when 2 figures appear. It's Jinwoo. The look in his eyes screams war-worn exhaustion. Silence stretches unnaturally around him. He mutters how the world feels empty without the chaos, how he's already crushed the monarchs, even that transfiguration freak who kicked all this off. Turns out he's been grinding in the dimensional rift for 27 years straight, while the real world barely ticked too. That slow drip of time gave him space to finish the damn job. Now, only Dragon Daddy and his Legion of Destruction remain. Drippy Woo sits amidst the carnage, a mountain of corpses, contemplating his family. Is Mom okay? Jin-Ah growing taller? Maybe he should wait to drop the "I fought through timelines and apocalypse hell to bring you pancakes" bomb. Even monsters would hesitate with that kind of reveal. Silence presses in. Then Bellion rolls up, all Grim Reaper vibes, and drops "fields clean. Nobody left breathing." My glorious king rises, summoning shadows from every corpse, like he's collecting overdue rent. Beru and Bellion by his side. Time to finish this war once and for all. Cut to Dragon Daddy, sitting smug on his throne amid fire and shattered dreams. A minion suggests retreat. Dragon Daddy laughs. Nah, this ends here. Shadow Monarch or bust. He even gives props for the 4D chess-level time cut play. Props noted. But before his villain monologue can finish, shadows crawl through his throne room. Dragon Daddy stands. Final boss energy activated. Fate in his eyes. One of them goes dirt-bound today. He drops titles like Confetti, Dragon Daddy, Monarch of Destruction. Then asks the single dumbest boss fight question ever. What's your name? Drippy Woo stares him down. Doesn't care about theatrics. Doesn't flinch. That's my name, he says. No fanfare. Just pure icy menace. Dragon Daddy's ego wavers for a split second. Nothing more to say. Cut to black. Armies clash behind them. The world watching this apocalyptic dance. Meanwhile, real-world chaos hits maximum overdrive. 2 years since the rift closed, and Norma Selner, top-tier prophet, doomsday specialist, breaks into national news, like she just hacked reality. A monster is coming, she declares. Not any monster. A literal walking apocalypse. Army of the dead in tow. Normally, people call that BS. But she's the one who called political assassinations, hostage crises, market collapses accurately. The world listens. Her warning hits harder than a nuclear blast. Then, above Seoul, the skies crack. A massive black gate blankets the city. Shadows crawling like sentient tar. People gather under it, helpless, sheep to the slaughter. Silence. No monster erupts. No screams. Just ominous emptiness. And in that hush, behind the crowd, like some grim reaper on shift, Sung Jin-woo, back from the abyss, radiating Shadow Monarch energy. He touches down, and yes, someone is waiting. Flowers in hand, one of the rulers, shiny and dramatic, holding a bouquet like he's about to propose at a parent-teacher night. Smiles like a proud dad. Welcome back, my glorious king, or should I call you Shadow Monarch? Then, because the universe loves chaos, this glowing LED stick wannabe throws shade. Didn't expect Drippy Woo to show up looking like a middle school dropout? And just like that, hype levels are officially off the charts. My glorious king clapped back immediately, saying he skipped the beard on purpose, because apparently a walking apocalypse with a full beard might traumatize the kids. He even joked that nobody thought Sung Jin-woo would survive trying to solo the end of existence. Yet here he was, alive, breathing, and standing like a problem nobody knew how to solve. But Jin-woo wasn't about to let this shiny bouquet man turn it into a therapy circle. He locked eyes with him and dropped the real question. You didn't come all this way just to hand me flowers, right? What do the rulers actually want? The smile vanished, clean, gone. The ruler sighed and admitted, yeah, they needed to talk, and this wasn't going to be quick. Jin-woo already knew where this conversation was headed. Fast cut, and suddenly these two absolute cosmic entities are sitting in an ice cream shop, like they didn't just crawl out of a multiversal war zone. The fragment looks around, confused, and asks why here of all places. Jin-woo answers without missing a beat. After being trapped in empty nothingness for years, of course he wanted something sweet. Honestly, completely valid. Then my glorious king gets serious and asks for the real message. The ruler starts with that fake gratitude tone again. The kind people use right before asking for something insane. Jinwoo shuts it down instantly. Skip the thank you speech. Just tell me the problem. The ruler exhales and admits the chaos is over. For now. But the real issue isn't the monarchs anymore. It's Jinwoo himself. Having god-tier power in a world without mana is like parking a nuclear bomb in a daycare. The planet simply isn't built for this. Jinwoo stares at him like, yeah, no shit. He asks why he's being told something he already knows, that he's a walking cheat code, breaking the rules just by existing. That's when the ruler drops the twist. If you're willing, we want to move you to another world, one that won't collapse if you sneeze. My glorious king leans back, staring at him like he just suggested deleting his save file. Then he fires back, calm and deadly. Instead of dumping me in another world, how about we seal me away instead? Lock me up like some cursed artifact and call it a day. The ruler doesn't even hesitate, just nods. That's also an option, and right there the vibe flips, hard. The glowing mascot's expression shifts from calm to full-on panic. Jinwoo narrows his eyes. He straight up asks if the rulers are planning to erase him now that he's finished saving their world. The fragment panics and pulls out proof like that's going to fix anything. He shows him a news article. Lady Selner front and center, eyes glowing, acting like the neighborhood apocalypse oracle. The headline basically screams a monster is coming. The end is inevitable. Jinwoo doesn't even wait for the explanation. He connects the dots instantly. My return triggered her powers, didn't it? Weak nod. Confirmation. Apparently just brushing against Jinwoo's existence turbocharged her foresight. That's how broken my glorious king is. He comes back from the abyss, and people start leveling up just from proximity. Jinwoo goes quiet, tells the ruler they'll talk later, dismisses him like a king ending court. The fragment bows and leaves, relief written all over his glowing face. Now Jinwoo's alone, sitting in an ice cream shop with a half-melted sundae and the weight of the universe on his shoulders. A living nuke with no launch codes. He starts wondering if everyone has a purpose, and his was to end the Monarch War, then what is he now? The mission's complete, but the power's still here, heavy, directionless. Then something snaps him out of it. A girl passes by the window. Jinwoo freezes. Full system error. His eyes widen like he just saw a ghost that smells like strawberries and destiny. He bolts outside without thinking, pulled forward like gravity just rewrote itself. In his head, doubt still whispers. Maybe he should leave this world behind. Maybe he's just leftover code in a finished game. Then he sees her, Cha Hai-in, standing there like fate finally gave up on subtlety. She's casually sniffing the air, thinking ice cream smells incredible, while Jinwoo's entire worldview collapses in slow motion. He watches her, and something clicks. He remembers everyone he fought for, everyone he protected when nobody asked him to. For the first time, it's not about saving the world. It's about staying in it, staying for the people who love him, for the people he still loves. That's enough. More than enough. When Cha Hai-in finally turns toward him, they just stand there, saying nothing, saying everything. No bloodlust, no war, no destiny screaming in their ears. Just two people existing in the same moment. Sung Jinwoo stands there like a man who just survived the end of time and discovered something better than power. He thinks maybe Earth isn't so bad after all. Across the street, Cha Hai-in stands frozen near a snack stall, sniffing the air like it's her first time experiencing happiness. Jinwoo watches her and tells himself he still has people here, people worth staying for, and maybe he'll find even more reasons not to leave. Their eyes meet. For once, neither of them looks like they're about to kill a god. And just like that, the solo leveling story officially ends. After the main story finally slammed its final page shut, after the wars, the resets, the sacrifices, and Jinwoo's long, lonely battle that literally rewrote reality, we were given something unexpected. The side stories take us into a peaceful world, rebuilt after time itself was reset. The story starts into a police station. No warning, no mercy. Jin Chul was there, locked into full brooding detective mode, doing his best tragic lawman with unresolved trauma routine. 4 years on the force, and he still walked around like life personally owed him an apology. Every few days, that same hollow ache crept up on him, like he'd lost something massive, something important. A junior officer nervously approached him, coffee in hand, clearly debating whether this was a good idea. He asked if Jin Chul was okay. Jin Chul gave him that tired smile people make when they're holding themselves together with duct tape in spite, thanked him, and moved on. Inside the investigation office, the atmosphere was straight up cursed. The moment Jin Chul stepped in, he felt it. One guy was shaking so badly, it looked like he was auditioning for a possession scene. Jin Chul asked what the situation was, and that question snapped something in the man. He completely lost it. Full breakdown. Said a shadow crawled out of the floor, stared him down, and told him to confess or regret being born. The man was sobbing, screaming, begging them to arrest him immediately. Lock him up. Anything. Just don't let it come back. And then the worst part hit. Everyone else in the room confirmed it. Same shadow, same threat, same impossible experience. Jin Chul stood there internally screaming, trying to figure out how you even begin to file paperwork, for the floor threatened us. His brain was already drafting resignation letters. Before he could push further, his boss walked in with the energy of someone who absolutely did not want to hear any of this. He shut Jin Chul down instantly, told him to stop asking questions, and ordered him into the meeting room. Inside, Jin-chul sat stiff while his superior casually started talking about releasing the suspects. Jin-chul almost snapped, asked very calmly but very loudly why they were letting people go who had literally confessed on camera. The boss shut that down fast, told him to lower his voice, said the walls might be listening. He glanced out the window like he half expected something inhuman to be perched outside. The plan apparently was to let the suspects go, but monitor them for 24 hours. Official excuse? One of them, Gentile, had lost it. Group hallucination. Drugs, monsters. Typical nonsense. Investigator Kim dropped the hammer. No drugs in their system. Nothing. National lab checked twice. At that point, Gentile probably started questioning every decision that led him here. The senior investigator leaned in and asked the question nobody wanted to answer out loud. Did Jin-chul really believe a bunch of unrelated people hallucinated the exact same thing and then all decided to turn themselves in? Higher-ups wanted answers. They had none. So the plan was simple. Bait. Let one suspect talk. Watch closely. Pray something slipped. Jin-chul asked the real question. What if something actually happens? The room laughed like he'd told a joke. One guy said he believed in ghosts now. Another, Kim, tossed out a smug comment about Jin-chul being too emotional. The senior waved it off and said they'd take one suspect to a warehouse and observe. If he tried anything, they'd shut it down. And if a monster showed up, proof. Then he smirked and told Jin-chul he didn't have to come if he was scared. Jin-chul answered with a dead-serious anime glare and said he was coming. Cut to the warehouse. Cold, dark, empty. The suspect was already unraveling, begging them not to do this, insisting he was going to die. The senior officer got annoyed, told him to sit down and shut up, said they were guarding him. What could possibly go wrong? He asked him how much time was left. 10 minutes. Those 10 minutes weighed like hours. The air went stale, heavy, dead silent. Jin-chul felt it crawling up his spine. Something was off. Wrong in a way his instincts couldn't articulate. Time was up. Nothing happened. The suspect looked around, confused, almost hopeful. Asked why nothing was happening. The senior scoffed, accused them of lying. Said this had to be some shared drug-induced delusion. Told him to quit the act and talk. The man broke again. Said there were 4 of them that day. Said they really saw it. Jin-chul felt it before he saw anything. His body reacted on instinct. He yelled for everyone to get back. Too late. Shadows erupted from the floor like living cracks, tearing across the walls. A whip of darkness slammed the senior and Kim into the concrete. They dropped instantly, didn't move. 3 figures rose from the shadows. Real. Absolutely real. The suspect screamed, begged. It didn't matter. One shadow moved. Blood hit the ground. Then came the ants. Massive, unnatural, ant-shaped monsters with empty, dead eyes. They swarmed the man and tore him apart like it was routine. Efficient, horrifying. Then one of the shadow ants turned toward Jin-chul. It waved. No one else noticed, but Jin-chul saw it clearly. A casual little wave, like greeting an old acquaintance. Then it smiled. Jin-chul stood frozen, not breathing, not blinking. Did that thing just smile at me? And why? Why did it feel like I understood it? Then, just like that, the shadows sank back into the floor. Gone. The warehouse fell silent. Blood remained. Nothing else did. Jin-chul stood alone in that silence, shaking, whispering to himself why it all felt so familiar, like he'd seen this before, lived it before, survived it once already. Back at the station, chaos exploded. The chief was losing his mind, screaming at junior investigators, face red with fury. The suspect hadn't escaped. He'd vanished. Officers knocked out cold. No answers. Just blood, fear, and a smile that should never have existed. The chief turned on Jin-chul like a predator, demanding answers. Jin-chul had called the ambulance. He must remember something. Jin-chul stared back, expression flat, and lied without hesitation. Said when he came to, his coworkers were already down. The chief didn't buy it, but he played along. No reports had gone upstairs yet. Jin-chul was told to keep his mouth shut. Injuries would be covered up with some fake story about a cult raid gone wrong. They nodded like obedient officers. But behind that nod, Jin-chul's mind was already spiraling, because deep down he knew this wasn't over, not even close. Later on, back in the team office, Jin-chul was still glued to the Shadow Monster case like his life depended on it. His screen was packed with files, reports, timestamps. Way too much effort for a case the chief had explicitly ordered buried. His junior glanced over, eyebrow raised, and finally asked if he was still digging into that mess. You know, the one they were told to forget ever happened. Jin-chul brushed it off with a lazy shrug. Said it was just curiosity. Routine paranoia. Nothing serious. That was a lie. Because the data staring back at him was anything but normal. Dozens of voluntary surrenders. Different districts. Different precincts. People who had no connection to each other. And yet every single one of them whispered the same nightmare. Shadows, threats, fear so real, it shattered their sanity. His junior leaned in and pointed out something interesting. The timing. All the incidents spiked in a very specific window. Late February to early March. Jin-chul's eyes narrowed. That meant something. The junior hesitated, then tossed out what he clearly thought was useless trivia. He mentioned how his aunt's bookstore always struggled around that time of year because the school year was starting and people were busy. He laughed it off, already regretting saying it. Jin-chul didn't laugh. He nodded slowly and said he'd remember that because, for some reason, it mattered. Cut. A school bursting with noise, uniforms everywhere, lockers slamming, teenage chaos at full volume. And right there, blending in like he belonged, was my glorious king. Yeah, that guy. The literal shadow monarch, the end of the world himself, casually pulling up to homeroom like he didn't just rewrite the balance of reality. The principal was already giving Mr. Park a warning, flipping through Jinwoo's file with concern dripping off every page. 2 years missing after elementary school, completely vanished. No records, no explanation. Park scoffed, said he was the Cobra, said he'd handle it. This man had no idea he was seconds away from a spiritual near-death experience. Out on the school grounds, students lined up like normal. Then came the transfer student announcement, and there he was, gloves on, aura suppressed, but not enough, standing there like a god pretending to be human for fun. Park spotted him instantly and did what teachers do best, zeroed in on dress code violations, asked why he was wearing gloves. My glorious king turned to answer, and that was the moment Park's soul tried to evacuate his body. The instant their eyes met, Park felt it. Not nervousness, not fear, something deeper, older, the kind of instinct that screams predator before your brain can catch up. His mind showed him an endless pit of darkness wrapped around that student, staring back at him. Park blinked, forced himself to breathe, barked orders at the students to stand straight, and walked away fast, pretending nothing happened while internally questioning reality itself. Behind Jinwoo, Bellion appeared and casually dropped a bomb. Said the teacher had seen them. Jinwoo realized it immediately. His presence was leaking. His power wasn't staying buried anymore. Class started. Kids talked, laughed, passed notes, lived normal lives. And in the middle of all of it sat my glorious king, quietly reading like he wasn't a walking apocalypse. Then someone approached him, a classmate named Young-gil. Said they were middle school friends. Jinwoo looked at him, expression calm, unreadable, said nothing. But the shadows around him noticed. Then trouble rolled in. A group of students circled them, bad vibes on full display. One told Young-gil to move, another puffed his chest and asked if Jinwoo thought he was better than everyone else. Someone pointed at the single glove and demanded he take it off. Accused him of hiding something, a tattoo, a weapon, anything. Jinwoo stayed silent. Inside his head, Baru was absolutely losing it, begging for permission to erase these kids from existence for their disrespect. Jinwoo told him to relax. Then, slowly, deliberately, he began peeling off the glove. When his hand was revealed, the entire group froze. That hand was ruined, burned, scarred beyond healing, like it had been dragged through hell and back. The same hand that never healed, no matter what, because it was a reminder, a gift from Antares, the monarch of destruction. Jinwoo calmly asked if they'd never seen a burn before. Panic hit instantly. The bullies backpedaled, hands up, laughing nervously, swearing it was just a joke, just messing around. Then Baru lunged. Before anyone could scream, Jinwoo manipulated their shoes. Perfect timing. Every single one of them face planted into the dirt. The courtyard exploded with laughter. The bullies scrambled up looking like clowns covered in dust and humiliation. Jinwoo smiled. That one was just for fun. Later in the hallway, Jinwoo and Young-gil talked. Young-gil said Jinwoo had changed, said he stayed way too calm back there, asked if he'd been training during his time away. Jinwoo nodded, said he trained a lot. Young-gil asked if he was joining a club. Jinwoo smiled faintly. There was one he had in mind. Cut to the field. Choi Tai-woong, captain of the track team, stared at Jinwoo like he wasn't sure this was real, asked if they were joining together. Jinwoo said it was just him. Some club members wandered over, throwing shade, mocking him for choosing track of all things. Choi ignored them and asked if Jinwoo had any athletic background. Jinwoo answered honestly, number. That didn't help. One guy sneered, asked why someone with zero experience was wasting their time. Jinwoo calmly said he wanted to meet someone at the tournament, someone important. In his mind, Cha-hai-in. The members looked unimpressed. A few looked ready to laugh. Choi thought for a moment, then pointed to a second year standing nearby, the slowest one on the team. That was the test. If my glorious king could beat him in a straight race, he'd be allowed to join. Simple as that. The guy he was up against didn't look bulky or intimidating at first glance. Lean build, calm face, but his legs were thick, grounded, and his stance screamed experience. This wasn't some random background NPC. This was someone who ran. Still, Jinwoo accepted without hesitation, like the condition didn't even register as a risk. A few club members snorted behind their hands, whispering like idiots. Clearly, this freshman had no idea who he was lining up against. That guy? Third place in last year's regional tournament. Not elite, but absolutely no joke. Choi made the rules official. Win, and Jinwoo joins the team. Lose, and he's stuck doing everyone's laundry and cleanup for an entire month. Outside on the track, tension built. Meanwhile, inside the school, Park Seol was trying very hard to pretend he was fine. A fellow teacher asked if he was feeling better after earlier. Park waved it off, said he just needed a smoke. A few minutes later, he was leaning against the break room window, cigarette in hand, trying to calm his nerves. That's when he saw it. Out on the track field, my glorious king was running, leading the pack. Park squinted, frowned, and asked another teacher why that student was running with the track team. The other guy explained casually that he was a freshman who showed up out of nowhere and asked to join. They ran a speed test. He passed easily, so now they were checking his stamina. Oh, and he's on lap 20 already, the teacher added, like that was normal. Doesn't look tired at all. Honestly, it's exhausting just watching him. Then he left. Park stayed frozen. Maybe he got it wrong. Maybe that kid wasn't some walking omen of doom. Maybe he was just a freak athlete, a talented but harmless student. And then he saw it. Clinging to Jinwoo as he ran was a dark aura, thick and heavy, like death itself had wrapped its arms around him. It didn't belong on a school field. It didn't belong in daylight. Park's cigarette nearly slipped from his fingers as his breath caught in his throat. No, he whispered to himself. That's just the light. Shadows, fatigue. He didn't believe a word of it. Something about that kid was wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. And Park felt it in his bones. Then all hell broke loose. Park was still desperately trying to gaslight himself when Baru popped up outside the window in full nightmare mode. No warning, no filter, just horror movie timing perfected. Park screamed like his soul was being exorcised and collapsed onto the floor. The teacher beside him nearly passed out and started yelling for help. Absolute chaos. Outside, Igris stared at Baru with the tired disappointment of a long-suffering parent and told him this was exactly why he said not to do that. Baru just shrugged, completely unapologetic. Now they knew for sure. This man could see them. Cut to a restaurant. Jinchul was sitting across from a colleague, mid-meal, when the guy finally asked why he was still digging into that case. Asked if Jinchul had seen anything strange that day. Jinchul played dumb. Hit him with a smooth, "What are you talking about?" Didn't work. The colleague brought up the warehouse incident, the day the suspect vanished like a magic trick. Jinchul hesitated, then admitted it. Said he saw something. Something huge. Something that looked like an ant. Not a joke. Not a metaphor. A monster. A massive ant-shaped thing pretending to be reality. The colleague went pale and asked if Jinchul was seriously claiming there were ant monsters running around. Before Jinchul could answer, a random guy from the next table, who had absolutely been eavesdropping, leaned over and asked if it had a human body with an ant head. Jinchul was done. Conversation over. Next day, back on the school field, the track team was grinding through laps while Choi screamed about conquering the nation. The members were dying, silently wondering when this stopped being about regionals and turned into a military training arc. Young Gil, way in the back, was wheezing like his lungs were filing a resignation letter. Jinwoo glanced over and asked Bellion why this guy even showed up if he was going to suffer like this. Bellion, bored out of his mind, said humans are stupid. Then Jinwoo casually boosted Young Gil with his power. Instantly, Young Gil straightened up. His body lit up. Confusion hit first, then speed. He shot forward like he'd just unlocked a hidden stat. Everyone stared in shock. At the edge of the field, Park Sang was watching. He remembered last night, drunk, rambling, talking about ant monsters, to an officer before snapping out of it and apologizing, blaming the alcohol. Jinchul hadn't laughed. He'd asked questions, serious ones. Now Park Sang felt that same dread crawling up his spine as he watched Jinwoo. Bellion suggested wiping the man's memory and stripping his abilities. Jinwoo said no, not yet. They needed to observe him. Outside the school gates, Jinchul arrived, tired and wary. Too many strange cases were stacking up. A criminal seeing monsters. A teacher witnessing something no one else could. A student at the center of it all. How do you ask a teenager if they're connected to monsters without sounding insane? A shadow shifted. Jinchul flinched. He knew something was there. Inside the classroom, Jinwoo sat quietly, aware of the shadow he'd placed. Moments later, Jinchul entered, calmly telling the teacher he just needed to ask a few questions. Then he asked for Jinwoo by name. The room went silent. Whispers spread instantly. Investigator visits never meant anything good. In a quieter area, Jinchul apologized for interrupting class. Jinwoo said it was fine. Inside, he knew it had been over 10 years since they last met. He didn't say it out loud. That kind of honesty felt wrong now. Jinchul studied him and felt that same unease. These eyes didn't belong to a kid. They belonged to someone who had lived too much. He pulled out a rough sketch of a bug monster and asked if it looked familiar. Jinwoo glanced at it and said yes. That single word hit Jinchul like a truck. Questions exploded in his mind. Who was this kid? What had he seen? Why did he feel like someone carrying multiple lifetimes? Jinchul reined it in, explained the sketch was part of an ongoing investigation, and asked if Jinwoo could share anything else. Jinwoo shrugged and said it looked like something from a goofy kids show. Jinchul took the loss, thanked him, and told him he could return to class. He added that the teacher had already signed off on it. Like the whole thing was no big deal. As Jinchul turned to leave, my glorious king casually asked if he could keep the sketch. Baru immediately started whining in his head, throwing out a half-hearted protest about sensitive materials and idiots with paper, but Jinchul barely hesitated before handing it over anyway. The moment Jinchul disappeared down the hall, Igris emerged from the shadows, looking like a man who had lost patience with the entire timeline. He asked, straight up, why his king didn't just tell him everything. Why keep dancing around it? My glorious king answered cold and quiet, saying forgetfulness was a mercy, a gift from the gods. Even if that gift had been engineered by humans playing with tools they never should have touched in the first place. Back in class, he didn't even get a second to breathe. The girls instantly swarmed him like vultures with eyeliner, firing questions nonstop. Who was that investigator? Why did the police show up? Was he in trouble? My glorious king kept his tone relaxed. Said Jinchul was just an old friend handling some personal business. That only fueled them more. One girl suddenly leaned in, squinting, and dropped a rumor bomb. Said people were saying he was way more built than he looked. asked if he worked out. Before he could even answer, a hand shoved between them and gently but firmly moved the girls aside. Enter the clowns. A group of smug students rolled up, faces full of confidence they absolutely did not deserve. They joked about how popular he must be now if the cops were personally visiting him. One of them pushed it further, asking if my glorious king planned to run crying to the police if things got rough. He didn't finish that sentence. A powerful arm locked around his neck from behind and yanked him backward into a chokehold. Captain Choi of the track team had arrived, back up in tow. Choi stared the bullies down and calmly asked if they really wanted smoke with the entire track squad. My glorious king blinked and asked why the hell they were even in his classroom. Choi laughed and said they were just preventing him from losing control and turning the place into a crime scene. My glorious king told him to stop joking. Choi waved it off and said they were actually there to remind him about the newbie welcome party. Then, like it was nothing, he invited both my glorious king and Young to come along after school. As the track team escorted the bullies out, my glorious king asked what they planned to do with them. Choi smiled and said, just a light jog, nothing illegal, just enough cardio to force some serious self-reflection. Later, as the team was heading out for the party, Choi joked about maybe scaring the bullies a little more for fun. My glorious king shook his head with a rare smile and said no need. The message had already landed. Just when he thought the day was finally done, someone called his name. He turned and saw Jinchul walking toward him again. Jinchul asked if they could finish their earlier conversation. My glorious king nodded, but Choi shouted from a distance that he'd take Young hostage if my glorious king ditched the party. My glorious king told Jinchul to keep it short since his friend was waiting. Jinchul inhaled slowly. Then his entire presence shifted. He spoke 2 words that hit like a sucker punch. Hunter Sung Jinwoo. My glorious king didn't respond. He didn't need to. The look in his eyes said everything. Whatever mask he'd been wearing evaporated instantly, and Jinchul knew it. Jinchul's mind snapped back to earlier that day. Right after handing over the sketch, he'd walked away thinking it was nothing. Just paper. Just a casual moment. But the instant he turned the corner, regret slammed into him out of nowhere. Deep, heavy, unexplainable. Like he'd just given away something massive without realizing it. Then the voice came. Association chairman, do you trust me? Jinchul froze, looked around. Nothing there. Then another voice answered. His own. I trust you. That was enough. The floodgates burst open. Memories crashed into him violently. He collapsed to his knees as visions tore through his mind. Not dreams, not imagination. Broken timelines. Reset worlds. Everything bending around one man. Through my glorious king's eyes, Jinchul saw it all. Endless gates, oceans of blood, monarchs, rulers, wars that never made it into history. A life erased, so this one could exist. He remembered asking once if Jinwoo planned to handle everything alone. And Jinwoo answering yes, calmly, because time meant nothing to him anymore. Back in the present, they walked side by side in silence. Eventually, Jinchul asked how long Jinwoo had really been trapped in that dimensional crack. The official record said 2 years, but logic clearly didn't apply there. Jinwoo answered evenly. 27 years. Jinchul visibly flinched. Then he asked the question no one else would. Did he regret it? Jinwoo shook his head. Said he'd make the same choice 100 more times without hesitation. Jinchul studied him and said he seemed to be doing okay now. Jinwoo smiled faintly. Said he was happy, except for not aging anymore and constantly needing new identities, which was a pain in the ass. That's when it truly hit Jinchul. This man had beaten death, time, power, immortality itself. He could rule the world if he wanted. Instead, he sat in classrooms, pretending to be normal. Jinchul asked if he'd ever considered joining their side. Law enforcement was falling behind, and those shadow beasts scared criminals more than prison ever could. Jinwoo laughed, said if he joined the cops, there'd be nothing left for anyone else to do. Jinchul smiled and said that was the dream. When asked again, Jinwoo gave a vague maybe. As he walked away, Jinchul yelled that he'd wait for him. Jinwoo fired back that he shouldn't hold his breath. The pay sucked, and the headaches weren't worth it. The air settled. Time moved on. Everything stayed quiet until late April. In the scorched wastelands of Western America, something cracked open where nothing should have existed. A man staggered through the sand and called emergency services. His voice shook, but he wasn't injured. The operator asked if he was lost, and he said no. Then paused. He wanted to report something, and he just didn't know how to explain it. She kept pressing him, voice steady but tight, asking exactly what he saw. The man stalled, swallowing hard like the words themselves might kill him. Then he finally muttered it. Cracks. Not one. Not two. A lot of them. She asked where, probably already bracing herself. His answer came out barely above a whisper, like saying it louder would make it real. The sky. The sky is breaking. Cut back to my glorious king's place, where peace has a strict 5-minute expiration date. He was laid back with Igris, buried under scrolls, relics, and ancient unreadable nonsense that probably shouldn't exist anymore. Then his expression changed. No warning, no build-up, just that feeling. The balance shifted. Something brushed against Earth's air that absolutely did not belong here. Hard cut to a quiet little cafe that looked harmless on the surface, but spiritually, absolute war zone. A ruler's vessel walked in like a normal customer, sat down like they were ordering coffee, then casually dropped a title heavy enough to bend reality when addressing my glorious king. No pleasantries, no small talk. My glorious king got straight to it, asked if the sky cracks and all the messed up disturbances were their doing. The vessel nearly folded in on themselves, denied it instantly, said rulers don't travel like that. Not their method, not their style. So my glorious king asked the real question. Then who the hell is knocking on Earth's door? The ruler explained it like a nightmare you don't wake up from. There's a race called the Titans, absolute units, planet-eating cosmic parasites that drift from world to world, devouring minerals, mana, and anything else not nailed down. They once tried to invade the ruler's world, got absolutely erased by the army of the sky. Now they've locked onto Earth. My glorious king asked why now. The ruler's voice dropped, said they believed it was because of the cup of reincarnation. That timeline reset cheat code may have wiped history, but it didn't wipe the echo. The Titans remembered the power that once existed here, the power from the erased timeline. They're not hunting Earth, they're hunting him. My glorious king asked the obvious question, if he was the reason. The ruler didn't deny it, didn't dodge it, said straight up the Titans are chasing the god-tier energy. My glorious king now radiates just by existing. The rulers already sent their sky army toward Earth, but my glorious king shook his head. Too slow. That gate will take years to fully open. Earth doesn't have years. Then he said it. No hesitation, no drama. I'll handle it myself. Meanwhile, across the American wastelands, a top-secret Area 51 level zone slammed into full lockdown. The U.S. government threw emergency protocols at the sky cracks like paperwork was going to scare cosmic horrors. Scientists flooded in talking about atmospheric anomalies, spatial fractures, nonsense words that meant nothing in the face of what was happening. One old researcher told a soldier he'd studied the sky for 30 years and had never seen anything even remotely like this. The soldier tried to reassure him, said if anything comes out, the military's ready. Right on cue, a tank started levitating, not shaking, not sliding, floating. That's when everyone collectively lost their souls. In the distance stood my glorious king, casually flexing ruler's authority like he was brushing dust off reality. He looked at the missiles, the guns, the entire human war machine, and shut it down instantly. Useless. Whatever's coming isn't stopping for metal and bullets. The ground cleared, dust settled. He looked up at the fractured sky like he'd just unlocked the final boss arena. The stage is ready. He could feel it now. Something massive drawing closer. A hunger so intense it screamed across dimensions. A desire to devour the world itself. He summoned his daggers. Then the shadow sword followed, sliding into his hand like it belonged there. He spoke calmly. You're not fighting a hunter today. You're fighting a monarch who hunts. Job titles stacked. Back at the breach, the gate wasn't just a crack anymore. Titans started pouring out like cursed loot drops. Huge, deformed, wrong. Leading them was a flying titan radiating main villain energy. He spotted my glorious king standing alone and laughed, asking if it was really just him. My glorious king answered without raising his voice. Do I look like I came alone? The shadows spread. The land darkened. The army rose from the ground like the planet itself answered his call. Shadow soldiers, giants, commanders, an endless tide. My glorious king lifted his hand. It begins. No speeches, no countdown. Elsewhere in the White House, the president sat pale, surrounded by chaos. Reports were incoherent. Cracks in the sky. Lights. Monsters. No explanations. No playbook. He wasn't even sure this was something humanity could stop. Officer Harrison walked in like a man carrying spoilers. Said it was already over. Told the president to come to the briefing room. They played drone footage. Silence. The president stared at the screen. One man standing in the middle of hell like it was a casual afternoon. Monsters falling. Entire armies erased. He asked the only question that made sense. Who is that man? Where did that army come from? Harrison swallowed. No one knows yet. Back in the desert, the battle hit full throttle. Tusk finished charging, unleashed an attack so violent the sky itself looked like a graveyard. The two armies collided, but this wasn't a fair fight. Shadow giants tore through titans like wet paper. My glorious king led the charge, moving faster than sight, summoning the shadow sword mid-air as it grew larger with every heartbeat. He hurled it like a solution to a problem. Titans dropped one by one. No grace, no dignity, full disrespect. The flying titan blocked the blade and scoffed, calling it a cheap trick, then froze when something else moved. My glorious king's hand changed. It expanded, darkened, morphed into a massive shadow claw. He slammed it down, pinning the titan into the earth like crushing an insect. He landed calmly as dust swallowed the battlefield. From the smoke, glowing red eyes flared. The titan started monologuing, talking about how impressive this power was for such a small planet. Mocked humans for relying on mana. Claimed titans had to restrain themselves just to fight here. My glorious king listened, unmoved, unimpressed, and very far from finished. He kept talking, full of himself. saying only the top-tier titans could fight like that, and surprise, he was one of them. Then he told my glorious king to beg. That was the exact moment he fucked up. Before he could finish his little villain TED talk, a blade flashed through the air. No warning, no build-up. One clean, merciless cut. The titan split open like paper. Marshal Bellion stood there, with his sword already lowered, like he'd just swatted a fly. Bellion glanced back at my glorious king, head tilted slightly, checking if he'd interrupted something important. My glorious king shook his head. Nah, these things talk way too much. Looks like they need special attention. Bellion nodded once. Say less. And then he was gone. Rushing forward, carving through titans like they owed him money and were late on payments. Limbs flew. Massive bodies collapsed. The battlefield turned into a titan graveyard real quick. Back in the White House briefing room, the entire squad was glued to the screen. No one spoke. No one even breathed. The president finally broke the silence, asking if they had figured out who this mystery man was yet. Of course they hadn't. The guy was out there bodying cosmic monsters while they were still stuck at square one. The president rubbed his face, muttering that it felt like he was watching a movie instead of real life. He asked if there was any way to identify him. Director David Brennan hesitated, then said honestly, no, not directly, but there was another approach. The president looked up immediately. Brennan dropped the name, Madame Norma Selner. He said if anyone could find the truth, it was her. She always did. Hard cut to South Korea. National track and field prelims were kicking off, loud as hell, full of energy. And there stood my glorious king with his team like he hadn't just finished wiping titans off the face of the planet. He scanned the field, and his eyes landed on Kim Chul. Kim Chul noticed. His senior snapped at him, asking why he wasn't warming up. Kim Chul said he was, even though his body felt stiff. Then Kim Chul's team captain walked over to Captain Choi and immediately started running his mouth. Said he couldn't believe they put a first year on the main roster. Asked if Sangin was so broken from his injury that they had to fill the slot with a rookie. Choi didn't flinch, said their first year was about to shock everyone. The other captain laughed, said they must have given up on running and switched to comedy. That laugh wasn't going to age well. Kim Chol tried to act confident in front of the crowd, bragging that his team had their own monster rookie now. But when his eyes landed on my glorious king, his brain straight up short-circuited. Sweat broke out on his forehead. His heart skipped. For a split second, he thought he might pass out. He couldn't explain it. This overwhelming pressure. This instinct screaming at him to kneel. The guy looked like a normal student, so why did his soul feel like it was about to fold? Kim Chul told himself to stop being dramatic. Then he suddenly shouted, loud enough to make people jump. Someone asked if he was okay. He waved it off, said he was fine, but even he knew that was bullshit. He walked straight up to my glorious king, forcing himself not to flinch. He repeated the lie in his head, this guy's weak, just another kid. Then he glared and snapped, telling my glorious king that if he had something to say, they should say it somewhere private. Captain Choi and the others panicked instantly, told my glorious king to relax, not to break anyone. Choi cracked a joke about acting noble and not spilling blood on school grounds. My glorious king calmly told them not to worry. Nothing bad would happen. Later, they moved to a quieter spot. The moment they were alone, Kim Chul grabbed my glorious king by the collar and started yelling, demanding to know if this was some kind of joke. Behind the scenes, the Shadow Squad was watching like it was a live sporting event. Iron was hyped, wondering if this meant Iron was finally back in action. Bellion, meanwhile, was pissed. He hated how the kid was touching his king and offered to handle it permanently. Then it happened. Kim Chul froze. His legs gave out. His knees slammed into the ground. His body started shaking uncontrollably. Tears spilled down his face, and he had no idea why. He looked up, broken, asking why this was happening to him. My glorious king stood there silently. Then he thought it through. This kid was still human, not a shadow, not an enemy. No need to go full monarch on him. He turned and started walking away. That's when Kim Chul said something so unhinged it bent reality. Is this what love feels like? My glorious king stopped dead. He turned back, confused, asking what kind of trash Iron had been whispering into people's heads again. He sighed. Fine, cleanup time. He gently rewrote Kim Chul's memories, made it so Kim Chul remembered trying to pick a fight, but backing off after realizing my glorious king was close with his father. Told him there was no reason for hatred. That kindness was the better path. Snap. Before leaving, my glorious king added one final line into his mind. You helped protect this world. Be proud. As he walked away, Kim Chul slowly came back to himself, looking around like he'd just woken from the strangest dream. An announcement echoed across the field, calling middle school runners to the track. Scene cut. United States. David Brennan arrived at Lady Selner's place, polite and stiff as ever. She smiled like she already knew everything and invited him inside. The smell of food filled the air. He asked if she'd been eating. She said no. Some other guests had arrived just before him. David skipped the small talk and said he'd get straight to the point. Lady Selner calmly replied that after the last visitor, she lost the ability to see the future. David stiffened, asking if she meant that man again. She ignored the nickname and told him she'd already answered the question he was about to ask. David raised an eyebrow. She explained She only repeats answers to questions he's already asked in the past. She's seen those moments. She's just delivering the replies now. She knows exactly who he's looking for, but she won't say a word about him. When David asked why, her smile faded. Because that man could be unimaginably dangerous, and he might be the greatest threat the country has ever faced. That's exactly why she keeps her lips sealed. David can still see the footage burned into his brain clear as day. One single man standing dead center against monsters so absurdly powerful they could flatten cities just by sneezing wrong. And yet, instead of running or flexing for glory, that man was shielding humans like it was the most natural thing in the world. No hesitation, no doubt, just protection. David is so deep in his thoughts that he nearly jumps out of his skin when Sellner suddenly speaks again. "Would you believe me?" she says calmly. "If I told you this has happened before?" David freezes. She goes on, explaining that humanity has brushed against extinction-level disasters like this multiple times in the past, and nobody ever noticed. They survived without even realizing how close they came to being wiped off the map. That thought alone rattles him. He starts wondering if the man from the video really could be something like that so-called god of death she mentioned earlier. Shaken, David finally turns toward the door, ready to leave, but he stops with his hand on the handle. He looks back and asks the question that actually matters. "Can you promise me that the man in that video isn't dangerous?" Sellner answers instantly, without hesitation, like she's reciting a fact carved into reality itself. "Yes, I can promise that." That's enough for David. He nods, satisfied. For now. He says he'll take her word for it, and very deliberately pretends he didn't hear her earlier slip about already knowing the man. As he turns to leave, Sellner casually offers him some freshly baked cookies, almost like she's trying to keep him there just a little longer. David smiles politely, declines, and promises he'll come back soon. The moment the door closes, Thomas Andre steps into the room, wearing the kind of expression that says he hates everything about what just happened. He bluntly says he doesn't like David, and asks Sellner if she wants him to handle it. Sellner doesn't even look impressed. She reminds Thomas that he's already one bad move away from getting banned from the fighter world entirely, and tells him to relax for once in his life. And there he is, Thomas Andre, standing in the kitchen wearing an apron, looking like a confused dad who wandered into the wrong sitcom. A man built like a walking natural disaster, dressed like he's about to sell baked goods on daytime TV. She hands him the cookie bag like she's feeding a child and nods. Thomas proceeds to absolutely vacuum every cookie like his soul depends on it. Then, with crumbs still probably in his beard, he gets serious. He starts talking about how people die every day from stupid accidents, how traffic deaths alone are insane, and asks her why she even bothered saving him when she didn't know him at all. Without her, he figures he'd be burning in hell right now, probably suplexing demons with a steel chair. So why him? Sellner doesn't answer right away. She just smiles faintly, walks over to the window and stares outside like she's watching something only she can see. After a long pause, she finally says that Thomas did many good things in his past life. Thomas looks at her like she's completely lost it. He straight up asks if she's sure she's talking about the right person. This is him, the so-called devil of the UFC. The guy known for breaking bones and collecting teeth. Good deeds doesn't exactly match his resume. Meanwhile, as David starts his car outside, Thomas turns back to Sellner and asks what the man in that video possibly did to make the entire government come running to her like she's the last sane person left on Earth. Sellner pauses again, milking the moment so hard Thomas nearly groans. Then she drops it. That man saved the world. Thomas blinks hard. At this point, he's convinced she's off her meds. But honestly, he's not exactly a pillar of mental stability himself, so he rolls with it. He asks what this so-called world-saving hero is doing now. Flying around? Saving kittens? Being dramatic? Sellner laughs, genuinely amused, and says, even she doesn't know. And then, hard cut, back to Korea. There she is, Chahae In, sitting under a tree like she stepped straight out of a dream sequence. Peaceful, beautiful, untouched by the chaos of gods, monarchs, and apocalyptic wars. My glorious king stands nearby, watching her silently. No monsters, no blood, no end-of-the-world stakes, just quiet tension thick enough to choke on. But rewind a few hours, because the vibe back then was completely different. The middle school preliminaries are about to start, and the place is buzzing. Kids are stretching, hyping themselves up, bouncing on their feet like they're about to run for their lives. Everyone's nervous, but none of them have that unmistakable main character aura like Mommy Cha. And yes, we are absolutely ignoring the shameless thirst angle panels because the artists knew exactly what they were doing. The whistle blows and they're off. Some kids sprint like this is the moment they've trained for their entire existence. Others gas out halfway through and start lagging behind, realizing far too late that cardio is in fact important. But Cha, she runs like the devil himself, is chasing her with unpaid bills and zero mercy. She crosses the finish line fast, but there's no smile, no celebration. She quietly limps away from the crowd and collapses under a tree. She pulls off her shoe and yeah, her ankle is absolutely cooked. swollen, bruised, looking like it just lost a boss fight against gravity. She sits there, wondering if she can even keep going, mentally cursing every god she knows. That's when, out of nowhere, my glorious king appears, calm, collected, dressed like he casually walked out of a shonen anime. She turns, confused, trying to figure out why this random guy is talking to her. His uniform tells her he's a participant too. But why he's here feels like an unsolved math problem. Before she can even question him properly, he starts talking, telling her not to be stupid. Running on an injury is how stories end early. He talks about someone who ignored the pain and paid the price. Meanwhile, she's thinking, who the hell is this guy? And then, because fantasy romance laws demand it, the scent happens. But before she can process that, her ankle flares up again, like it's personally offended. He suddenly touches her ankle, and for half a second, she's ready to label him a certified weirdo. But instead, he lightly taps it, and the pain vanishes completely, like it was never there. She stares at him, stunned, because she just watched someone do something that felt an awful lot like magic. She just sat there staring at him, probably wondering if she'd accidentally wandered into some kind of underground medical drama starring a random track kid with miracle hands. My glorious king told her straight up not to hesitate. No regrets. Chances like this don't come twice, and if she was going to run, she should run like it mattered. With that, he turned to leave, already halfway gone. And that's when she hit him with the most dangerous spell known to humanity. Wait, have we met before? He stopped. Didn't say yes. Didn't say no. Instead, he dropped a challenge like it was nothing. He told her that if she could ever beat him in a race, even once, he'd tell her everything. Who he really was. Whether they'd met before. All of it. She looked at him like he'd completely lost his mind. Because as far as she knew, this guy was unbeatable. Every prelim, every match. Always first, always ahead. Like some kind of running machine engineered purely for victory. Still, she didn't back down. She said she'd beat him someday. Not only that, she'd set a new record while doing it. He agreed easily, already walking away, thinking to himself that, yeah, she really hadn't changed at all. Time moved fast after that. My glorious king slipped into school life like he was actually normal. Track practice, classes, games, homework. Just another student trying to vibe. Except he was secretly the most broken existence on the planet. He ran with the team, studied with them, laughed with them, all while holding back power that could fold reality in half. Then Christmas Eve arrived. The city lit up like a holiday movie set. Warm lights everywhere. People laughing, shopping, enjoying the night like the world wasn't constantly one bad day away from ending. And there he was, walking alone through it all, looking like he existed in grayscale while everyone else glowed. He passed a clothing store and spotted a mannequin with actual drip. One thought later, dark smoke wrapped around him, and his outfit upgraded instantly. Clean, sharp, menacing in that quiet way. Tusk emerged from the shadows like a proud father and nodded in approval. "You look magnificent, my liege." As my glorious king started walking again, he heard footsteps behind him, light, careful, the kind of steps that screamed, someone is up to something. He turned around. Of course, Mommy Cha, looking unreal, the kind of presence that could make angels rethink their careers and demons reconsider their life choices. She clearly thought she was being sneaky, but he'd noticed her the moment she stepped into range. They talked, nothing dramatic, just updates. But every word felt heavier than it should have. He mentioned he'd be going to university soon. She raised an eyebrow, clearly calling bullshit internally, and asked why that one. With his grades, he could have gone anywhere, maybe even universities that technically didn't exist yet. He said it was a scholarship, study abroad. Also mentioned there was someone there he'd just met. That side eye she gave him could have cracked concrete. Is that because of a girl? He didn't answer, didn't deny it either. And in romance language, that's a full confession. She caught herself getting flustered, tried to play it cool, tried to pretend her heart wasn't doing parkour in her chest. Then she pulled the throwback. She reminded him of the race, the promise, that if she ever beat him, he'd tell her everything, about whether they'd met before, about how he really felt, about whether this mysterious university girl even existed, or if she was just an excuse to dodge feelings. He looked caught, smiled anyway. Then she stepped closer, too close. She wrapped her scarf around his neck, slow and deliberate, like she was claiming territory, like the softest, most dangerous power move imaginable. Then she leaned in and whispered the most cursed challenge imaginable. "If you like me, don't move." And with that, she turned and walked away toward a tree. My glorious king just stood there, stunned, brain short-circuiting, emotional whiplash hitting harder than any monarch ever had. Mommy Cha had absolutely cooked him. From the shadows, the soldiers were losing their minds. Confusion, shock, disbelief. Did their king just take the biggest L of his entire existence? Baru, meanwhile, was being the worst possible wingman, whispering demonic encouragement and telling him to move like his life depended on it. But my glorious king wasn't listening. All he saw was her walk, her smile, a memory from long ago, a promise to meet again. She touched the tree, turned back, and asked him to keep his promise. He scratched his chin, finally admitting defeat in the quietest way possible. Then he ordered the shadows to close their eyes, because even immortal death soldiers don't need to witness their king being emotionally vulnerable, and started walking toward her. Cue the "it should have been me" moment. After that, the scene shifted. Far away in the silent world of shadows, time stood still. No war, no commands, just peace. In the deep realm where light doesn't matter and clocks don't exist, Tusk greeted the day like it was completely normal. Kaisel nodded back in quiet acknowledgement. An orc bowed respectfully and said good morning. Tusk smiled and returned it, even though the sky never changed. Then a certain bug with way too much personality strutted in. Marshal Baru was grinning like he knew something. Tusk let out a dramatic chuckle, fully committing to whatever nonsense was coming. Baru revealed the gift, a robe. Not just any robe, it was identical to the one worn by Mr. Aura Farmer. Perfect detail, perfect craftsmanship. Every stitch screamed loyalty. Tusk froze, genuinely shaken. He asked how he could ever repay such a thing. Baru waved it off like it was nothing. Tusk put the robe on, holding himself together like he was one emotion away from ruining the moment. Then Baru pointed at the orb Tusk carried and suggested turning it into a proper staff, something worthy of a general. Tusk summoned the dwarves, the real ones, not background extras. They bowed deeply, saying it was an honor to work on a sacred weapon left behind by their king. In this endless world of darkness, over 10 million shadows existed together. Some slept, some trained, some fought, some argued, some tried to kill each other with yelling alone. What started as an army of silent dead had turned into something chaotic and alive. They had emotions now, curiosity, friendship, joy, drama. They were no longer empty copies, they were reflections of their king, the one who ripped them out of death itself and handed them something they never had before, purpose. In that rare stretch of peace, every single shadow felt it. Gratitude. The staff was finally complete. It radiated power, pride, legacy. When Tusk lifted it high, the shadows erupted. Cheers thundered through the dark like a coronation ceremony for a king who didn't even need a crown. This wasn't just a weapon. It was recognition. Then the atmosphere shifted. A group descended through the blackened sky, cutting through the calm like a blade. Tusk narrowed his eyes immediately, grip tightening. Who are you? The answer dropped casually. Bellion. Instantly, Tusk snapped to attention, like someone flipped a switch. Spine straight, chest out, presentation mode activated. He was already halfway into a full speech, ready to flex every achievement from the Dragon Monarch fight like it was a resume review. And then someone interrupted him. Tusk was ready to throw hands until he turned and saw who it was. Commander Igris, standing there like an immovable wall. All of Tusk's pride evaporated on the spot, gone, reduced to dust. He immediately pivoted into full loyalty mode, tossing praise and devotion like free samples. Igris listened, then nodded once. Thank you for your loyalty. That was it. Tusk blinked, recalibrated, and asked why Igris was here. The answer came calm, heavy. It will begin soon. Tusk turned toward the window and froze. Outside he saw him, my glorious king, standing beside Mami Cha. His presence alone bent the air. His aura was so overwhelming, it made fear feel like a forgotten concept. Around Tusk, the shadows exploded into cheers, clapping, probably crying. But Igris stayed silent, because his mind had already gone back to the beginning, back to the first time he ever met that human, back when he stood alone in a fabricated world created by the last Shadow Monarch, back when he was given a single order, test the man who would become the vessel, back before that man earned the name My Glorious King. Igris understood then, it wasn't just a mission, it was a farewell. The old monarch had already chosen peace, but before leaving everything behind, he wanted one last answer. Was this human worthy? Igris never questioned it, never argued. Orders were orders. Even in a false world with no escape, Igris stood tall, waiting. He remembered the throne room vividly, how everything felt too perfect. The stone, the air, the silence. It wasn't real. It was memory shaped into a cage. Only the architect could recreate the past this cleanly. Using Shadow Daddy's own power, he'd built a place where a human could slowly adapt to the Shadow Monarch's strength without exploding on contact. Igris sat on the throne, but something felt wrong. There was something behind the doors. His thoughts spiraled. Was it already time? Was it disrespectful to sit before the successor arrived? He stood. The doors creaked open. And there he was, cloaked in black like living night, bowing deeply. Igris studied him. So this was the chosen one. He stepped forward, sword drawn. There could be no mercy. If the human failed, Igris would end him without hesitation. At first it was ugly. The human dodged, retreated, endured. No counterattacks, no offense. Just survival. Igris assumed it was over. Then he realized something. This idiot was planning to fight him barehanded. No weapon, no armor, just raw will. It was insane, reckless, stupid. Igris respected it anyway. He charged and slammed the human into the wall with a single strike. Disappointment hit immediately. This weak-eyed human? This was the heir? Igris raised his blade to finish it. And then, the human caught the sword with his hand. Just stopped it. Igris froze. Not because the blade was halted, but because the human refused to give up. Even crushed. Even hopeless. He still fought. That stubborn, self-destructive refusal to die. That fire. The same fire his old king once carried. Igris should have won. His stats were higher. His experience deeper. His strength overwhelming. But he lost. Not because he faltered. Because the human never stopped pushing. That single moment turned fate sideways. And instead of shame, Igris felt relief. Pride. The old king had been right. Time passed. Battles piled up. Orders followed. Silence stretched between wars. And that fire only grew brighter. My glorious king never treated Igris like a tool. He spoke to him, saw him, respected him. That mattered. Grief faded, loyalty took root. This wasn't just a ruler anymore, this was a comrade. Then the old guard returned, the true Shadow Legion, veterans of ancient wars, and among them, Bellion, an old ally from before peace. Their reunion should have been emotional. Instead, chaos immediately followed. Bellion had clearly spent way too much time around that overgrown insect and caught terminal Baru brain. He suggested planting a massive black flag on top of the castle. Igris said nothing, but internally he sighed. This was his life now. Baru went feral, screaming that it was absolutely necessary to honor their king. But Jinwu, cold, efficient, heartless menace, looked at the flag, asked why it existed, and a few seconds later Bellion's head was buried in the ground. Peace as usual didn't last. Because the universe stays obsessed with trauma. War returned, monarchs resurfaced, and with every fight, my glorious king grew more cracked than before. Stronger, sharper, more terrifying. The shadows evolved with him. Like a never-ending raid, they kept winning, even after time itself got slapped backward by the cup of reincarnation. And still, they stood, victorious, waiting for whatever dared to come next. 30 damn years slipped by like a blink, and by the end of it, everything that carried destruction in its lungs had been erased. Every monarch, every nightmare, everything, except the final wall standing between peace and oblivion. The Dragon Monarch himself, and the Legion of Destruction that followed him like a funeral procession. And even that ended. The last war was a blood-soaked eclipse. The sky burned, the ground screamed, and when it was finally over, victory stood alone among corpses older than history. During that final massacre, one dying dragon dragged its broken body close enough to spit venom not with fire, but with words. Its breath rattled as it laughed at Igris. "You were once a wing of the Shadow Army," it hissed. "Now you kneel behind a human. Have you no shame?" Igris didn't hesitate. His blade fell, and the dragon's head followed, but the words lingered. For a moment, just one, guilt tried to climb his spine. Had he abandoned his old king? Had he turned his back on the legacy he once served? Then he remembered. Number. He hadn't forgotten. The past simply stopped mattering. My glorious king had given him something the old era never could. Purpose without chains, loyalty without obligation. The legend of the former monarch no longer lived in his mind rent-free. The silence left behind wasn't emptiness. It was peace. After the war, my glorious king met with Jin Chul. They spoke quietly, they parted cleanly, and once they were alone, Igris finally asked the question that had been sitting in his chest. "Why didn't you tell him the truth?" The answer came calmly, without drama. "Forgetfulness is a gift from the gods," my glorious king said, "even if it was built by men using tools they were never meant to touch." Igris nodded. He understood. He also understood something else. Unlike greed and iron, who chose comfort, rest, and quiet lives in the remade world, Igris stayed. Loyalty was never a leash to him. It was a choice. And he chose my glorious king not as a master, but as his truth. Battlefield or classroom, war or homework, it didn't matter. He would never leave his side. Which was why, when his king faced a new kind of enemy, exams, Igris stood ready. The answer to question 14 is 1, not 2. My glorious king corrected it instantly. This burden had fallen to Igris because, frankly, the rest of the marshals were useless. One was a brute with muscles where thoughts should be. The other was literally a bug. That left Igris, honor-bound, precise, academically gifted. Top of his class at the Knight Academy. No shame in saying it. Then the scene shifted. My glorious king's father sat alone, staring into nothing, his face worn by thoughts that never slept. Gates haunted him. Those massive portals that vomited monsters into the world. Clear a dungeon, and you had 1 hour before the door shut. He hadn't made it. He'd been trapped in the space between worlds. Lost, forgotten. While drifting in that nothingness, the rulers reached out. They offered power, a mission, stop the monarchs. Then one of them, the flashiest, loudest of the bunch, gave him another task. Protect the Shadow Monarch. That was why he returned years later, fists flying beside his son in a war that should never have existed. He apologized, once, then again, for leaving, for failing, for forcing his son to walk through hell alone. My glorious king answered with only 3 words. And suddenly the air felt heavy. His father tried to smile, said he was proud, said his son was strong, but the pain bled through the pauses between words. Time was running out. He wished they had more of it, said sorry again, as if repetition could stitch broken years back together. Cut to a quiet apartment. My glorious king's mother and sister sat at the table. The door flew open, and a tiny version of him came sprinting inside, screaming for his dad. That word hit him like a blade. Dad! He froze. My glorious king watched silently as tears fell. Quiet, ugly, uncontrollable. His parents noticed. He lied, said it was just a nightmare. His father cried without sound, mourning a life he barely touched. Time shifted again. A peaceful cafe. Across the table sat one of the rulers wearing a human shell. They spoke of choices, of worlds, of what mattered. My son chose this world, the father said. Every second of it. The ruler tilted its head. Do you want to forget him? He nodded, because his son asked him to. The ruler smiled faintly. Like father, like son. Then came the final truth. No more interference. No more rulers. The show was over. It even admitted it had enjoyed watching the chaos unfold. One last gift, anything he wanted. Without hesitation, the father answered, "Erase it all." The ruler paused, asked why. "Pretending hurts," he said simply, "acting like I don't know my son is the shadow monarch. It eats at me. I just want to be a normal dad. Worry about school, about jobs, not the end of the world." To him, my glorious king wasn't a god. He was just his boy. The ruler nodded, promised that once it left, everything from the lost timeline would vanish. No pain, no pretending, just a father and his son. As it walked away, it prayed peace would find the man who was about to forget everything. Time moved on. Now, inside a loud, overcrowded cafe packed with freshmen who didn't know how to shut up, a welcome party was in full swing. Drinks everywhere, tables shaking. Chaos alive and thriving. And in the middle of it all sat Jin-ho, stiff, nervous, rich enough to buy the place, but absolutely unprepared to survive it, like a deer sitting calmly at a gun range. The smell of sizzling pork belly crawls into his nose, greasy and loud, and for reasons Jin-ho can't explain, it hits him straight in the brain. Comfort, familiarity, almost like home. He doesn't even get time to unpack that feeling before some upperclassman shoulder checks him and tells him to relax. The guy doesn't apologize, just laughs it off and starts talking like they're friends. He says there's a real monster in their department, not loud, not flashy, not arrogant, just terrifying by existing. The kind of guy who doesn't need to raise his voice, because the room already shuts up for him. Jin-ho nods along, eyes unfocused. He barely hears the words. His mind circles around a single thought. Nothing is scarier than him. The conversation drifts, like pointless background noise. The senior starts gossiping instead, lowering his voice like he's spilling national secrets. Apparently there's a campus legend, some absurd idol-athlete hybrid girl everyone worships. Jin-ho mutters a name half-heartedly. The senior's eyes light up, points across the room, says, "Yeah, that's her. And by the way, she's dating the scary guy." Before Jin-ho can even process that information, the air shifts. The temperature drops. Not metaphorically, actually drops. My glorious king walks in and sits down, like the world rearranged itself, just to give him a chair. No rush, no tension, just ownership. Both Jin-ho and the senior freeze mid-breath. The senior suddenly remembers he has urgent business somewhere very far away and vanishes instantly, leaving Jin-ho abandoned like a sacrifice. My glorious king slides a glass across the table. Jin-ho stares at it like it might explode. Soju, clear, innocent, suspicious. He drinks, stops. That's not alcohol. Confused, he looks up. My glorious king meets his eyes with that lazy, soul-crushing stare. Says if Jin-ho can't even hold a drink, what exactly is he so nervous about? Then he pours more like he's offended by the weakness. Casually adds that Jin-ho should stop calling him Sun-bai. From now on, he says, "Use my name." Jin-ho's brain short-circuits. His mouth betrays him. The name slips out before his thoughts catch up. Clean, natural, like muscle memory. And that's when the unease hits. It feels too easy, too familiar. Like he said that name 1,000 times before. But that's impossible. So why does it feel right? And worse, how does my glorious king already know his name? No explanation comes. Just a raised glass. Jin-ho clinks it without thinking. Something settles between them. Unspoken. Heavy. Cut. Now my glorious king is walking fast, phone glued to his ear, stride sharp like he's late for war. On the other end, Jin-ho sounds pissed, complaining that he ditched the department lounge event. Demanding to know where he is, my glorious king says he had something to handle, tells Jin-ho to cover for him during the afternoon lecture. Jin-ho tries to object, gets shut down instantly. My glorious king adds that he's on a field trip. Before he can ask, the call ends. A calm voice saying he's counting on him. Elsewhere, Mami Juhi crosses campus with stress written all over her posture. She made it into a Seoul university, but her accent feels like it's screaming at everyone. She overthinks every sentence, tries to sound proper, complains that nursing classes drown her in English. Everything feels harder than it should be. Then my glorious king passes right in front of her. No words, no dramatic music, just a feeling. Something clicks wrong in her chest. Like she saw someone important without knowing why. He keeps walking, unbothered. Like gravity doesn't apply to him. She stops dead and blurts out, asking if they've met before. He turns just enough to look at her, says no. Calm voice, faint smile, nothing revealed. He walks away. She stands there, embarrassed, annoyed, confused as hell. Wonders why she spoke to a stranger at all. Shakes it off and keeps moving. But something sticks in her head. Like a word she almost remembers but can't reach. Scene shift, hospital hallway. A doctor trudges forward like life has personally wronged him. He stops at a guarded room, nods to security, gets waved through without question. Inside lies Gun-hee, the OG chairman. Man looks like he aged 50 years in a week. He tries to sit up and immediately regrets it. The doctor rushes in. This is clearly the one patient he actually gives a damn about. Then he notices the bottle. Weird, out of place. He points at it and asks what the hell it is. Chairman Go smiles like a man holding forbidden knowledge. Says some kid stopped by and left it. The doctor frowns. Security didn't log anyone. Gun-hee laughs softly and says, yeah, the kid slipped past them anyway. Like it was nothing. Then it gets stranger. The kid claimed that in another timeline, one that doesn't exist anymore, they fought monsters together, side by side. This bottle was a goodbye gift. Then he vanished. The doctor looks ready to throw the bottle out the window. Asks if Gun-hee seriously believes that nonsense. The old man sighs. Says it doesn't matter. He's dead either way if he doesn't drink it, so screw it. He asks how long he has left. The doctor says nothing. Gun-Hee smirks. Says if he dies, just carve on his grave that he fought until the end. Then he drinks it, all of it, leans back, closes his eyes, says he needs a nap. The doctor leaves, emotionally exhausted, tells staff to call him if anything weird happens. Time passes, morning light creeps in and touches Gun-Hee's face. He opens his eyes. Death isn't there. He breathes deep, smiles at the sky, whispers that winter hasn't come yet. And while Gun-Hee is realizing he just bought himself a few extra years, somewhere far beyond Earth, in a far uglier timeline, Dragon Daddy decides it's his turn to talk. He goes full narrator mode. First monarch, born in darkness, strongest of all, king of dragons, ruler of destruction, feared across dimensions, worshipped, respected. Basically a cosmic narcissist with divine stats and zero humility. But this story isn't about that. This is about the moment he was chilling in a dimensional crack with millions of soldiers, plotting Earth's destruction, and suddenly woke up inside the body of a weak, fragile human. Dragon Daddy takes one look at the mirror and nearly throws up on principle alone. This body is an insult. Weak frame, frail muscles, a face that looks like it would lose a staring contest with a wet napkin. And the worst part? He's not even some seasoned warrior. He's a teenage boy, an E-rank hunter, working himself half to death in a tiny speck of a country called South Korea. The audacity. Fuming, he digs through Jinwoo's memories like he's scrolling through trash files. Years of suffering flash by, endless hospital visits, crushing debt, a missing father who went out for milk and straight up deleted himself from reality, a sick mother, a little sister depending on him, a life built entirely on exhaustion and quiet despair. And that makes Dragon Daddy laugh, because to him curing a human illness is a joke, child's play. If he were in charge, Jinwoo's mother would have been healed with a lazy flick of a claw. No effort, no drama, just fixed. But he shrugs the thought away, deciding humans are strange creatures who insist on suffering even when solutions exist. Weird species, weird habits. Still, the existential dread creeps in. This body is fragile, temporary, mortal, the incarnation of destruction reduced to rent, debt, and muscle soreness. Then, his phone starts ringing. He stares at the device like it personally offended him, picks it up, instantly gets blasted by some woman yelling on the other end, demanding to know where the hell he is because the raid is about to start. And just like that, Dragon Daddy's first real experience of human life hits him square in the face. He's late for work. The call keeps going. The woman presses him harder, snapping that he's running late. And see, here's the thing. Antares, monarch of destruction, devourer of worlds, does not tolerate incompetence, especially not being accused of it by a mere human woman. The rage spikes. In a voice so deep and commanding it could scare gods into therapy, he growls, "Where am I supposed to show up?" The woman pauses, confused by Jinwoo's sudden voice upgrade. Still, she answers, telling him to get to the gate. And that's when Dragon Daddy's patience fully snaps. Who does this bitch think she's talking to? With a casual flick of his will, he performs a full planetary scan. No effort, no strain, just instant location lock. Man literally runs divine GPS on a single human out of spite. Then he calmly says, "I have found you." She has absolutely no idea what that means. He hangs up. Seconds later, Dragon Daddy appears right behind her and asks in the calmest tone imaginable if he's late. She damn near leaves her soul behind. He scans the room unimpressed. Weak auras, frail bodies. Every single one of them looks breakable. One idiot even waves at him and asks if he's eaten yet. And Terry stares at the man, seriously debating whether this is a subordinate or just a walking corpse with confidence issues. Then he strides over to the coffee guy and demands a cup. The man, bold as hell, looks him dead in the eye and says there's no coffee. While actively holding a steaming cup, Dragon Daddy doesn't argue. He simply takes it, sips it, and states, like it's a universal law, that the strong take from the weak because that's basic monarch logic. Everyone just stares at Jinwoo, wondering why he's acting extra unhinged today. Then Jui arrives, immediately scolding him for getting injured again. Dragon Daddy lets her rant, mentally noting that humans are incredibly loud for creatures with such short lifespans. Before it gets too awkward, Mr. Kim gathers everyone and casually asks if they're cool with him leading today's raid. Everyone agrees. He's experienced, reliable. But Dragon Daddy isn't listening. He's staring at the dungeon. Gates on Earth were always tools of the rulers. Cheap tricks. But this gate is different. It's leaking monarch energy, and that makes his instincts scream. As he steps closer, some guy, aware of Jinwoo's legendary streak of getting absolutely demolished, asks him to please not get injured this time. That single sentence earns him Dragon Daddy's approval. The moment they enter the gate, the monsters don't stand a chance. Antares tears through them like they're made of papier-mâché. One blink, monsters alive. Next blink, corpses everywhere. The rest of the hunters just stand there, weapons ready, no targets. Their scrawny crybaby just soloed the dungeon. Now everyone's confused. Were today's monsters weak, or did Jinwoo unlock Ultra Instinct off-screen? Dragon Daddy crushes a goblin's skull and turns to the group with a look that says, "We're going deeper." Mr. Kim tries to suggest a vote. Antares shuts him up instantly. No discussion, no democracy, just raw authority. He looks at the others and asks if anyone else wants to vote. Shockingly, no one does. They move forward. As time drags on, anxiety spreads. They've been walking nearly an hour. The gate should have been cleared by now. Something feels wrong. Then they reach it. A massive door. The kind of door that screams enter and die horribly. Even Dragon Daddy feels the power pouring out from behind it. Ungodly, ancient, dangerous. While the others panic and argue, he yanks the door open and, to prove a point, grabs the tracksuit-wearing idiot and hurls him inside like a test subject. Tracksuit guy starts screaming curses midair. Dragon Daddy just watches, unimpressed. Dragon Daddy turned back to the group and announced it plainly, like he was explaining gravity to toddlers. Look, the moron's still breathing. That means it's safe to enter. And just like that, the poor bastard shuffled inside. The moment they crossed the threshold, torches ignited one by one along the walls. Flames blooming in sequence like some low-budget horror movie trying way too hard to be scary. The light revealed it, that nightmare fuel centerpiece. The massive stone statue looming over the chamber, frozen in a pose that screamed, "You are about to regret your life choices." The hunters started murmuring immediately, whispering, comparing vibes, talking about how this dungeon felt wrong, too heavy, too intentional, like it was watching them. Some of them pointed at the giant statue, speculating that it must be the boss they'd eventually have to fight. Dragon Daddy glanced at it once, unimpressed. Then he casually pointed at a different statue. "No," he said flatly. That was the one they should really be pissing their pants over. As Antares' eyes landed on the statue of the architect, he stepped closer and began reading the inscription carved into the stone. Ancient language, old rules, familiar nonsense. Unfortunately, the hunters wouldn't shut the hell up. To them, this writing might as well have been quantum physics written in hieroglyphics. They stared at it like cows watching math. Dragon Daddy felt something in his skull twitch violently. The sheer stupidity in the room was causing him actual psychic damage. How could creatures this useless not read something so basic? He forced himself to refocus and read again, when suddenly Jui grabbed his arm. Her grip was tight. Her voice was shaking. "Jinwoo." The statue moved. Dragon Daddy didn't even look. He shrugged her hand off like an inconvenience and kept reading. The commandments were exactly the same holy garbage as before. First, worship the god. Second, praise the god. Third, prove your faith. Same cult nonsense. Same manipulation. Same fake divinity dressed up as law. Antares turned to the group and summarized it in a way even these idiots could understand. "Anyone who doesn't follow these rules," he said calmly, "will be leaving this dungeon in a body bag." The second the words left his mouth, the giant statue behind them activated. Its eyes flared. Then the laser beams fired. But Dragon Daddy wasn't just angry anymore. He was nuclear. How dare this glorified rock mock him with power this pathetic? How dare a fake god built by a wannabe creator think it could judge him, roaring like the embodiment of middle fingers everywhere? Dragon Daddy charged forward and took the blast head-on. The beam smashed into him, and instead of dodging, he spread his stance, shielding the hunters behind him. Not that he actually cared if they lived, but instinct was instinct. Then he showed them what real power looked like. Destruction breath ignited. And the statue didn't just break, it ceased to exist. Stone vaporized. Structure collapsed. Power erased. The hunters were frozen in place, pants metaphorically and possibly literally soiled. Steam rolled off Dragon Daddy's body. His claws were out. His breath hissed like a kettle possessed by Satan. His eyes burned red, so red they made hell look underlit. At this point, no one was sure if the dungeon or Jinwoo was the bigger threat. Then the other statues activated. They charged. Dragon Daddy grinned. New toys. He met them head-on, laughing, taunting, tearing through stone like it was wet cardboard. Every punch shattered bodies. Every kick reduced ancient monuments to rubble. And just to be extra disrespectful, he mocked their speed while doing it. Too slow, too weak, too boring. He didn't just destroy them, he humiliated them. Stone crumbled. Dust filled the air. The hunters ran for their lives, desperately wondering if there was a safer career path they should have taken. Dragon Daddy, meanwhile, was having the time of his life. When the last statue fell, he stood atop a mountain of rubble, cracked knuckles, and complained that the fight hadn't even warmed him up. That was when the architect finally snapped. Dragged out of hiding, the knockoff dungeon master materialized, clutching a stone tablet like a theater kid with a prop. He screamed, demanding to know who Dragon Daddy thought he was, then shattered the tablet in rage, crying about how long it took to build all this, only for it to get bulldozed. Antares didn't let him finish. He punched him mid-sentence, square in the face. Shut up. No patience, no respect, no mercy for a fake god playing creator. He demanded the real authority show itself, while his fists made the same request repeatedly. That's when Shadow Daddy arrived. Seizing control of the giant statue like a personal mech, he spoke about destiny, about inevitability, about how they were bound to fight someday. Today was as good a day as any. He rose from his throne and declared their connection would end here. Dragon Daddy was thrilled. A worthy opponent? A real fight? Gods might finally bleed? He leapt forward, charging an attack so powerful it could have traumatized the universe. And then, Jinwoo woke up, in his bed, heart pounding, sweating, confused. What kind of dream was that? He checked the room. Everything normal. Everything safe. He sighed in relief. Around him, his shadows watched quietly, concern written all over their faces. And just like that, by waking up, Jinwoo robbed us of what could have been one of the greatest fights in the entire series. We snap back to the current timeline, inside a police station buzzing with low voices and stale coffee, where Lee Si-han is sitting stiff as hell, trying not to look like a rookie who might throw up at any second. From his very first day, he'd heard the rumor, the kind that sticks to the walls like mold and refuses to die. A man everyone called the Ghost, a walking legend in violent crimes. The kind of investigator who solved cold cases, locked room murders, and impossible crimes like he was speedrunning reality itself. A 200% arrest rate. Criminals allegedly folded the moment he made eye contact. Some officers swore he wasn't human at all, just death wearing a suit and badge. There was even talk that he turned down promotions on purpose, choosing to stay in the field. That part messed with Lee the most. Who in their right mind says no to rank, money, and power? Right as Lee is spiraling internally, an officer strolls over mid-crisis, cheerful like this is just another Tuesday, and greets him by name. Investigator Lee Si-han, welcome aboard. New meat on the chopping block. He flashes a grin and hands Lee a drink, telling him to relax because the station's basically family. Lee nods, pretending his soul isn't trying to leave his body, and casually mentions that the captain already partnered him with someone named Investigator Sung. The smile on the officer's face drops instantly. You mean the Ghost? Lee freezes like he's just been read his execution date. The officer laughs it off, saying the nickname started as a joke, but spread like wildfire across departments. Then he points at the coffee cup in Lee's hand and adds, almost apologetically, that was actually for him. Before Lee can process that or mourn the coffee theft, the temperature in the room drops. No dramatic entrance, no footsteps, just pressure, a presence. He walks in, calm, silent, lethal. The Ghost himself, my glorious king. No one speaks, but the entire room shifts around him, like gravity just changed direction. The officer straightens up instantly, introduces Lee in a rush, and pats the rookie on the back like this might be the last time they speak. He tells my glorious king to train the newbie well, then pieces out like a man escaping a cursed house. Lee follows behind, terrified, wondering if this living myth is about to murder him over stolen caffeine. Out of nowhere, my glorious king breaks the silence. He asks casually why Lee joined the force. Lee swallows. To catch bad guys. The king of quiet smiles just a little and says, then that's what we'll do. And just like that, Lee Si-han walks out of the station side by side with a legend. Days blur together after that. When Lee finally shows his face back at the station, he looks like he's been dragged behind a truck. Another officer asks, what the hell happened? Someone laughs and says the rookie's been non-stop chasing low-level crooks with Investigator Sung. No breaks, no mercy. My glorious king stands nearby, calm as ever, secretly enjoying the chaos. He remembers Lee bragging once about taking down an armed robber barehanded. That memory made the training way more entertaining. While Lee is barely holding himself upright, my glorious king is already knee-deep in another case file when a woman bursts into the station, voice cracking. She's yelling that her friend would never take her own life. An officer tries explaining that the evidence points to suicide, but she refuses to hear it. She shoves her phone forward, showing text messages, says no one sends messages like that if they plan to die 3 hours later. The officer stays calm, explaining that suicide doesn't always come with warnings. The room tightens. Then my glorious king steps in and asks to see the file. He flips through it, bathtub, knife in hand, only her fingerprints. History of depression. Clean case. Too clean. He looks up and says something feels off, offers to take the case anyway, just in case. He walks over, introduces himself to the woman, and asks a few questions. And once again, the ghost moves. Cut to a gloomy apartment building under dead skies, the kind of place where silence feels heavy. Inside the unit, my glorious king scans the room with eyes sharp enough to cut through lies. No forced entry, no mess, just faint blood stains. He thinks how once upon a time he needed a full corpse for this. But those days ended when all the monarchs did. Now, even a few drops of blood are enough. Shadow magic seeps into the room. From the stains, a figure rises. A girl forms slowly, flickering like she's unsure she wants to exist. She gasps, panicked, looking around. My glorious king speaks calmly, telling her she's free now. Free from pain, free from dying. Then he asks the question that matters. Did you do this to yourself? She nods, says yes, says it was her choice. He pauses, then asks why. Her eyes fall and she begins to speak. Scene cut. A man hears his doorbell, checks the camera, sees an investigator holding a badge. My glorious king says he wants to ask about the man's daughter. The door flies open instantly. The father asks if they found something, anything. They end up sitting across from each other in a quiet cafe, tension sitting between every word. My glorious king asks what kind of student she was. The man struggles, says she was kind, liked by everyone, had no enemies, too gentle for a world this cruel. His voice breaks, says she wasn't his by blood, but she was his daughter in every way that mattered. He wishes she'd said something, anything. My glorious king listens, then pulls out a recording. "We found this," he says calmly, and presses play. At first, the man sitting across from him tries to hold on to that fake toughness, the kind people wear when they think anger can scare the truth away. But the moment the recording plays and her voice fills the space, young, fragile, trembling, everything cracks. It's Jin Yi. She talks about the hell she lived through, about the man who was supposed to protect her, who instead dragged her through years of quiet suffering, about finally running away, putting distance between herself and that nightmare, only for it to crawl back into her life anyway. One single message, one reminder of his existence. That was all it took to break her spirit again. That was the moment she decided she was done trying to live. The man's expression twists, not with guilt, but with rage. He slams his hand on the table and snaps at my glorious king, demanding what the point of this little performance is. "You trying to arrest me? Fine. Bring backup. Put the cuffs on." My glorious king doesn't flinch. He just looks at him with that dead, frozen stare, the kind that makes people instinctively lower their voices. "You have two choices," he says calmly. "Confess and come with me, or pay the price." The man laughs, leaning back like he's figured it out. Says, "Ah, so that's it. You want money. How much?" That's when the temperature drops. "That will be enough," my glorious king says, his voice sinking lower. He explains it slowly, deliberately. This isn't the world the man remembers. It looks the same, sure, but it isn't real. It's a reflection, a mirror of the living world, a place that belongs to the dead. No one enters unless the master allows it. Then he meets the man's eyes and finishes it. "You're already trapped." The man freezes, blinks, looks around. The cafe lights are on, but the room is empty. No sound, no people, no exit. Panic explodes across his face. He starts shouting, asking who my glorious king is, screaming that this has to be a dream. Then he runs. The floor betrays him. Shadows surge upward, wrapping around his limbs like living chains. He thrashes, screams, claws at the darkness, but no one comes. Blood splatters the wall. Then silence. Behind my glorious king, a figure forms. Jinyi stands there, faint but steady now. She thanks him, her voice soft, almost peaceful. He asks if there's anything else she wants to say. She nods. "Just one favor." Later, back at the station, my glorious king hands a small package to Jin Yi's only real friend, the one who never stopped believing her. He tells her Jin Yi left something behind, that the case is closed. The girl's hands shake as she holds the box. She asks quietly if it was really suicide. My glorious king gives a small nod. She opens the package and breaks down completely. Her thanks barely escape her throat as he turns and walks away. Alone with his thoughts, the questions creep in. What if that message had never arrived? What if she'd never seen it? Would she still be laughing with her friends? Would there have been candles and cake instead of a bathtub and blood? The scene shifts. A restaurant bathed in soft lights and overpriced vibes. Across the table, Jinho sits locked in like he's about to announce a world-ending event. Then he drops it. He's going to propose to Gina. My glorious king blinks, slowly processing reality. Jinho pulls out a diamond ring, holding it up proudly, asking if Gina will like it. The king stares at it with zero romance and says, honestly, he has no idea. Jinho laughs, already expecting that answer, and says it's fine. He's got backup gifts anyway. Then casually, he mentions he's planning to build an entire hospital on company land just for Gina after she graduates. My glorious king pauses, asks if that project is going to cost around 30 billion. Jinho nearly chokes, demands to know how he knew that exact number. The king just shrugs, acting mysterious, while mentally flashing back to the old timeline, where that same detail was casually mentioned. He tells Jinho he's doing too much. He doesn't need grand gestures, he just needs to stay himself. Jinho tears up instantly and asks for a hug. No, my glorious king says immediately. Jinho hugs him anyway like a man clinging to life. Hours later, chaos waits at home. Cha opens the door exhausted while baby Suho is bouncing around like sleep is a myth. She asks if he went drinking. He says he met Jinho, who's deep in proposal mode. Cha raises a brow, asks if he actually did it. The king smirks and says they'll see if Jinho has the guts. Then the shadows start acting up. Bellion pops out demanding sword training. Igris fires back about education. My glorious king shuts them both down, telling them to wait until Suho can at least walk. Cha watches him and tells him maybe he should come home earlier if he wants to witness milestones like that. Next morning, he drags himself into the station half dead. Chief Gentile tells him to stop interfering in other cases and accidentally calls him Hunter. Not anymore, my glorious king says flatly. Gentile shrugs, says the title still fits. Then things get serious. A guardian connected to a suicide case vanished. All nearby cameras mysteriously glitched. My glorious king demands answers. Jinchul plays dumb, then slides over a card. Information on Chairman Go Gun-hee, critical condition. At the hospital, Go Gun-hee looks like a man who's lived too many lifetimes. When my glorious king enters, the chairman reaches for his oxygen mask. The king helps remove it. Go Gun. He smiles faintly and whispers that he's glad to see him again. He said he had been searching for him for a very, very long time. Without hesitation, my glorious king pulled out a healing potion and offered it to him, like it was the most natural thing in the world. No drama, no second thoughts. But Go Gun-hee slowly shook his head. He didn't want it. He said he had already lived long enough. His body was tired, but that wasn't what weighed on him the most. What he truly wanted was to remember, not this peaceful world, not this rewritten timeline. He wanted the world before, the one my glorious king once spoke about in fragments and half words. The king warned him. Those memories weren't warm. They weren't heroic highlights and happy endings. They were soaked in blood, loss, and impossible choices. But Gunhee didn't hesitate. He said he wanted all of it. The pain, the truth, every stolen memory that had been taken from him. So, my glorious king reached out and took his hand, and the floodgates burst open. Gunhee remembered everything. He remembered standing beside him, shoulder to shoulder. The hunters they saved, the wars they survived, the negotiations that decided the fate of nations, the exhaustion that never truly faded. He remembered what he really was back then, a fragment of brilliant light shining even in the darkest age. He remembered the final battlefield, the crushing cold of the monarch of frost, his own death, and the way he begged my glorious king with his final breath to protect the world just one last time. Tears streamed freely now. He thanked him, said it was an honor to fight alongside legends like him, said that even if his body turned cold beneath the warm sunlight, these memories would keep him warm forever. Then he closed his eyes. My glorious king didn't move, didn't speak. He simply stood there in silence, offering a final bow, a real one, a hero to the very end. Time slipped forward. My glorious king walked without direction, lost in thought, until his phone rang. Mommy Cha's voice exploded through the speaker. Panicked, breathless, on the edge of losing it. She said something was wrong with Suho. The king froze. Then she said it. The kid was flying, not hopping, not bouncing, flying, straight up defying gravity and common sense. In the background, the house was absolute chaos. Bellion and Igris were cheering like proud uncles at a sports festival, hyping the kid up, while Cha was screaming and trying to catch her airborne menace of a son. My glorious king repeated the word, flying slowly, like it personally insulted him. That's when Jinho's old joke hit him, about how any kid born from him and Mommy Cha would probably start running laps before birth. Turns out Jinho was right, and had absolutely cursed them. Cha asked what they should do. The king sighed and told her to relax. He'd teach Suho how to fly properly, step by step. There was a pause. Then Cha asked when exactly he learned how to fly. Back at the hospital, doctors gently delivered the final update to Gunhee's wife. Still on the call, my glorious king reflected quietly. When autumn ends, winter comes. And after winter, spring always follows. Endings lead to new beginnings. He heard Cha struggling on the other end and promised he'd be home early. In his heart, he knew it. Their winter hadn't come yet. Back home, Bellion and Igris were already at it again. Bellion argued that aerial combat training needed to start immediately. Igris shot back that the boy was clearly destined to be a pilot instead. Cha was on the floor, cleaning like a war veteran who hadn't slept in days. As Mommy Cha lived her chaotic domestic arc, the scene dragged itself back to a cursed old timeline. Jeju Island, pure madness. As monsters tore through everything, she stood there in silence, staring at a single egg that radiated main character energy. She gave it the Chosen One speech, told it to grow strong, to become the colony's nightmare. Basically said, go out there and clap anything that breathes. Fast forward. Our favorite overgrown bug finally emerged. Baru pulled up to the hive like he owned the place, looked around, and dropped the coldest line imaginable. No kings here. Then he turned to the terrified humans and asked if anyone had the guts to call themselves a king. That's when he locked eyes with Mr. Aura Farmer himself. My glorious king smirked and delivered pure disrespect. Now you're finally acting like an insect. That line lived rent-free in Baru's head forever. And now history was repeating itself. Suho stood before him with that same calm, steady stare, like a kid who's seen worse things in his breakfast cereal. Baru got so confused, he immediately noped out and flew away. But Suho chased him, persistently, relentlessly. Baru tried ignoring him. Didn't work. Eventually, he just gave up, wondering why this tiny menace wouldn't leave him alone. That's when Igris slid out of the shadows, smooth as ever, and explained it. You're a giant talking ant with wings, he said. You're basically a living action figure. Baru paused. Yeah, that checks out. Everything suddenly made sense. Over in the Shadow Realm, Marshal Baru showed up to the dwarves working on a massive project. He had feedback. The statue for his king's birthday had been locked in for months, but Baru wanted improvements. The dwarves lit up instantly. One even asked if they could bring in Demon Castle labor for extra help. Baru waved it off. Do what you must. He had other matters to attend to. Cut to a quiet neighborhood near my glorious king's house. A group of absolute clowns sat in a car, hyping themselves up to do something incredibly stupid. One of them hesitated, asking if messing with that guy was really a good idea. Their boss rolled his eyes. That man wiped out their entire organization. The least they could do was send a message. The plan? Fake robbery. No real goal. Just cruelty. Maybe hurt the wife and kid while they were at it. Straight cartoon villain logic. But the moment they stepped out of the car, something felt wrong. One of them whispered, voice shaking, "This place feels cursed." Like someone deliberately left the front door wide open just to see which idiots were brave or stupid enough to walk in. Without wasting a second, these clowns hop the wall and sneak onto the property. Hearts pounding, egos inflated. In their heads, they're already celebrating, thinking they've cracked the secret to robbing royalty. Easy score. Clean hit. In and out. But something's wrong. The boss slows down. That gut instinct finally kicks in. He turns around expecting his full squad behind him. and freezes. Only one man is still there. The boss blinks once, twice. His mouth opens. Where the hell did everyone go? He never finishes the thought. A massive shadow crashes down over him, swallowing the light whole. He turns, breath catching in his throat, and comes face to face with pure nightmare fuel. Baru, full form, no restraint, no mercy. A massive claw clamps around his skull like a five-finger face hug, straight out of a horror movie. Baru leans in close, voice low, calm, almost polite. "Be quiet," he whispers. "The young master just fell asleep." The boss's entire body starts shaking like a phone vibrating on silent. Baru's eyes gleam as he studies that frozen expression of terror. He knows that face. He's seen it 1,000 times, right before the end. "And bugs like you," Baru continues casually, "don't get to interrupt nap time. Cut. We don't see what happens next. We don't need to. Pest control has been activated." The story shifts back to the Shadow Realm, where the dwarves are in full grind mode. Final bolts tightened, hammers ringing, sparks flying. They're finishing something massive, something sacred. One dwarf runs up to Baru, practically glowing with pride. "It's done," he says. "Completely finished. What do you think?" Baru stares. His bug eyes light up like disco balls. "It's perfect," he says, voice thick with pride. "Majestic, glorious, a gift worthy of our legend. And maybe, one day, when the young master walks these lands, he'll see it too." Big moment, big emotions. Then a noise, small, soft. Everyone turns. And somehow, Suho is just standing there, in the middle of the dungeon like he spawned in on creative mode. Baru stares at him, brain fully blue-screened, unable to comprehend how this child casually ignores space, time, and common sense. Hard cut. Time jumps forward. Mommy Cha sits in a quiet classroom visiting Suho's school. The teacher slides a sketchbook across the table, like it's a confidential report. These are Suho's drawings. Cha flips through them, smiling, until she stops. One drawing hits her like a brick, a giant ant, standing upright, holding something that looks suspiciously like a weapon. The teacher explains, completely unfazed, "We asked him to draw a friend. This is what he made." Cha squints. Her soul leaves her body just a little. Before she can start interrogating the crayons, the teacher flips a few more pages. These are drawings of his family. The last one shows a house, but the base looks wrong. Dark, deep, like something is living underneath it. "We asked him why he drew it this way," the teacher continues. "And Suho said that's where his friends, his family, and Big Dad live." The teacher hesitates. "I thought it might be concerning, but honestly, Suho's a happy kid. His art just hits different." Back to the adult world. The police station is loud, chaotic, buzzing with caffeine and stress. The moment my glorious king walks in, the entire room erupts into applause. Promotion secured. Someone slaps him on the back, telling him it's his turn to treat everyone. Later, as he sits down at his desk, a coworker finally asks the question everyone's been holding in. "You turned this down so many times. Why accept it now?" My glorious king smiles faintly. "I ran out of excuses." The coworker leans back. "Don't you want more? Higher rank, better pay." For a split second, memories flash. Days when he made more money than elite lawyers by deleting monsters for fun. But he just chuckles. "I'll buy you lunch today," he says. "So stop sweet-talking me." That night he's home, flipping through Suho's sketchbook again. And now that he's really looking, it's obvious. This isn't random scribbling. The lines have structure, intent, talent. At 5 years old, the kid's different. But Mommy Cha isn't smiling. She points to the last page. Suho says there's a big dad living underground, surrounded by darkness. Does that sound familiar to you? My glorious king laughs lightly. Too lightly. Just a kid's imagination. Cha doesn't buy it. She leans in. The other kids are scared of him. He never yells, never hits, never even frowns. But when he walks toward them, they freeze. The room goes quiet. Kids feel things adults ignore, and somewhere deep inside Suho, the power of the Shadow Monarch still sleeps, a force that once ruled over death itself. If it ever fully awakens before he's ready, it could consume him. So the decision is made. We have to seal it, my glorious king says quietly. His powers, his memories, all of it, until he's strong enough. Later, Baru receives Suho's drawing of him. He holds it like a sacred relic. Every scribble feels like a goodbye letter. "May I say farewell?" he asks. My glorious king nods. Baru enters Suho's room. The boy sleeps peacefully. Baru kneels. "It was an honor to serve you," he whispers. "Grow strong, grow happy." Then the seal is placed. Powers fade. Memories dissolve. The storm goes silent. Years pass. Time moves forward. And now, a teenage Suho steps into high school. Loud, chaotic, alive. Unaware that the shadows of legend still linger. In the middle of all that first-day chaos, Suho drifted in like background scenery. Quiet, still, completely uninterested in being perceived. While everyone else was yelling names, flexing new fits, or pretending they weren't nervous wrecks, he just walked straight through it all, like he had somewhere else to be. No rush, no curiosity. The vibe of someone who showed up because he had to, not because he cared. Inside the hallway, it was pure disorder. Lockers slamming, voices overlapping, awkward reunions that should have stayed in the past. In one classroom, a guy named Lee Yunel was laughing it up with old middle school friends, acting like the king of nostalgia, right up until Suho walked in. Tall, sharp-eyed, expression locked in neutral, like the air itself had personally offended him. They shook hands, but it didn't feel friendly. It felt like a ceasefire. Lee had heard rumors. This guy was supposed to be dangerous, maybe useful, maybe annoying. He hadn't decided yet. As Lee scanned the room, mentally sorting people into categories like future followers or future victims, his eyes landed on Suho again. Still quiet, still detached, still absolutely unbothered. Suho looked up, met his stare, calm, blank, not even curious enough to flinch. That was all it took. Lee snapped. "Did you see that look?" he hissed to his boys. "That smug face. He's looking down on us." That stare got under his skin in a way he couldn't explain. Before he could spiral fully into insecure villain mode, Ju stepped in. "Leave it," he said. "He went to my old school. Just trust me. Don't push him." Lee scoffed. "What, you scared?" His pride kicked into overdrive. "You got a death wish or something?" Cut. Outside. Ju was on the ground, body wrecked, like he just got jumped by a truck instead of a human. Lee stood over him, chest puffed out, feeling real proud of himself. "This is the guy you said was strong?" He laughed. What a joke. Then he asked why Ju even bothered stepping in for that quiet kid. Ju coughed, pain tearing through his ribs, and forced the words out. "Because that quiet kid was the strongest in our whole school. No one ever laid a finger on him. I stepped in because I knew how bad this could get." Lee's smile cracked. "If someone like that really existed," he growled, "I would have heard about him." And then he started swinging again. Footsteps. Everyone froze. They turned, and there was Suho, calm, still not angry, not even rushed. He walked over like he was checking on spilled coffee, not a half-dead classmate. He looked down at Ju and asked casually, "Do you think that was enough?" Ju nodded. Lee snapped his head around. "Who the hell are you even talking to?" That was his last peaceful thought. One of Lee's boys got kicked clean across the schoolyard, launched like a broken soccer ball. Gone. Another stepped up. One hit, lights out, face first into the ground. No dramatic sounds. Just instant silence. Panic hit. Lee swung. Suho swatted the punch aside like it was an insect. Then came the kick. Clean, high, brutal. Lee went airborne, body folding midair before crashing down beside his unconscious squad. Done. Finished. The whole crew out cold like yesterday's trash. Suho turned back to Ju. "Since it came to this," he said calmly, "you can handle the rest." And he walked away, like nothing happened. Later in the hallway, two students whispered like non-player characters gossiping about a hidden boss fight. "Did you hear Ju beat Lee and his whole gang?" "Yeah. I heard he's been training judo since forever." "Makes sense." Cut back to reality. Suho was packing up, expression bored, like the entire school day barely registered in his brain. He thought about killing time at an internet cafe, but when he reached for the door, it wouldn't open. The handle didn't budge. Locked. Solid. Annoyed, he turned to the window, and the world outside was frozen. People mid-step, cars mid-motion. Leaves hanging in the air like paused footage. Time had completely stopped. "What?" Suho stepped back. Then the room tore open. A pitch-black portal split the air, crackling with electricity and bad intentions. The kind of energy that screamed danger and unresolved destiny. Suho thought of his father. What would he do? Probably jump in without hesitation. So Suho inhaled and walked forward. On the other side, the portal snapped shut behind him. No return, only forward. He stood in a long hallway lined with weapons, swords, spears, daggers, each glowing with floating stats like a game tutorial had just unlocked hard mode. He walked past them, reading descriptions. Every weapon was special, deadly, flashy. Then he reached a dim corner. Trash gear. Weak weapons dumped like rejected DLC. Suho scoffed. Who'd even use this? Then he saw them. Gauntlets. Sleek. Sharp. Built different. They called to him. He smirked. Swords were overrated anyway. Everyone wanted to look cool. He wanted to hit harder. He grabbed them. The dungeon hummed. Time skipped. Now he was deep inside a dungeon that hadn't seen sunlight since history stopped caring. He moved carefully until he stepped into a wide hall, and the statues twitched. Armor knights lining the walls came alive. One lunged. Blade aimed straight for his chest. Suho raised the gauntlets on instinct. Metal clashed. Impact rattled his bones, but he stayed standing. He punched back, and the knight shattered like glass. A notification popped up. Level up. He didn't even look, because the hallway was now crawling with knights. Fear hit, but he crushed it. No escape, no backup. He charged, punch, dodge, smash. Another down, another level. Notifications flooded his vision, but he ignored them. He wasn't grinding. He was surviving. When it ended, the floor was buried in broken armor. Silence. The final message floated up. Level 19. Suho stood alone in the wreckage, breathing hard, sweating, alive, and just getting started. Still standing, but completely baffled, Suho sucked in a sharp breath. How the hell did I hit level 1 and still beat all that? None of it made sense. He stared down at his hands, flexing his fingers slowly. And that's when he felt it again. The dark aura around the gauntlets hadn't faded. It was still there, pulsing faintly, like a heartbeat that didn't belong to him. He lifted his head and turned toward the massive door at the end of the hall. It loomed there like a judgment waiting to happen. Suho wrapped his fingers around the handle and tightened his grip. If he wanted to survive in this world, no shortcuts, no mercy, there was only one way forward. Get stronger. No excuses. The door slammed open. The instant it did, the entire room went dead silent. No ambient noise, no dungeon hum, just pressure. At the far end stood a unit built straight out of a nightmare. Jet black armor, broad shoulders, and an aura so heavy it felt like gravity itself was leaning on Suho's spine. This thing looked like it ate final bosses for breakfast and still had room room for dessert. Suho froze. His body screamed, move, but his brain was yelling, run, at full volume. The pressure pouring off this night wasn't subtle. It wasn't threatening. It was a declaration. This is the final stage. The Dark Knight moved slowly, deliberately, like it knew time didn't matter. Then it reached for its sword, a weapon so massive and cruel-looking, it honestly felt illegal for something to swing it that casually. Their eyes locked. Suho tried to act first, tried to throw a punch, tried to do anything. Nothing. The knight vanished. The next second, pain ripped through him. A slash so fast he didn't even process it until the dungeon detonated around him. Walls folded. Dust exploded. The entire room collapsed like it had just been erased. And then Suho was on his back, staring up at the dungeon ceiling like he'd just rage-quit reality. How am I not dead? He pushed himself up, heart pounding, only to realize he was back at the dungeon's starting point. No wounds, no damage, like nothing had happened. Almost nothing. One of the wall torches was out, just one. Suho frowned. That was weird, but he shoved the thought aside and cracked his neck. If brute force wasn't enough, then it was time to upgrade. His gauntlets gleamed under the torchlight, but the question crept in anyway. What happens when all the flames go out? He ignored it. Round 2. He dove back in, and when he respawned, another torch was out. Okay. Now, it wasn't just weird. It was creepy. That knight was absurdly strong. Suho replayed the fight in his head, remembering how casually it handled that massive weapon. That's when he checked his inventory and froze. There it was, the same weapon. Then he saw the level requirement. You've got to be kidding me. The number was stupid high, like insultingly unfair. Later, he ran into the knights again. Same hallway, same formation, same soulless march. Suho sighed. You guys are really still here. And then it clicked. They weren't coming back to stop him. They were stuck. Respawning. On repeat. Suho's annoyance vanished instantly. His lips curled into a grin that looked borderline unhinged. Free XP forever. He went berserk. His movements sharpened. Faster. Cleaner. He dodged a slash like it was nothing and crushed a knight in full plate armor with his bare hands. An archer tried lining up a shot. Not today. Suho blinked right next to it and erased its skull with one punch. Level up! Another. A new notification slammed into his vision. Class advancement unlocked. Accept quest? Suho didn't even hesitate. He smashed accept like it was a gotcha pull. Reality warped. Portals ripped open around him like the dungeon just got modded. A timer appeared overhead as the system message floated in. Endure the trial. The longer you last, the more points you earn. Suho flexed his fingers. A survival test. Now we're talking. His grin was feral. Eyes locked in. This wasn't a challenge anymore. It was content, and he was about to farm it dry. Chaos hit immediately. A hooded beast stepped forward. Scrawny legs, but hands blazing with fire magic. It started chanting something absolutely illegal. And then, boom, a fireball the size of a truck launched across the room. The explosion shook the dungeon like it was trying to delete the floor. Suho barely dove clear, lungs burning, body screaming. For every monster he dropped, 3 more spawned in. A cursed respawn party from hell. Then he saw them. More mages in the back, all chanting, all pointing upward. Above him, a colossal fireball began forming. Yeah, this one's not dodging. He braced, shield up, teeth clenched. The blast hit. It felt like the sun slapped him across the face. He survived, but barely. Skin smoking, bones rattling. And then a new problem landed right in front of him, a stone golem. Each step it took felt like the dungeon might collapse. Suho stared at it and dropped his shield. No more defense, no more running. He launched forward like lightning, fists flying, pure rage. The golem didn't even get a moment to react before it shattered into dust. Without slowing, Suho yanked the massive sword off his back and hurled it like it owed him money. It cleaved straight through a magic beast, detonating it into scrap, then lodged itself deep into the wall. Still not done. He grabbed a bow, charged it with mana, fired. The arrow punched through 3 monsters before they could even scream. A knight tried to sneak him. Bad idea. Suho vanished behind it and split its helmet with dual daggers, then flung the blades into 2 more enemies. No mercy. All dead. Breathing hard. Blood everywhere. Suho laughed. Who needs weapons? Real fighters use fists. The room was wrecked. Broken armor. Shattered weapons. Silence. The system chimed. Enough points earned. Class unlocked. Another message followed. Class will match accomplishments. According to the system, Suho was a stubborn menace who refused to stay down. Fighter class acquired. But the system wasn't done. A second evaluation kicked in. Time survived. Enemies annihilated. Performance off the charts. Result finalized. Hidden class unlocked. Soul Striker. Power flooded his body like a drug. But he knew. It still wasn't enough. The real boss was waiting, and he wasn't ready yet. The knights began respawning. A warning flashed. Staying in one place will attract more enemies. Suho smirked. Good. Hours passed. He kept fighting. Kept killing, kept looting like he was speedrunning the dungeon's entire economy. And he didn't stop. He snatches up the loot one piece at a time, like he's finally cashing in on all the pain the dungeon's been charging him. First, the A-rank Watchman's Necklace, humming with steady mana like it's proud to be chosen. Then the superior ring of the mage, slipping onto his finger as if it already knows it belongs there. And finally, last but absolutely not least, the S-rank Scorching Gauntlets of the Fighting Phantom. The moment he equips them, heat ripples through the air. Power locks in. Stats spike. This isn't gearing up anymore. This is Suho going fully loaded. Now he's stacked. Properly stacked. No holes in the build. No excuses left. He turns and walks back toward the throne room. Footsteps calm, unhurried. At the far end, Igris the Black Knight is still there, seated like an ancient executioner who never once doubted the outcome. Same posture, same silence, same overwhelming pressure. But something's different now. The air shifts the second Suho steps forward. The dungeon feels it. Igris feels it. Suho rolls his shoulders, cracks his neck, and lets a small smile slip. No fear, no nerves. Just confidence forged in repeated death and non-stop grinding. Hope I didn't keep you waiting. Then, eyes locked on the knight, voice steady and sharp, he adds the line that matters. This time, it's my turn. Level 70, and still climbing like he's allergic to stopping. The fight detonates instantly. No warm-up, no warning. Igris opens with lightning, a savage bolt screaming straight at Suho's head. Suho barely twists out of the way when, bam, the knight is already in his face. Distance erased, blade flashing. Suho swings back hard, but Igris blocks it like it's nothing, and the impact alone turns the throne room into a disaster zone. Walls crack, fire erupts, shockwaves tear through the floor. When the smoke clears, both of them are still standing. Igris attacks again. His sword cuts through the air faster than most hunters could even register. Suho weaves, steps sharp and clean, instincts screaming, but every counter misses by inches. He's fast, insanely fast, but not fast enough. That realization hits right as Igris throws a punch that launches Suho across the room like a broken doll. He slams into a pillar, stone exploding outward, and immediately pushes off it, right back into the fight, like gravity personally offended him. Igris charges. Suho doesn't dodge this time. He throws his fist forward. The hit lands, Igris blocks it. But the weight behind that punch is different, heavy, violent, real. Even through the armor, the knight feels it. For the first time, Igris takes a step back. Respect. The knight finally understands. This isn't just some strong kid. Suho is holding back without even realizing it, and Suho starts to see it too. Igris isn't like the mobs, isn't like the farmed knights. This is a true opponent, a wall, a test, and that means Suho has to stop fighting like everyone else. His mind clicks. From the very start, he had bonus stats. He always crushed enemies above his level. If every level gave him 1 point to every stat, then at level 70, he wasn't fighting like a level 70 at all. His true combat power was closer to something monstrous. The realization snaps something loose. Suho slams Igris straight through a wall, stone exploding outward like a bomb just went off, and the system absolutely loses its mind. New title unlocked. Young Monarch. All stats increased by 40. The inheritance awakens. The bloodline answers. Igris tries to rise, but Suho is already there. One punch drops him. Then another. No space. No mercy. Just relentless, overwhelming force. Fists raining down like judgment. The fight crashes into another chamber, both of them smashing through debris, refusing to fall. They stagger. They breathe. They charge again. The impact sends shockwaves so strong the room itself starts tearing apart. Igris's armor finally splits, cracks spiderwebbing across black steel. He looks at Suho now not as an enemy, but as something else entirely, the son of his glorious king, the heir. Even without full control, Suho is already walking the path of monarchs. The strength, the rage, the will, it's all there. Suho raises his arm for the final strike. Igris doesn't move. He stands tall, ready. The blow lands, and Igris shatters into light. Silence. Suho stands alone in the wreckage, fists clenched, chest heaving. Then the system chimes like it's been waiting for this moment its whole life. Level up. Suho grins and throws a fist into the air. Victory, clean, absolute, and somehow it still doesn't feel like enough. As he catches his breath, space shimmers behind him. A new portal opens. Exit, trap, worse? He doesn't hesitate. He steps through. The other side hits him with heat and smoke. A burning building, the D-Tower in the Song District, except now it's completely engulfed in flames. The second Suho steps forward, he feels it. Something strong, something ancient. He turns his head. 3 heads, smoke and death coiling around them. A nightmare given form. Cerberus, gatekeeper of the demon realm. The way it stares at Suho says one thing loud and clear. This isn't over. But Suho, he just walks forward like it's another Tuesday. Cerberus tries to flex, then freezes. Behind Suho, an aura slams down like generational trauma. Suho tilts his head, glances at the 3-headed nightmare, and mentally labels it a weird statue before walking straight past it. No fear, no drama, just business. He enters the demon realm like he was bored at home, and this was the only dungeon still open past midnight. A dead quiet hallway leads him straight into a demon city on fire. Monsters everywhere, screaming, charging. 5 minutes later, it looks like a demon yard sale. Everything must go. Suho stands alone in the wreckage, expression mildly annoyed, like his food order came with the wrong side dish. He keeps climbing. Floors 10 to 30 get folded like discount laundry. By floor 50, he's wondering if maybe he's just built different. Still, he pushes on. 1 floor per hour. Then comes floor 100. He expects chaos. Instead, he sees her, regal, calm, smiling. A demon woman stands there like a queen, surrounded by armored knights. Immediate red flag. Suho jumps in, ready to erase her. When she shouts, "Wait!" she speaks human. She remembers him. She says last time, he didn't even make it this far. That stops him cold. What do you mean, last time? She dodges the question and introduces herself like this is a corporate meeting. Essel, eldest daughter of the top-ranked Reidu clan. Suho looks unimpressed. Bro came for a boss fight and got a PR manager. She explains it straight. There used to be a demon king, but after her clan hit top rank, the final boss got cancelled. Now it's just them. Essel tries to sell him on a banquet. Says the clan leader planned it just for him. But Suho isn't listening. He's staring past her, at a gate that doesn't belong. He points at it, asking the only question that matters. What is that? Essel turns. Her expression collapsed instantly. That gate wasn't supposed to exist. No warnings, no records, no schedule. It was a tear leading to another dimension, something even the demon realm wasn't meant to touch right now. Suho noticed her panic and, instead of freaking out like a normal person, just shrugged, like he'd spotted an unlocked door in a hallway. "Guess I'll head out," Essel snapped. She rushed forward, hands raised, voice cracking as she told him to stay, at least for the banquet. Said the party was prepared for him, that leaving like this wasn't right. Suho just smirked. "Sucks, but I'm kinda too young to drink," he said casually. Also, no clue what demons even eat. Then he waved at her. A literal wave, like this whole demon realm detour was a school field trip that ran overtime. Essel smiled at the joke, instinctively, politely, but the smile didn't last. Something twisted in her chest. His words hit a nerve she didn't even realize was still exposed. A memory stirred, old, buried, unwanted. She froze. What he said matched something else, a promise whispered decades ago, right before someone vanished and never came back. It had been 60 years since anyone set foot in the demon castle. Since then, the only message they'd received from that place was an order to help carve statues. Nothing more. No explanation, no return. Before she could even process it, Suho absolutely butchered her name and clan title. Isel of the Risk clan? It was so wrong she almost laughed out of reflex. Yeah, Jinmu definitely passed down exactly one of his remaining 2 brain cells. Father and son, both operating on shared single-core processing. Essel blinked once. Then she chuckled softly, the kind of laugh you give when you accept that this person is a walking threat to language, logic, and demon society as a whole. She wished him well. Told him to take care. Suho nodded and walked straight into the gate, wondering if this was freedom, or just the next round of suffering lining up to swing at him. It was pain. A lot of it. No light, no calm, not even a courtesy loading screen. Just darkness and hundreds of glowing red eyes snapping open at once, staring at him like a hive mind that collectively decided his day needed to be ruined. As Suho stepped forward, the ground shifted and reality set in. He was inside a massive underground hellhole, crawling with gigantic insect monsters. Big, armored, aggressively hostile. Suho sighed, clenched his fists, and charged. The dungeon turned into a slaughterhouse. Chitin cracked, limbs flew, insect guts painted the walls. Time blurred as bodies piled up. Suho kept moving, dodging, punching, swearing under his breath. What kind of cracked out ants are these? Annoying as hell, but the levels kept coming. Small wins stacked up. Still, he could feel it. This place was endless. A grind designed to break people. Then the boss room appeared. His expression hardened. Inside the chamber was massive. Silent. Too silent. Way too big for comfort. Then Baru stepped out. Silent. Composed. Almost emotional. Suho stared. Is this bug crying? No answer. Beru lunged. They collided in a storm of fists and claws, each impact shaking the room. Suho ducked, countered, drove a brutal kick into Beru's stomach. The monster staggered, but didn't fall. Instead, it raised a hand, like it wanted to say something. Suho wasn't interested. An uppercut smashed Baru backward again. Still, the creature kept coming. Then something shifted. Baru paused, his eyes drifted, unfocused, and suddenly his wounds healed like they were never there. He charged again, faster, harder. A claw barely missed Suho's head, but obliterated the ground behind him. The power was insane. Suho steadied himself, breathing heavier now. Something was off. Baru fought like every strike hurt him emotionally, like he hated what he was doing. Suho didn't care. Another punch slammed into Baru's face. "What the hell are you?" Suho muttered. Strong enough to crush him, yet holding back. Baru snapped internally. His instincts surged. He could have killed Suho right then, easily, but he stopped, pulled it back, whispered something about losing control. Then his body gave out. Baru collapsed. Suho froze. A system message popped up. He'd leveled again. He'd won, but it didn't feel right. That monster never truly tried to kill him, like it was restrained by something deeper. Suho shook it off. A win was a win. Another gate appeared. His level stopped climbing. Maybe this was finally the exit. He stepped through. It wasn't. On the other side waited dragons, massive ones, along with monsters that looked like walking natural disasters. An entire battlefield stretched before him. No rest, no end. Suho stared, then sighed like a man who cleaned his room, only to watch his dog immediately throw up on the carpet. Unreal. He was exhausted. Muscles screaming, patience gone. But peace was illegal here. With a grunt, he charged back in, muttering that it was always some new bullshit. Monsters poured in like they were on a union schedule. One stood out, scaled, ugly, arrogant. It charged. Suho dodged and cracked its chin so hard its brain went into airplane mode. Another one, twice the size, came swinging a sword. Suho blocked. The blade shattered. He ran up its chest and smashed a knee into its jaw, folding it instantly. Then came the bear cavalry. Yes, orcs riding bears. Two charged. Suho shattered one blade, then the orc's hand, then tore through the rest like he was speedrunning a war crime. The last orc took one look and tried to run. Too bad it was bait. The ambush dropped from above. Suho dodged. But it didn't stop. A lunatic riding a dragon tried to bite his head off. He rolled clear, looked up, and froze. The sky was full of orcs, dragons, flying murder. He groaned, loudly. And then a massive orc came flying straight at him, chest out like he thought he was built different. Suho tightened his fists. All right, he muttered. Who's next? Suho scoffed, clicking his tongue as he glanced at the sky full of idiots on flying monsters. Don't tell me you're really about to take this circus into the air. The orc didn't even get the chance to answer. A massive hand came out of nowhere and slapped the orc mid-sentence like reality itself lost patience. The impact was violent, disrespectful, absolute. The orc went flying off his mount like a corrupted save file getting deleted. 1 second screaming, next second gone. No body, no dignity. Whoever did it moved fast, sharp, brutal. Every motion screamed experience. Then something nearby glowed. Not the nice kind. Not the loot drop glow. Suho turned just in time to see stone giants raining down from the sky like divine punishment. Each one hit the battlefield with an impact that shook the ground and sent shockwaves ripping outward. And standing casually on top of one of them was a figure wrapped in ornate armor, posture screaming main character syndrome. A walking ego in plate mail, the guy finally spoke, voice smooth and rehearsed like he'd practiced this intro in front of a mirror for 30 years. He said he hailed from some land of repose, whatever that meant, claimed he'd reached marshal rank, and because of that, he now had the right, no, the privilege, to throw hands on this battlefield. He looked down at Suho with a smug little smile, chin raised like he expected applause. Can you handle me? He asked. At full power? Suho didn't answer. He just stared, tired, irritated, disrespected, completely over this bullshit. Before the armored clown could finish another sentence, Suho stepped in and punched him so hard it knocked the confidence straight out of his soul. The hit landed with a crack that echoed across the battlefield. The guy flew, armor dented, thoughts erased. Suho didn't stop there. The stone giants around him folded, one by one, like dried toast snapping under pressure, and for half a second, just half, it looked like Suho might finally get a breather. Then the battlefield collapsed. A god-tier pressure slammed down out of nowhere. So heavy it felt like gravity itself decided Suho owed it money. Everything dropped. Monsters. Giants. Even the air felt heavier. Suho's knees buckled as the weight crushed him into the ground. It felt like someone dumped a mountain on his back. He gritted his teeth, shaking, barely able to lift his head. Through the pressure, he looked up, and there it was, floating in the sky like it owned reality. A massive horned shadow, tusks curling forward, body wrapped in darkness, so dense it warped the space around it. It didn't need to shout. Its presence alone screamed authority. Suho stared at the overgrown goat thing, breath ragged. So, you the boss, he muttered. It had the same weird energy as the night, as Baru, that unsettling presence that felt older than the battlefield itself. Maybe this thing was the one pulling the strings. Before Suho could connect the dots, the pressure vanished. Just like that. He sucked in a deep breath, coughing, muscles burning. For a moment he thought, all right, take out the floating ugly, wrap this up. Life laughed. From the smoke behind Tusk, 3 dragons stepped out. Big ones. The kind that looked like they ate raid parties for breakfast and didn't bother cleaning their teeth after. Each one radiated that same unnatural aura. Suho tensed. This wasn't a boss fight. This was a raid. The dragons didn't waste time. Fire exploded from their mouths, turning the air around Suho into a blazing hell. Heat crashed into him from every direction. Then, a flash of light cut straight through the flames like a cheat code. It slammed into the first dragon and sent it flying. No struggle, no roar, just gone. The light zipped forward, punched straight through the second dragon's chest, and before the third could even react, deleted. All 3 dragons crashed to the ground like trash bags tossed off a cliff. The light stopped moving. It was Suho, standing there, calm, not even breathing hard. He didn't pose, didn't flex, didn't wait for applause. He immediately shot forward toward the next wave, ready to wreck more faces. That's when gravity said hello again. The crushing force returned, pinning him to the ground like a bad joke repeating itself. Suho snarled, muscles screaming as he clawed his way free. He leapt, landed on a wyvern midair, hijacked it like it owed him rent, and flew straight back into the chaos. And that's when he saw him, someone ahead with a face that just screamed annoying. Suho squinted. Great! He locked onto his next target and was about to end another life when something shifted. Tusk started glowing. The flames from earlier swirled together, compressing into a massive fireball floating in front of his staff. The heat alone made the air ripple. Tusk raised the weapon, not aiming at Suho, but past him. The fireball launched like a missile and slammed into a distant mountain. The entire mountain ceased to exist. Gone, vaporized, erased from the map. Suho froze, mouth open, brain shut down. That blast could have wiped out a city. Above him, Tusk hovered, watching the destruction with a satisfied nod. He noticed the look on Suho's face, the shock, the disbelief, and smiled wider. Yeah, he definitely felt cooler now that he had a staff. The battle raged on, scenes blurring as time skipped forward. Suho was deep into his murder marathon now, tearing through everything in his path like he had XP boosts permanently enabled. Nothing survived. Nothing even slowed him down. Then the Shadow Soldiers showed up again. And of course, that guy was among them. The same meathead Suho had already turned into a ragdoll earlier. Somehow back on his feet, riding in with Jima and the dragons, grinning like he forgot how pain worked. He started trash-talking immediately, asking if that weak sauce was supposed to kill him. Suho didn't respond, he just kicked. The impact was loud enough to make the ground cry. The grin vanished, the body followed. But the clown parade wasn't done. Another one charged in screaming about loyalty, grit, legacy, like this was a therapy session instead of a battlefield. Suho blinked. Next second, he was already behind him. One clean hit. Lights out. The rest of the Shadow Army froze. Suho stared at them, visibly annoyed. These idiots multiplied like pests. No matter how many he dropped, more crawled in. And worse, his stamina was finally dipping. His body screamed at him to slow down. He refused. If he wanted to win, he had to be better, sharper, stronger. Flames ignited around his fists, spiraling like a storm. He unleashed them, burning through shadows until they couldn't even regenerate. One by one, they faded. From afar, Tusk watched and realized something uncomfortable. This kid wasn't normal, not even close. And Tusk threw up a barrier, thinking it would buy him time. It didn't. Suho was already behind him mid-motion, smiling like this was a warm-up round. Bang, one hit. Tusk slammed into the ground so hard he vanished. No body, no echo, no comeback. Just gone. Silence swallowed the battlefield. Suho stood alone, mana rolling off him like heat waves. The ground was ruined. Nothing stood. Nothing breathed. He looked around. That it? Suho steadied his breathing, flexing his fingers as he checked himself over. My stats haven't changed, he realized, but my control? That's on a whole different level. He barely had time to savor the thought. The air shifted. Not wind, not mana. Something heavier. Something that pressed down on his instincts, like a warning siren screaming boss fight. Suho looked up. A Shadow Soldier dropped from above and landed in front of him with a weight that cracked the ground. This one was different. Bigger presence, sharper edges. The kind of enemy that didn't posture or waste time. The kind that showed up when games were over. Even Baru, overgrown nightmare ant himself, would have felt uncomfortable standing next to this thing. Suho didn't flinch. He narrowed his eyes and asked the only question that mattered. Can you talk? The soldier tilted his head, acknowledging him. Suho continued, voice steady. He wanted answers. How strong was this place, really? How deep did this rabbit hole go? The shadow spoke. Approximately 0.03%. Suho blinked once. That number was so disrespectful it almost felt like a joke. Like being told you fought for your life, only to hear it was a warm-up stretch. You serious? Suho muttered. Still, he rolled his shoulders and squared up. Fine, bring it, I'm ready. The shadow nodded once. Young lord. Before Suho could even process that title, the world exploded into motion. The blade came out fast, too fast. Suho barely dodged on instinct, steel screaming past his face. He countered immediately, swinging back as he shouted questions between blows. Why do you keep calling me that? What does it mean? What does this place have to do with me? For a split second, anger slipped in. That was all Bellion needed. The shadow was suddenly behind him. Pain detonated in Suho's side as the strike landed. It felt like getting hit by a truck wrapped in steel. His ribs screamed, breath ripping out of his lungs. He staggered but refused to fall. Then it got worse. Bellion's sword shifted, melted, stretching into a whip of dark metal that wrapped around Suho's body and locked tight. Pressure crushed in from every angle, like he was being packaged for shipping. Still, Suho didn't panic. He waited. Pain burned through him, but his eyes stayed sharp, and the moment the tension peaked, he grabbed the weapon mid-swing. Your weapon bends, Suho thought grimly, but it only bends once before I break it. He yanked hard, stepped inside the guard, and drove a punch straight into Bellion's chest. The impact ripped through the air and detonated against the stone behind them. Bellion held his ground. So Suho followed up. A sharp kick slammed into Bellion's stomach. Suho smirking even as he landed it. "If you guard with both arms," he muttered, "your core's just begging to get wrecked." Before Bellion could recover, Suho was already moving again. Faster now, cleaner, meaner. The next hit launched Bellion like the air itself gave up trying to hold him. He crashed into the ground hard enough to fracture it, cracks spiderwebbing outward. Done. Bellion lay there, motionless, a broken action figure tossed aside after the fight. Suho stood over him, calm, almost bored. That it? If they kept trading like this, it would drag on all night, and Suho had zero interest in that. He studied Bellion, searching for something. Authority, command, control. Nothing. This wasn't the mastermind, just another elite grunt with a fancy weapon. Suho straightened, and then he saw it, high above, cutting through the clouds like it owned the sky, a massive wyvern. And sitting on its back was someone who made the air feel heavy just by existing. Their eyes met. The rider vanished. Not flew, not jumped, vanished. The next second, he was right in front of Suho, slamming into the ground with enough force to ruin the terrain. Dark energy spilled out around him like smoke from a wound in reality. No introduction, no warning, just pressure. Suho knew instantly. This wasn't a side quest. This was the final exam. Black energy burned as the man summoned twin daggers. Suho tensed, but not because of the weapons, because of the shape. He was human. That meant maybe, just maybe, this didn't have to end in blood. Suho tried to speak. The man stayed silent. Then the real twist hit. A gate opened behind him, and it clicked. Beat him, and this ends. Finally, a way out of this cursed loop. They charged. The clash was violent enough to crack the world. Shockwaves tore rock from the ground and hurled debris into the air. Suho was driven back instantly. This strength wasn't brute force. Every strike was precise, controlled, perfect. Suho fought back, refusing to drop, but every exchange taught him something terrifying. The enemy didn't waste movement, didn't overcommit, didn't miss. It was like fighting a machine sharpened by countless deaths. As blow after blow landed, one thought echoed in Suho's mind. How many times do you have to die to fight like this? He rolled, barely dodged, forced himself back onto his feet. Pain screamed through every muscle, armor cracked, breath ragged. But his will didn't waver. My stats are capped, he realized. But my instincts, they're sharpened to madness. He saw a path. He moved. The enemy vanished again. Too late. A blur of slashes tore through him. Blood sprayed. His armor shattered. The gauntlet he'd relied on cracked apart in his hand. Suho staggered, breathing hard. Still, he couldn't look away. This man was terrifying, but beautiful. Suho felt it. Respect, raw and undeniable. He wanted to reach this level someday. Just once. To move like that. He leapt back, bracing for one last exchange. He lunged. The man dodged effortlessly, and instead of striking back, he gently tapped Suho on the head, like praise. Then came the question, calm and soft, cutting through the chaos like it meant nothing. Did you enjoy the game? Suho froze. That voice. It hit him like a truck. His body locked up as he slowly looked up. And there he was, his father, alive. Calm, smiling, like the battlefield hadn't been burning seconds ago. Before Suho could speak, his father stepped forward and gently pushed him toward the gate. It's still too early for you. The words hit harder than any punch. Suho reached out. Too late. The world twisted. Light collapsed inward, and Suho jolted awake at his desk, gasping for air like he'd just clawed his way back from drowning. His eyes snapped open, darting left and right on pure reflex. Sunlight flooded through the classroom windows, warm and almost offensively normal. Desks, chairs, whiteboard, no blood, no shadows, no collapsing worlds, just the quiet hum of reality doing its thing. He slowly pushed himself upright, heart still pounding, like he had just sprinted through hell. One hand wiped across his face. The other instinctively touched his head, half expecting pain, heat, or some lingering mark from the fight. Nothing, except the phantom sensation still buzzing under his skin. He let out a shaky breath and muttered to himself, cheeks heating up in embarrassment. That was way too real. Like disturbingly real. Dungeon, monsters, boss fights, a final enemy that turned out to be his own father. What kind of unhinged nightmare side quest even was that? He seriously needed to touch grass. Before he could spiral any further, a voice cut through his thoughts. Someone was calling his name, asking why he was still hanging around the classroom this late. Suho looked up and saw one of his classmates standing by the door, keys in hand. She told him she was about to lock up and head out. Reality snapped fully back into place. Suho quickly stood up, forcing himself to act normal, offering to help like this wasn't seconds after the most traumatic dream of his life. And just like that, the two of them started walking the halls together, checking doors, locking windows, moving through the building like nothing supernatural had ever happened. Like the world hadn't almost ended for him a moment ago. But far above all of that, miles beyond classrooms and hallways, the real observers were watching. High above, my glorious king stood in silence, surrounded by his shadows, eyes fixed on Suho below. The shadow army remained still, respectful, waiting. Igris finally turned and spoke, asking if the time had come to return the young monarch's sealed power. He reminded them that Suho had cleared the final floor this time, that he had gone further than ever before. My glorious king didn't answer immediately. His expression stayed unreadable, distant, as if weighing centuries of experience in a single breath. Then, slowly, he spoke. "Do you think we could have defeated the Dragon King if I had charged in using nothing but raw power?" The question hung heavy. "Even overwhelming strength is meaningless," he continued, "if it's wielded like an idiot." His gaze softened slightly as he looked down again at Suho. "Knowing when to endure instead of fight isn't weakness. It's wisdom." Another pause. "He isn't ready yet, but he will be." Off to the side, Baru stood frozen. His massive frame trembled, eyes shimmering with tears he didn't bother hiding. He had watched Suho the entire time, like a proud uncle watching a kid grow up too fast. My glorious king noticed. He gave Baru a small, gentle smile before turning back to the others. "I have a few matters to take care of," he said calmly. "But when I return, let's have dinner together, as a family." And just like that, the scene shifted. Across the world, normal life continued. Civilians went about their day when a breaking news alert flashed across television screens. The anchor announced that Hang Dong-suk and Hang Dong-soo, two walking disasters responsible for chaos everywhere, had finally been captured. The broadcast rolled on, transitioning to coverage of a massive wildfire that nearly erased an entire town. Over 50 fire trucks, 800 firefighters. Hours of non-stop battle against the flames. The fire was finally under control. In the aftermath, one firefighter, Baek Yunho, sat slumped against a tree, gasping for air like he had just run several marathons back-to-back. His entire body ached. Suddenly, something cold pressed against his face. He flinched, looking up to see Il Hwan standing there quietly, holding out a chilled bottle of water. No words, just a nod. Yunho took it, whispered his thanks, and studied the man for a moment. Even after all that fire, Il Hwan looked fine, calm, steady. The thought hit him hard. "I wish I could be that strong." Something streaked across the sky overhead. Yunho pointed up, asking if Il Hwan saw it too. Il Hwan glanced up briefly and replied without hesitation. "Probably just a plane." Cut. A completely different hallway now, this one buzzing with office chaos. Footsteps, paperwork, stress in the air. Jinho walked alongside a coworker, both trying to remember what they were even discussing. Something about a new name for their VR game? But Jinho looked possessed. Without warning, without context, without mercy, he kicked open the conference room door and dropped the biggest news bomb imaginable. His wife was pregnant, 6 weeks in. The room exploded, while Jinho stood there glowing like a man powered entirely by baby hype. Then, completely unprompted, he followed it up with a game title idea. Beautiful World. The room went dead silent. Everyone stared at him like he had just suggested naming a horror game Fluffy Hugs. One brave soul finally spoke up, suggesting maybe, just maybe, they shouldn't let someone high on baby fumes name their biggest project. Jinho scratched his head, realizing he might in fact be the problem. He even considered asking my glorious king for advice before remembering the man once tried to name a pet lizard Dragon Master too, and was dead serious. Laughing it off, Jinho told everyone to relax. Funding wasn't an issue anymore. They had serious backing now, not some side hustle investor. Elsewhere, Jinho's father read an article about his son, remembering how that idiot turned down $1 billion prize to start a game studio in what was basically a closet. He scoffed, asked if there were any more stories like that. The assistant responded with the most bored no imaginable. He shook his head at his son's life choices. But after a moment, something softened. Quietly, almost reluctantly, he muttered that he wanted to meet his grandchild. And then the camera said, "Screw Earth." It blasted past the skyline, punched through the clouds, ripped straight into space. Cold, silent, endless. Floating there, like it owned the planet itself, was a massive gate, not some clean sci-fi portal. A nightmare. And just like that, the story snapped back to the beginning. Back when my glorious king was still the world's favorite E-rank punching bag. Back when gates first started tearing open across Earth. Portals linking our boring, rent-paying reality to worlds absolutely infested with monsters that did not come in peace. The fear was universal. Everyone asked the same question. What happens if one of those gates breaks? What if everything inside spills out? What if the monsters don't just crawl through and people don't run away in time? Most sane humans saw those portals and felt dread. But a handful of absolute lunatics looked at them and said, "Yeah, I'd try that." Those lunatics later got a name. Hunters. Cut to the Hunter Association support office, where one poor, overworked staff member was currently being verbally incinerated over the phone. A team leader was screaming his lungs out, demanding to know why Mr. Aura Farmer kept appearing on his squad roster like a cursed rerun episode. The man was losing it. He shouted that if they sent that walking corpse into his raid one more time, they'd better prep body bags in advance. The call ended with a slam so loud it felt personal. The staff worker slumped back in his chair, finally able to breathe. In a world where famous hunters lived like celebrities, money, fame, power, zero dishes, everyone wanted in. Either you joined a flashy guild, or you worked your way into the Hunter Association and flashed that badge like it meant something. But instead of glory, this guy had paperwork. He He sighed and went back to sorting requests. Hunters asking for ridiculous things. Better boots, custom weapons, someone to carry their sword during lunch like they were medieval royalty. Then he saw the file. He opened it, expecting at least something decent. What he found made his jaw stiffen. The stats were abysmal, like offensively low. The kind of numbers that screamed, "Why are you not dead yet?" This wasn't a hunter profile. This was a health hazard on legs. A civilian with a death wish pretending to be relevant. The worker blinked. How is he even still alive? Then he kept reading. A hospitalized mother, a younger sibling still in school. Medical bills, no safety net, no backup plan. That was it. That was the fuel. That was why this man kept dragging his shattered body into gates he had no business entering. Later, the worker brought the file to the department chief and finally said what everyone else was thinking. Maybe it was time to stop this, to pull the plug before someone had to scrape Jinwoo off a dungeon floor. The chief listened, then calmly said they had already tried. Then he asked a question that hit way harder than expected. Why did you join the association? The worker froze. He remembered being a kid, watching a news broadcast about a hunter who got trapped in a gate while saving his team. The camera cut out. No rescue. No ending. That question had stayed with him ever since. Who saves the people who save everyone else? The chief smiled like he already knew that answer. Then he asked one final thing. Do you want him to quit or do you want to help him? The worker hesitated, said he could only tell him to stop. The chief shook his head and slid another stack of files across the desk. Hunters with power who chose to stay on the sidelines. Some people freeze, the chief said, and some people move forward anyway. Sometimes watching someone like that was enough to light a fire under everyone else. He asked again, will you help him? This time the answer was yes. Now back in the present, Suho was getting bullied by fate in the most low-stakes way possible. He lost a game of rock, paper, scissors to his classmate and ended up carrying her bag like a glorified pack mule. But mid-walk, he stopped. Something felt wrong. The air felt heavy. Off. His classmate asked if he was okay. He brushed it off, but his instincts stayed sharp. High above them, a dragon tore through the sky like it had an appointment with destiny. Riding its back was my glorious king, with Mommy Cha casually riding shotgun. She watched the clouds roll by, smiling softly. She said it had been a long time since she experienced something like this. Then my glorious king handed her a gift, their 16th wedding anniversary. She told him not to stay out too long. He promised he wouldn't. She left. He stayed. Ahead of him, a massive gate hovered in the sky like it wanted to end the day on a violent note. My glorious king stared up at it, remembering something someone once said. Strong hunters attract danger like magnets. He didn't deny it. Instead, he summoned his strongest shadows and walked forward without hesitation. Back inside the dungeon, the aftermath looked like a full-blown war crime scene. Broken terrain, shattered remains, silence. Suho stood alone, staring at a massive door like it personally owed him answers. Maybe it hid something worse than anything he'd faced so far. Maybe it was the end, but there was only one way to know. He stepped forward. On the wall nearby, 3 lanterns burned. One flickered out. Suho collapsed to the floor, drained, barely breathing. He had no idea how much time passed. Days? Longer? Still, he forced himself back up. The second lantern went dark. Only one remained. His hand steadied. Somewhere deep inside his mind, a familiar voice echoed. Arise. He faced the door again. This could be it. But if something beyond that door could make him stronger, if it could stop him from stagnating, from rotting in place, then he would take that risk. The door cracked open. Light poured out, blinding and overwhelming. Suho stepped forward and spoke with quiet resolve. Whatever is behind that door, I want to face it. The light swallowed everything. And with that, we covered the entire damn manhwa, from Jinwoo being a broke E-rank punching bag to my glorious king riding dragons with Mommy Cha. If you made it to the end, you're a real one. So like the video, subscribe to the channel, and drop the next manhwa you want covered, because the grind never ends.